Ramo's face shut down, and he took another bite from his sandwich. "Get some rest," I said again, and pushed to my feet. I left, giving Ramo some time to rest, even though he'd no doubt try another escape attempt soon. Nothing Nino or anyone else did would keep Ramo in bed for long.
Nino. Ramo was a difficult patient, which didn't come as a surprise. He'd never liked to look weak in front of others, even me. Adamo didn't make it much easier for me. The first time I checked on him the morning after I'd brought Ramo home, he wasn't in his bed resting, but outside smoking. Nicotine is a poison. Your body has to spend resources cleansing those toxins, which it should rather be using on healing your injuries, I told him. He glanced up. His face was still swollen, so it was difficult to read his expression. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? I frowned at his bitter tone. I need to take a look at your injuries. I pointed at his forearm. You should have kept the bandages on. You're risking dirt getting into your burn wounds. Adamo took another long drag from his cigarette before he squashed it under his sneaker. I'm fine. You are not. Now let me check on you. I'd suggest we head inside. You should take care of Ramo, not me. I did, and he's recovering, but we need you to heal as well. Adamo rose to his feet and followed me. Don't blame yourself for what happened to Ramo, I said, as I led him toward the infirmary we'd furnished a few months ago. Who else should I blame? I got myself caught. They would have never got Ramo without that happening. I didn't contradict him. Focus your anger on things you can actually change. Focus on getting stronger, on making wiser choices. On getting revenge? That too, I said quietly. You made CJ cover for you when you disappeared to that race against Ramo's clear orders. No, Adamo said harshly. Leave her out of it. She didn't know where I was going. I asked her to pretend she was with me, that's all. I regarded Adamo for a long time. What's going on between you and her? Nothing, he muttered, turning his eyes away. Nothing wouldn't make her keep secrets for you. You're spending a lot of time with her. If this is so you can gather experience, that's understandable, but don't turn it into more than that, Adamo. People always try to gain something from being close to us, and a whore from one of our establishments certainly won't be the exception. Adamo ignored me in favor of glaring at his wound. He wouldn't reveal the details of his relationship with CJ to me. I'd have to talk to her myself. In the afternoon, I headed over to the sugar trap, knowing CJ had a shift. I nodded at Jerry in greeting as I stepped inside. Is CJ in her room? Yep, but she's with a John. They should be done in 10. Only booked 30 minutes. I nodded and headed in the direction of the room, then waited by leaning across from the door. Like Jerry said, the door opened 10 minutes later to CJ and a middle-aged man with glasses and a slight paunch. I picked him as an insurance salesman, or something similar, with a pregnant woman at home who didn't want to put out for him in the last trimester. His face turned red when he spotted me, and he quickly excused himself. CJ looked at me uncertainly. I pushed away from the wall and stalked toward her. She backed off, clutching a towel around her body. I entered her room and closed the door, then took in the ruffled sheets of the oval bed and the condom on the ground. CJ picked it up and disposed of it, then said without looking at me, I can have someone change the sheets and take a quick shower if you don't mind waiting. I'm not here for sex, I have a wife. She tilted her head up, tensing. I didn't know. Honestly, I didn't. I just wanted to help him. I moved closer. What didn't you know? She swallowed. That he'd go to that race? I just wanted to help. Where did you think he'd go? It would have to be somewhere we disapprove of, or he wouldn't have to ask you to cover for him. Her pulse hammered in her throat, her chest heaving in rising fear. I didn't ask. Adamo always says it's better if I know as little as possible, so I don't get in trouble with you. I studied her face closely, trying to detect if she was lying. Her gaze rested on my chest. Look up. She raised her eyes. She was scared, but I didn't pick up any deceit. "What's going on between you and Adamo? The truth," I demanded. "He came to talk. Just talk, in the beginning." "About what?" She blinked. "About school, about Harper, about racing, anything, really. Never business, I swear." I nodded. "Go on." "But then we slept together. I thought that's what I'm supposed to do." "You have sex, all right, but that's not all." "When we have sex, he doesn't just stay for the deed. We talk beforehand, and then afterwards, and—" Her cheeks turned red. "And we just lie in each other's arms sometimes. It's less like a work relationship and more like friends with benefits." I narrowed my eyes. "Why are you doing this? If you think you can get something out of it, you better be careful." Her eyes widened. "I'm not using him. Why would I not like to spend time with him? I get compensated for spending time with him like I do with every client, and he's nice and considerate, and I enjoy being with him." Her face turned even redder. "So you're only doing this because sex with my brother is pleasant for you and allows you to take on fewer of the unpleasant clients?" She looked away. "Yeah." "All right. I don't have a problem with that. But don't cross any lines, CJ. Understood?" She gave a small nod. "Adamo might need you now more than ever, so take good care of him." I left, satisfied with my findings. I didn't care if Adamo only fucked CJ, even if his longer sessions cost a fortune. It's not like my brothers and me hadn't used the services of our whores. Of course, we never had to pay that much because we didn't keep them around for hours. If Adamo needed the additional time, he could get it. In his current mental state, I was glad for anything that managed to distract him. The few conversations I'd had with him since he'd been freed stirred my worries. His anguish and rage were reminiscent of Ramo's early days. I didn't think Adamo could deal with it the way my older brother had. It might destroy Adamo. Kiara was even more excited about Christmas than in the previous year, practically bouncing with joy as she decorated the entire house and baked for us. Greta and Nevio's presence, while making her realize how badly she wanted children of her own, also kept her distracted. Those two were a lot of work, and Kiara gladly stepped in, helping Serafina, while Ramo had to heal. As Christmas rolled around, both Ramo and Adamo were doing better, and most of their outward injuries had healed. We were sitting in the gaming room discussing how to organize future races, having to get back to business despite events. Stefano insisted we keep his territory out of it in the next months, while he tried to establish his rule. His men had suffered enough losses, and another attack from the outfit could demoralize them. He needed to appear strong if he wanted to convince his doubters and haters. "I don't like it," Ramo growled. "I don't want Cavallaro to think he's made an impact on us." Savio shrugged. "What do we care what the asshole thinks? He'll pay soon enough for the shit he pulled." "He should pay now," Adamo said, tracing the burn scars on his forearm. "Revenge takes time. We need to figure out our next moves carefully and not go into this blindsided by fury." Ramo glared at me, but knew I was right. He was pissed more on Adamo's behalf than his own, not to mention that he wouldn't forgive the outfit for treating his children as less because they were his. "I agree with Nino," Savio said firmly. "I'd rather hit him hard so he can't get up ever again than aim for a quick hit." Ramo leaned back with a sigh. It was ultimately his decision. Despite him being capo, he often listened to what we had to say. Serafina walked in with the twins on her arms. "Can you watch them?" Ramo sat up, looking at Serafina as he always did, with a hint of confusion and longing. I wasn't sure if he was unsure about his own feelings or hers. Serafina met my gaze. "Will you take Nevio?" I stood at once and took him from her. Nevio grabbed for my tattoos again, eyes widening and mouth parting as if he was seeing them for the very first time. Serafina walked over to Ramo, and after my brother spoke softly to his daughter, he took Greta. Nothing about Ramo was soft, not ever, and I'd never heard him speak in that tone before. Savio and Adamo gave me questioning looks as I sat back down. Remo waved a rattle in front of Greta's face as he joined us and sank down beside me. The look in his eyes as he gazed down at his daughter gave me a better understanding why Kiara wanted children so badly. It spoke of an altruistic, untainted love that was rare in our world. "I suppose that's the end of my whoring days in the house," Savio grumbled. Remo looked up from Greta, his eyes narrowing. "I don't want a fucking whore anywhere near my children." Greta cried at the harshness in his voice, and Remo's lips tightened. He quickly managed to calm her again. Nevio began to chew on my forefinger. He didn't have any teeth yet, so he couldn't do any real damage. Greta eventually settled peacefully in the crook of Remo's arm and watched everything with those big eyes. Adamo gave her a small wave, and she watched quietly while Nevio was trying to crawl off my lap. I let him discover the sofa, holding him by his waistband whenever he got too close to falling off. "He's going to be a little PIA, I can tell," Savio said. Remo's mouth twitched as he watched his son try to take another nosedive from the sofa. "I've had practice with PIAs raising you and Adamo." Savio grinned, leaning back against the sofa and stretching out his arms. "I'm sure I've been a delight." He nodded toward Adamo, who hunched forward beside him. "He's got PIA written all over his forehead and MIA all over his crotch." "Fuck you," Adamo said, but he didn't look as pissed as he'd done in the past. He hardly seemed to care about the jab. Remo sent me a meaningful look. Of course, he'd noticed it too. Adamo was growing up faster than expected. "No reprimand for using fuck you in front of your precious offspring?" Remo stroked Greta's arm. "Growing up in this house, my kids will probably say fuck before anything else." "Or I could try to teach them a more interesting word," Savio mused, exchanging a look with Adamo, who shook his head with a small laugh. "If one of my children says pussy, dick, or cock as their first word, I'll send you to Kansas City to help Stefano get his people under control, got it?" "They could pick it up from someone else." Remo raised his eyebrows, and Savio smirked. "Kansas City, Savio." He sighed. "There's really no fun to be had in this house anymore."
Chapter 16. Kiara. "Have you heard?" I asked excitedly as I headed toward Leona. She was sitting on their terrace with a book on her lap. I loved that I could go over to visit her whenever I wanted, now that the fence between the houses had been taken down. Remo asked Serafina to marry him. Well, it wasn't really a question, but with Remo that was to be expected. Leona looked up and nodded with a tight smile. "Yeah, Fabiano mentioned it. When are they going to marry?" I sank down in the chair beside her, confused by her mood. "May, after the twins' first birthday. I can't wait to organize everything. It'll be amazing. Will you help me?" Leona nodded again. "Sure." I caught the hint of uncertainty on her face and paused. "Everything all right?" "It's nothing. I mean, it's ridiculous. She shook her head. "I'm being stupid. Ignore me." "No," I said, leaning forward. "Is it because you want Fabiano to ask you to marry him?" "No. I mean, perhaps. We've been together for 2 years, which isn't long considering normal standards, but I know how things are in your world, even in the Camorra, which isn't that conservative, and Fabiano's been growing up in the outfit, and that is still very traditional, so I'm wondering what's holding him back. Maybe he's just waiting for the right moment." Leona stared down at the bracelet adorning her wrist. "What if he realized that he wants an Italian woman? Fabiano is traditional in many aspects, so maybe he decided I wasn't fit to become his wife, a Scuderi." "Now you are being ridiculous," I scolded gently. "Fabiano loves you. It's obvious from the way he looks at you. And he even got this mansion for you. Just give it time. He'll ask you eventually." He got this mansion because he wants to be close to his brothers by choice, Leona said softly. Brothers by choice. That was the perfect term for Fabiano and the Falcones. I gave Leona a reprimanding look. And because he wants you two to have enough space for each other and a family. You're probably right, and I really should be focusing on my classes and not worry about getting married. I smiled. Leona stared off into the distance, then smiled. What about a bridal shower? A hen party where we, for once, get ridiculously drunk and have fun. I considered that. I've never partied. Leona's eyes grew wide. We need to change that. Have you been allowed to go party? Leona laughed. Well, Fabiano was with me every time I went to a club. He's a great dancer. We could take Serafina to a club, dance, drink, have fun. It would only be us because Serafina's friends are in Minneapolis, so... I stopped. I hadn't really made friends in Las Vegas. Not that I'd tried to, and I just hadn't gone out to meet new people. Leona and I loved spending time together, and I had a feeling that soon Serafina would be an important part of our close-knit group. You think you can talk Nino and Remo into letting you go party? I don't think they'd mind, if you disregard the security aspect. That'll be a problem. They'll insist we have guards, and they don't really trust many people around us. It's not a hen night if one of our men is there. Yeah, maybe Savio and his friend Diego could guard us. That could work. I'll try to convince Fabiano, and you work your magic on Nino and Remo. Serafina can't know beforehand. I sighed. Convincing both Remo and Nino wouldn't be easy. Leona and I talked about the latest series we watched until I finally left so Leona could get a bit more reading in, and because I wanted to work on a new piano piece. I went to the bathroom because I had a slight headache. Opening the drawer for pills, I froze when I saw my stash of pregnancy tests. I quickly grabbed something for my headache. We had a bridal shower and a wedding to organize. There wasn't time to obsess over my troubles. Nino was right. I needed to relax. After I'd taken a pill, I settled at my piano and began to play, losing myself in the music like always. A knock sounded, making me jump, and the melody died in a low moan. Adamo stood in front of the French window, a cigarette in his hand. I smiled and motioned for him to come in. After he took a last pull from his cigarette and stomped it out on the ground, he slid open the door and stepped inside. Don't forget to pick up this stub later or Nino will have your butt, I said with a smile. Adamo nodded. No smile, nothing. Shadows spread out under his eyes as he walked over to the piano and sank down beside me on the bench. When he didn't say anything, I started playing again, trying to suppress my flood of questions wanting to burst out of me. Months had passed since his capture, and his body had healed and scarred. But he had become more closed off. After the melody ended, silence descended on us until I couldn't take it anymore. You're gone a lot. I'm with CJ. I bit my lip. At the sugar trap? There, and at her apartment. Adamo was 15. CJ at least 28. Are you together? I asked, trying to keep the judgment from my voice so Adamo wouldn't shut down again. His eyes rose to mine, and an ironic smile tipped his lips up. I still remembered his honest, kind smiles from before. We're friends with benefits. I blinked, then nodded, unsure what to say to that. My protective side made me wonder what she got out of it. CJ seemed nice, but why would she hang out with a teenage boy for no reason? Serafina came in with Greta and Nevio, then paused when she saw me with Adamo. He got up. Hi, I need to leave anyway. Without another word, he walked out, not taking the cigarette butt with him. Frowning, I got up and picked it up and threw it in the bin beside my piano that was reserved for papers with my scribbles. He's still suffering because of what happened? Serafina asked. I nodded. I'd noticed that Adamo often avoided Serafina's presence. When he was around her, Adamo was nice, but he made sure he was gone most of the time. "Do you want me to take Nevio?" Serafina handed him to me, and I smiled down at his grinning face. "I wanted to ask if you want to come along when I go wedding dress shopping?" She was still unsure if we were friends. Maybe she thought I was only being nice because I felt obligated. And while that might have been true in the beginning, I honestly liked Serafina, not just because she was a great mother, but also because she was nice and tough and loved Remo. "Yes, of course," I said. "Would you mind if Leona came along? I'd love for her to be there. I wasn't sure if she'd want to, though, because I don't know her that well. Not yet, but we're all family, so you will sooner or later. And I can't wait to look for a dress for you. I'm so excited to plan this for you." Serafina laughed. "My last wedding took 2 years to plan, and it never happened. And this time we have only months. Are you worried it won't be a big enough affair?" Serafina shook her head, gently rocking Greta, who was getting squirmy. "No, Remo and I don't want anything big. Only a family wedding, nothing fancy." "That's perfect. What's the use of having hundreds of guests you hardly know?" Serafina's face lit up. "Right?" I could hardly hold back asking her about what she wanted to do for her bridal shower. I stifled the impulse. This had to be a surprise. Nino, Fabiano, and Remo did eventually agree on us going dancing, of course under certain conditions. The 3 of them would stay home and watch the twins while we had to take Savio, Adamo, and Diego with us. And of course stay in contact through Savio in case anyone needed to intervene, which wouldn't happen. It was already April, and there was only 1 month until the wedding, so it was high time we finally got around to our hen party. Serafina, Leona, and I got ready together in Leona's vanity while the men were over in the Falcone mansion. I had bought a tight mini dress for the occasion that made my blood pound faster with nerves when I wore it, and matching red high heels. Leona shook her head. "Men are going to trip over themselves for a dance with you." My eyes trailed over Leona in hot pants, a tight shirt, and high heels, and Serafina in a glittery mini dress. I think they'll have a hard time choosing. We giggled and clinked glasses. We'd finished off a bottle of sparkling wine while getting ready, and were already feeling a nice buzz. Serafina downed the remaining wine and set the glass down with an audible clang. "Let's head over and show our men why they'd better appreciate us." Leona grinned, and I shook my head with a giggle. "They're going to decide that we're not allowed to go out after all," Leona said. "Fabiano is super jealous. He won't like this." "He'll get over it," Serafina said. "Is Remo jealous?" I asked curiously. Serafina shrugged. "He said he'd kill anyone who touched me, so I suppose he is." Leona rolled her eyes. Mafia men are so possessive. "They are," I agreed. Nino had never really showed jealousy, but he'd never had reason to. We found our men with Savio and Adamo in the gaming room, having drinks. "Fuck!" Savio exclaimed when he spotted us, setting down his glass. He was already dressed for the occasion. Form-fitting dark blue slacks and an even tighter white dress shirt that showed off his muscled body. He'd have more trouble fending off admirers than we would. "We're screwed, Adamo. We can only lose this gig." The other men turned, and their reactions were a mix of slack-jawed surprise and disapproving scowl. Adamo and Savio the former, Remo, Nino, and Fabiano the latter. "What the hell is that thing you're wearing?" Savio asked me. "It's a dress," I said, flushing. "I know what dresses look like, and that's not it. That's the love child of a tank top and a bandana," Savio said. Ignoring him, I gave Nino a hopeful smile, and he came over and touched my waist before whispering in my ear, "Don't get too drunk. I want to shove up that dress and bury my face between your legs tonight. I want you to think of my tongue in your pussy when you dance later, to imagine how hard you come when I lick you,
And you will again, tonight, if you stay lucid enough.
My cheeks heated and I had to suppress an embarrassed laugh. Nino pulled back, looking cool as a cucumber. Savio let out a low whistle.
Your face goes well with the color of your dress.
I considered throttling him with the strap of my purse.
How the fuck are we supposed to stop men from slobbering all over them? That's going to be a hell of a job. If someone touches Kiara, you'll give me a call, Savio.
Nino, I said with a small giggle, you won't ruin Serafina's hen party by killing anyone. Nino regarded me with that stoic calm that told me nothing I said would change his mind.
I'll only capture them today. I'll kill them tomorrow.
That sounds reasonable, deadpanned Serafina with a roll of her eyes. Leona was busy talking Fabiano out of whatever overprotective mode he was in. Only Remo looked surprisingly calm. He gave me a twisted grin and kissed Serafina fiercely. The look she gave him after would have made me blush further if I wasn't already red-faced.
You keep a close eye on them, got it?
Remo told his brothers after he'd pulled away from the kiss. Savio sighed.
Let me guess, you're going to send me to Kansas if I don't, right? If you're lucky,
Remo said. Nino lightly caressed my butt.
Remember what I told you. The Cosmos is the best club in Vegas right now,
Savio said as he parked in the side alley. Leona, Serafina, and I sat on the back seat of the SUV while Adamo and Savio made up the front. Have you ever been to a club, Adamo? I asked curiously. Adamo glanced back.
Sure, a few times.
Savio nodded toward the front.
There are Mick and Diego.
We all got out of the car and headed for the waiting men. Like Savio, they were dressed in form-fitting slacks and dress shirts that accentuated their muscular bodies. Diego and Mick lost their composure for a moment, seeing us.
I'll give you one more second to get a grip on your fucking dicks, or I'll kick your asses,
Savio called. Diego and Mick tore their eyes away. Diego was the bulkier of the two, broad-shouldered, wrestler-like, while Mick looked like a runner, tall, with more sinewy muscle. Savio clapped each hand briefly before he nodded toward us.
Leona, Fabiano's girl, Serafina is Remo's wife, and Kiara, Nino's wife. I don't think I'll have to say more.
Diego gave us a polite smile. His gaze had trouble not straying below our faces. Adamo came over to us.
Hey.
He shook their hands, then shoved his own back into the pockets of his black jeans and checked our surroundings. At the end of the alley, we saw part of the queue waiting to get inside.
So how do we do this?
Diego asked, rolling up his sleeves.
One-on-one?
Mick suggested, doing the same. Savio narrowed his eyes in thought. His sleeves were already rolled up. Leona sent me a questioning look.
Sleeves up, Adamo,
Savio said. Adamo scoffed, but did as he was asked. Diego and Mick's gazes dropped to the burnt tattoo on his forearm, and Adamo's face darkened.
Many people know this means they better stay away from us,
Savio explained, indicating his tattoo. Scare tactics, Serafina said with a laugh.
We'll need them,
Savio muttered.
You girls probably want to dance on your own?
I shrugged, not having given it much thought. We want to have fun together and not have you attached to our hips all night, Serafina said.
All right,
Savio said.
We'll dance close to you, but if guys are too touchy, each of you will have to dance with one of us so the assholes think you're our girlfriends.
You're younger than us, Leona said. Savio flashed her a cocky grin.
Barely, and we don't look it.
He was right. They appeared like grown men, not teenagers, hardened by what they'd seen and done, and with a confidence usually reserved for older guys. Savio gave his friends a sign.
Let's go.
Together, we headed for the end of the alley and past the queue toward the two bouncers, tall, tattooed guys. Savio gave them a curt nod and they let us through. Does this club belong to the Camorra? I asked Diego because he was closest to me. Surprise crossed his face, then pride.
Every club in Vegas does. The Falcones kicked the Russians and the MCs out when they claimed power.
Savio turned briefly and smirked. Diego returned the look. A hard beat which pounded in my body greeted us inside the club. Everything glowed in a pinkish light, and the ceiling looked as if it was made of thousands of crystals which threw the light right back. The club was crowded with convulsing bodies, trapped in the thrall of the music. I took everything in, the way everyone seemed to lose themselves to the bass, some of them with eyes closed. People rarely understood what music did to me, but in this moment, in this club, everyone was a slave to the melody. Excitement bubbled up in me and my pulse picked up, caught up in the magic of the fast beat. Serafina flashed me a grin, and Leona, too, looked ecstatic. We headed over to the bar and ordered a cosmopolitan for each of us. "This is cool!" Serafina shouted over the noise. I nodded, sipping my drink, taking in everything. Savio, Adamo, Diego, and Mick were at the other end of the bar, pretending to be on a boys' night out, and maybe to strangers it looked convincing, but I saw the concentration and vigilance on their faces. I turned away from them, taking another sip, and began to bounce to the music. Soon all three of us were buzzing with the need to dance, so we drank faster. "Here they come," Leona shouted. I followed her gaze and saw a group of 3 guys heading our way, nicely dressed, smiling. I was trying to come up with a nice way to let them down. Serafina was quicker. She shook her head at them and lifted a finger, looking like the ice princess she told me she'd been known for in the past. The men came to a stop, unsure if Leona and I shared Serafina's opinion. I shook my head as well, and finally they turned away. I gave Serafina a grateful smile. I didn't think it would be this easy to keep them away. Serafina shook her head. "They'll return later, once they've had more drinks." We made our way over to the dance floor and began to dance close together, grinning at each other. I raised my arms, twisted and turned, letting the music guide my movements. Trying to ignore the looks of the surrounding men soon became difficult, and I noticed how several of them danced closer and closer to us, so Leona, Serafina, and I had to build an even tighter circle. Soon the presence of 2 guys behind me, the way they tried to dance with me, became overwhelming. I shook my head at them, but they smiled as if they thought they only needed to try harder. Serafina glowered at a guy behind her and shouted something. From the look on her face, nothing nice. Leona shoved a guy's chest when he came too close. One of the guys behind me danced even closer and reached for my hip. I shoved his hand away, my pulse picking up. "No, leave." He scowled at my rebuke. From the way his eyes shone, it was plain that he was drunk. He took a step closer and tried to bring our bodies in for a dance. A tall figure shouldered him out of the way, and for a moment I thought it was Savio. Then I saw the curls. Adamo faced off with the guy like Savio and Diego did with Leona and Serafina's admirers. Mick stayed a few steps back, keeping an eye on the general public. Adamo shouted something and the guy backed off. After that, Adamo danced close to me while Diego danced with Leona and Savio with Serafina. I smiled up at Adamo, who moved easily to the music, and he gave me a small smile in return. Serafina and Savio had their own private dance battle, and they seemed to enjoy it thoroughly, and Leona was grinning too, even though Diego looked tense, dancing close to her. Eventually, my bladder asked for relief. I leaned up to Adamo. "I need to go to the bathroom." "I'll go with you," he shouted back. We motioned at Savio, who nodded. Adamo grabbed my hand, and we made our way through the crowd until we arrived in the back where the restrooms were located. The music was a distant throb that still reverberated in my body, calling for me to return and lose myself again. Of course, there was a crowd in front of the girls' room, which meant at least a 10-minute wait. I really wished I'd gone sooner because I wasn't sure I could wait that long. Adamo shook his head. "This is ridiculous." He tugged me along toward the men's restroom. "What are you doing?"
saving time."
He shoved the door open and we stepped inside.
"Better close your eyes until I tell you to open them again."
I squeezed my eyes closed, only briefly catching a glance of men's backs in front of urinals. I let Adamo lead me along, trying to ignore the biting stench until he stopped me with a soft touch on my shoulders.
"All clear."
Opening my eyes, I found myself in front of an open toilet stall. I went inside and closed the door, then considered my options. Touching any part of the toilet was out of the question, so I started ripping off toilet paper to build my personal bird nest. It was strange, taking a pee surrounded by male voices who were guffawing and bragging, and even their bodily noises were louder than any girls I'd ever heard. When I was done, I hesitated. "Adamo?" No reply. Sighing, I opened the door, trying not to see anything I really didn't want to see. Adamo was nowhere to be seen. Stepping out of the stall, several guys glanced my way. If the same happened in a girls' restroom, everyone would start screaming, but these guys seemed not to care that I was there while they peed into urinals. Keeping my eyes straight ahead, I quickly went over to the sink and washed my hands, wondering where the hell Adamo had gone. I headed for the exit and stepped out into the dimly lit hallway. The girls' queue had barely moved. I caught sight of familiar brown hair further down the corridor. Adamo talked to two guys, and one of them handed him a small, clear bag, and Adamo handed something back to them. My heart sank, realizing what it had to be. Adamo glanced my way, and he quickly excused himself and hurried over to me, shoving something into his pocket.
"Kiara, I thought girls needed longer in the bathroom."
"The men's restroom doesn't really make you want to linger." Adamo nodded, looking caught. He ran a hand through his unruly locks.
"Listen, please don't tell anyone. I'm not addicted or anything, it just helps me forget what happened. Without the weed, I wouldn't be able to sleep at all at night."
"Only weed?" I asked. It was bad enough, but there were many worse options he could consume.
"Only weed," he said. "I didn't want you to see, to put you in a position where you have to keep a secret from Nino. You won't tell my brothers, right?"
His eyes begged me, and remembering the haunted looks he so often displayed, I nodded. "I won't, but promise to try to stop completely. Talk about what happened instead. Maybe that'll help." Adamo nodded, but I could tell he wouldn't.
"Let's get back before Savio gets suspicious."
We headed back to the dance floor, and Adamo started to dance at once, giving me a challenging smile. Pushing my worries aside, I returned the smile and danced with him. Leona laughed at something Diego said, and Serafina was holding a bottle of champagne in her hand. She took a huge gulp, then held it out to me. I grabbed it and tipped it back, letting the prickling liquid carry away my concern. I definitely wasn't lucid when we returned to the mansion. Leona was the only one who could still walk on her own, being more restrained when it came to alcohol. Except for her birthday bash. Adamo lifted me out of the car with a grunt and carried me into the building while Savio held Serafina.
"A little help?"
he called when we stepped into the gaming room.
"Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on them and not let them get completely shit-faced?"
Remo said. I giggled when Nino came into view and with a small frown took me from Adamo.
"Your wife is like a fucking fury when you try to take her bottle of champagne away from her. I didn't want her to scratch out my eyes or kick my balls,"
Savio said. "Where are Greta and Nevio?" Serafina slurred. I peered up at Nino with a grin.
"Upstairs asleep, just like you will be soon,"
Remo said. "I don't want to sleep," Serafina said. Savio groaned, and Adamo left, shaking his head. I giggled again.
"I'm not into being puked on during sex, Angel,"
Remo said. Nino rolled his eyes and began to walk away. The last thing I heard was Serafina mumbling something about doggy style. Nino carried me into our room, and I tried to give him a seductive smile. His brows drew together.
"I told you to stay lucid. You didn't." You'll have to live with the consequences.
No, I mumbled indignantly. He shook his head and undressed me, then himself. I tried to wrap my legs around his hips when he joined me in bed, but he gently turned me around so my back was pressed to his chest. Sometimes I hate your control. He chuckled and kissed my neck.
It's as hard for me as it is for you. But we need to make sure you behave next time.
Chapter 17. Nino. Having a small wedding in our circles was a social faux pas, especially if a capo married. But I was glad Remo and Serafina had chosen to keep it in the family. It made the preparations less complicated, particularly the safety measures. Of course, it would have been even less hassle if Remo hadn't chosen to invite Serafina's twin. "I don't trust him," I said quietly, as Remo got dressed in one of the guest rooms in my wing. He wasn't supposed to see Serafina before the ceremony. Kiara and Serafina were really adamant about it. Kiara had been going absolutely overboard, taking on the entire organization of the decoration, cooking, song selection, and everything else. Remo closed the last button of his black dress shirt. "Neither do I. But Samuel would do anything for his sister. I see how close Nevio and Greta already are, even though they're still small. Serafina and Samuel have formed a bond all their lives. He won't do anything that could hurt her. I assume neither would you, which makes this a risk after all." Remo smiled twistedly. "You're right. I won't lay a hand on Samuel unless he attacks Serafina, which he won't. But I know that nothing would hold you back if you considered Samuel a threat to any of us." I gave a tense nod. Letting the enemy not only into our city, but into our home, wasn't something I was comfortable with, and if Samuel acted out of turn, he'd pay the price for it. I would have killed him last time we captured him if it hadn't been for Remo's veto. I glanced out toward the gardens, where an ark with white flowers had been set up by Kiara, who was now spreading petals in a path from the house down to it. She'd barely had a moment of rest these last few weeks, always caring for the twins, the wedding, for every member of this family, and while she enjoyed doing it, that wasn't the only reason why. We'd been trying for so long to get her pregnant, without success. I'd considered bridging the subject of seeing a doctor, and chose to wait until the festivities were over and we had some peace. Adamo joined her outside for a smoke. I sighed, then turned back to Remo, who put the small parcel with Serafina's ring into his pocket. "I'm still concerned how Adamo will take it. Samuel was among his torturers." Familiar hatred burned in Remo's eyes. "He was. I won't ever forgive the asshole. Before Serafina, I'll allow him to live, to be here." My phone beeped. It was a message from Fabiano. "They're here. Then go down and keep an additional eye on him." Nodding, I headed outside. When I arrived at the Ark, Fabiano and Samuel were crossing the Scuderi premises toward our garden. Samuel's demeanor changed, becoming more vigilant when he noticed me. Sadly, he didn't reach for his gun. Kiara had disappeared from view and she'd return soon. The idea of having Samuel close to my wife didn't sit well with me. Fabiano gave me a curt nod, then said something to Samuel, who shook his head and motioned to a spot a good distance to the side of the Ark, where he stopped, never taking his eyes off me. He and Fabiano looked distantly related, even though they weren't, both the blonde of the outfit they were famous for. Our eyes met, and I saw the same eagerness in his face that I felt, a desire to end this today, once and for all. But for Remo, I'd hold back. In my peripheral vision, I noticed Kiara coming my way with the twins on her hips. She looked beautiful in a red summer dress, with her dark hair flowing down her shoulders and the babies on her arms. Her face was glowing with happiness, a sight that always stirred something in me, even on days when the emptiness of the past filled my chest. Salvio was a few steps behind her, stuffing his shirt into his pants and glaring toward Samuel. I met Kiara halfway and took Nevio from her, who squirmed and twisted, wanting to walk as usual. Kiara smiled, and her eyes darted towards Samuel.
Do you think he wants to see his niece and nephew?
We won't let him near the children without Serafina and Remo present, I said. Kiara nodded.
I guess that's for the best.
Nevio let out an angry screech when I didn't put him down. No, I said firmly. If you calm down, I'll set you down. Nevio's eyes flashed with anger, and he started wailing. Ignoring his tantrum, Kiara and I headed over to the Ark. I really prefer Dollface's quiet, Savio muttered, then poked Nevio lightly in the belly when he stopped beside us. How about you stop the bawling, PIA?
You're lucky Remo didn't hear that,
Kiara said disapprovingly. Savio had been calling Nevio pain in the ass for a while now. Nevio was definitely the more taxing child. I could feel Samuel's gaze on us and turned to him. He looked from Nevio to Greta, but his expression remaining perfectly guarded. That was the Cavallaro gene. Savio grimaced. Fuck. I really wanted to smash his face in. I can't believe he's standing here in our fucking garden, in our fucking city after what he and his family did to Adamo and Remo. Remo could forgive Samuel for his own torture. He considered it fair game, but not Adamo. That was a mistake Cavallaro would pay for one day.
Maybe it's a first step toward peace,
Kiara said, trying to put a white flower into Greta's locks. Greta followed everything curiously with her eyes. Savio scoffed, his eyes flickering with hatred. There won't ever be peace between the Camorra and the outfit. Kiara glanced at me, and while I didn't like the hopeful look in them, I liked lying to my wife even less. He's right. It was difficult enough to maintain peace with the Familia. Luca would cancel the truce the moment we approached Cavallaro. Greta fumbled for the flower, grabbed it with her small fingers, and stuffed it into her mouth. Careful, Savio hissed.
They are edible, don't worry,
Kiara said, and started laughing. Part of the flower peeked out between Greta's pouty lips. Her eyes darted from Kiara to Savio, then me and Nevio. Kiara's eyes flew back to the mansion where Leona was waving at her.
I think my presence is required. Can you take her?
Savio's eyebrows shot up. I never held her. She'll cry. Give it a try, I said. Greta had been watching Savio with more interest these last couple of weeks, more willing to tolerate his easygoing nature than my more reserved approach. Savio leaned down so he was eye level with Greta, who still had 2 petals stuck to her mouth. All righty, dollface. I'm going to take you now. No crying. Kiara held her out, and Savio carefully took her, and then held her against his chest. Greta's eyes had grown wide, but she was still quiet. I'm not sure I like the look on your face, Savio murmured. He bent down to pick up another flower and held it in front of Greta's face. Here, have another snack. With a laugh, Kiara hurried toward Leona. Greta ate that flower as well. Then, peering up at Savio, she pulled her fingers from her mouth and touched Savio's chin. Savio sighed, his mouth curling in disdain. Baby spittle on my face, the highlight of my day. You also got a petal in your stubble, I said. Savio gave me a long, suffering look. I worked so hard to earn my street credit, this could ruin everything. I raised my eyebrows. If that bull tattoo didn't ruin your reputation, nothing will. He smirked. You just can't accept that the ladies like it. To be honest, I couldn't care less. Nevio let out another screech and twisted in my hold, determined to get down to the ground. We'll need a leash for him soon, Savio said. I want to see you put a leash on Nevio when Remo's around. That kid's name is Trouble. Savio peered down at Greta, who suckled on her fingers. Am I right, dollface? She grinned toothlessly, a petal clinging to her tongue. She tried to get it off and started drooling. Savio quickly snatched the petal. Greta grabbed his hand and began chewing on his finger. He gave me a look. No lewd comment. I warned. Savio scoffed. I'm not that fucking depraved to make that kind of joke around Dollface, trust me. We'll see. Nevio and her won't always be babies. One day they'll be teenagers. Savio shook his head. Dollface, promise to stay away from guys like me. I doubt any man with a flicker of sanity will dare to approach Ramo's daughter. And if any asshole does, I'll chop his cock into pieces and feed them to him. Ramo growled as he came to a stop beside us. One of his eyebrows rose when he saw Greta on Savio's arm, and the pedal still stuck to his dark stubble. I see you used your charm on my daughter. Savio flashed a grin. I'm a ladies' man. Greta made grabby hands toward Ramo, who smiled and took her from Savio. He kissed her forehead. Then he looked toward Samuel, who was watching us. Ramo's expression hardened, his eyes filling with contempt. I'm surprised you have enough restraint not to slash his throat, Savio said with a nod at Serafina's brother. Nevio twisted again, getting angrier. He began to kick, gearing up for the second screaming fit of the day. It's enough. Ramo's eyes darted to us. Nevio, you heard what Nino said. Enough. Nevio stopped squirming. Good, I said. Now that you're behaving, you can run around. I set him down. A grin split his face, and then he dashed off, wobbling like a little drunk straight towards Samuel. Fuck, Ramo growled. I'll get him. I jogged after Nevio and got him before he reached his uncle. Samuel hadn't been looking at him anyway. His narrowed eyes were on Ramo, and when I straightened only a few steps from him, they settled on me. I returned his gaze steadily. A cold smile stretched his lips. Looking into your eyes, I don't get how Fina can allow her kids to be near you. No emotions, right? I didn't say anything, only regarded him coolly while Nevio squirmed in my arms once more. You could probably kill us all, even the babies, without blinking, and then have a piece of that wedding cake while you're still covered in our blood. I smiled. I could kill you now and have my cake with my clothing unsoiled. Samuel's eyes flashed with eagerness. Nino, Kiara said, stepping between Samuel and me. Serafina will be ready soon. Why don't you take your place by the ark? Then she turned to Samuel. Hello, Samuel. I'm sure your sister will be very happy to see you. She misses you. Samuel's brows drew together, but he inclined his head politely. Kiara took my hand and led me toward the ark. I know you don't like him, but today is about Serafina and Ramo, not blood spilling. It's not a matter of liking. He poses a threat, and almost killed my brothers. A wedding is about bringing people together, so please ignore him. I gave her a small smile that was meant to set her at ease, even though my insides yearned for violence and revenge. You don't have to worry, Kiara. I won't make a move toward him. I'm in this for the long run. Kiara stood on her tiptoes so she could kiss me. Nevio let out another screech, causing her to laugh. Time for your mom and dad to marry. I hope you'll behave. Chances are slim. He's a fatal combination of Ramo, Savio, and Adamo. Kiara tilted her head. Nothing of you? I glanced towards Greta, whom Ramo carried around. Greta's like me. I know. And so does Ramo, right? I nodded. Ramo and I hadn't talked about it, but he was too perceptive not to realize it. The wedding ceremony passed without incident, and Serafina was very happy about her twins' presence, which led to my brother being happy as well. Seeing Ramo content at all was a rare experience, so I tried to make peace with Samuel's attendance. There would be enough time to kill him later once Serafina had gotten used to being without him. I didn't miss Adamo's furious eyes when he saw one of his tormentors. He hadn't argued when Ramo and I had asked him if it was okay for Samuel to attend. I made my way over to him while Serafina and Ramo talked to Samuel. Adamo stood off to the side smoking. Ramo and I had given up trying to bring an end to this habit. He was almost 16, old enough to decide for himself. Taking another drag, He tore his eyes from Samuel when he noticed me. "Are you all right?" I asked. "Sure," he murmured, then put out the cigarette on his forearm where the burn scars marred his tattoo. I gripped his wrist hard to stop him. "What are you doing?" Adamo frowned. "With the kids running around, I don't want to leave butts on the ground." "Adamo," I said tightly, "what the hell are you doing?" I jerked his arm toward me, checking the small burn. There were similar marks all over his burnt skin. I looked into his eyes, but he merely stared back. "It's not like I'm feeling much. The skin there is pretty much dead anyway." I released him, peering over my shoulder toward the others. No one was looking our way. "This needs to stop." "Why? Didn't you listen? The skin is numb. It doesn't matter." "It does," I growled. "Is this because Samuel is here today? You should have said something. Remo wouldn't have allowed him into the city if we'd known you're dealing badly with it." Adamo glanced towards Samuel again. "I'm not dealing with it badly. It's good that he's here. Maybe there can be peace." The look in his eyes wasn't that of someone who wanted peace. I stepped even closer. "Adamo, if you need help, you can always come to us. You know we'd die for you." "I know," Adamo said. "Remo almost did. Remember?" Giggling sounded, and Nevio staggered toward us, falling down twice before he finally bumped into Adamo's legs. Adamo smiled and ruffled his hair. "Hey, kiddo." It was strange to see him like that. No longer the kid he always was for my brothers and me, but grown and angry and jaded. So much like the teenage Remo, it worried me. Nevio raised his arms and Adamo shook his head. "Go to Nino." I picked up Nevio and held him with one arm. Adamo motioned toward the ark. "Kiara is trying to get us to come over. Why don't you go ahead? I need to go to the bathroom." I narrowed my eyes, having a feeling that he wouldn't join us any time soon. I decided to give him the space he needed and headed toward my wife and the others. When I stopped beside them, Kiara gave me a worried look. "Everything okay?" I nodded, not wanting to burden her with this. She had enough to deal with because of her problems to conceive. "He's been pulling back," Fabiano said, watching Adamo. Savio grimaced. "He changed." Adamo disappeared inside the mansion. I should tell Remo about Adamo's new habit to burn himself. However, Remo had a certain way of dealing with problems that might not help in Adamo's situation. Keeping a secret from him and from Kiara wasn't something I liked to do, but maybe it was for the best, until I knew exactly what we were dealing with.
Kiara. A couple of days after the wedding, Serafina, Leona, and I poured ourselves glasses of champagne and settled on the sun chairs. We still had a few leftover bottles from the wedding, and now that Fabiano had asked for Leona's hand, we had reason to celebrate. "I still can't believe he asked me to marry him," Leona whispered, beaming at the diamond ring on her finger. "The wedding seemed to motivate him," Serafina said with a smile. I raised my glass. "See? I told you he would ask." Within the first hour, we started our second bottle, and somehow we ended up talking about sex. The alcohol helped lower our inhibitions, though Serafina was definitely the one with the least problems to discuss those matters, which wasn't that strange considering who she was married to. Being around Remo all the time, you just got desensitized. "What was the strangest place where you've had sex?" Serafina asked over her glass, her eyes glowing with mischief. Leona considered that with pursed lips. "The fight cage in the Camorra gym? Or maybe in Fabiano's car on our favorite hill?" Serafina took a sip. "Fight cage, that sounds thrilling." She drew her lower lip between her teeth with a small smile. I had a feeling Remo would soon get another reason why he loved the cage. "And you?" I asked her, feeling tipsy and warm. "During our runs in the canyon, in the pool, in an elevator, in the alley behind the sugar trap?" but my favorite was in the gardens here, she said with a small laugh. That's not very daring, Leona said. Serafina gave me an apologetic smile, and I wondered what it meant. When I was still a captive, Ramo and I made out under your bedroom window, while you and Nino... Leona's mouth fell open, and she clapped a palm over it with a giggle. Acute embarrassment washed over me. Really? Serafina gave a small nod. Oh, God, what did you hear? I shook my head. No, don't tell me. How embarrassing. I think the ones who should be embarrassed are Ramo and Fina for spying on you, Leona said with a laugh. As if Ramo would be embarrassed about that, I muttered. I nudged Serafina's knee. How can I face him again, knowing you listened to us? It was a long time ago, Serafina said, and clinked her glass against mine. And from what I heard, you're a lucky girl. She laughed at my expression. Had she heard when Nino had gone down on me? He likes to travel to down under, Leona said, her cheeks flushing even as she giggled. I drank the rest of my champagne. Don't Fabiano and Ramo? I shot back, trying to pay them back, but they weren't as shy about these topics as me, especially Serafina. Oh, Ramo loves it. Fabiano as well, Leona said with a conspiratorial smile. I let myself fall back on the sun chair and stared up at the sky. I was torn between laughter and acute mortification. Serafina nudged my thigh. Come on, no reason to be embarrassed. It's good that we have men who know how to make us happy, right? Right. I sat up. Serafina smiled. Okay, I'll tell you about another place to distract you. I swear, if you and Ramo had sex in our bed, I'm going to freak. She shook her head. We had sex on Savio's flamingo. I burst out laughing. I've always wondered how that works, Leona mused. You can't really be both up there without the thing turning over. Serafina filled our glasses again, emptying the bottle. Luckily, there was a third one in the cooler waiting for us. I had a feeling I'd need more alcohol. Okay, we had a form of sex on there. It's really comfy relaxing in that thing with your feet dipping into the pool while the guy is dipping his tongue into your pool. Champagne shot out of my nose when I snort-laughed, my skin heating. TMI, Fina! Leona was grabbing the edge of her sun chair so she didn't fall off as she giggled and sloshed alcohol everywhere. Does Savio know? Leona asked. I doubt he'd care, I said. The flamingo has seen a lot, from what I hear. Serafina shrugged. We cleaned it afterward, so... I clamped a hand over my eyes, unable to believe the turn our conversation had taken. A few years ago, something like this would have been impossible for me. What about you, Kiara? What's the freakiest place where you had sex? I peered at Serafina through my fingers, then lowered them slowly, sending her an embarrassed smile. I ran my fingers along the rim of the glass as I contemplated how little I'd done so far. We hadn't ventured out of our bedroom often so far. We made out in the shower of the changing room in Roger's arena once, and in the pool, I said. But that's it. I think Nino's holding back for me. Serafina pursed her lips. Then you'll have to show him that you want to be more adventurous. I can really recommend doing it somewhere in nature or try the flamingo. I shoved my glass toward her. I need more alcohol. We had finished the third bottle and had moved on to a peppermint schnapps Serafina had discovered somewhere in the back of the bar when the men found us. By then, we were completely trashed. Ramo was carrying Greta and Nevio and cocked his eyebrows when he saw us.
I see you found Savio's secret stash of schnapps.
I took a gulp from my glass and shuddered from the taste. Disgusting. It tastes like toothpaste. Then I laughed, and Serafina and Leona joined in.
That didn't stop you from emptying the bottle, I see,
Nino said, lifting the schnapps bottle. Fabiano walked over to Leona and helped her to her feet. She fell into his arms, grinning. "We talked about traveling down under." Fabiano frowned, and he glanced at Remo, then Nino, who shrugged.
Maybe next year?
Serafina and I burst out laughing. "I hope you head down under more than once a year," Serafina teased. Realization crossed Fabiano's face, and he cocked an eyebrow.
"Come on, Leona. I'm in the mood for some traveling."
Remo shook his head. Nevio was babbling and laughing, determined to be in on the fun even if he had no clue what it was. Greta, as usual, watched everything with her quiet scrutiny.
"I guess I should try to get our little monsters to sleep. You're probably randy as fuck after all the sex talk,"
Remo said, and gave Serafina his twisted smile. She pushed to her feet, swayed, then managed to make her way over to her husband and twins. "I'm in the mood for a bit of down-under traveling, too." They disappeared, and I stumbled to my feet, but plopped back down on the chair again. Nino came over, and I smiled up at him. Slowly, my eyes traveled the length of his body, the way his shirt hugged his muscles, and my core tightened with need. Nino bent over me, grabbing my waist to pull me to my feet. I grabbed his neck and kissed him. He responded, but he was restrained. I pulled back. "I want you." He searched my eyes.
"You're very drunk."
"I always want you. I don't need to be sober for it. This isn't a first date," I joked. I cupped him through his pants, kneading lightly and feeling him harden under my touch. Nino's mouth twitched.
"I see alcohol lowers your inhibitions."
"Does it bother you if I'm like this?" I asked, and didn't stop rubbing him, enjoying how quickly he responded to me, how eager he was for me. Nino got down on his haunches, leaving me no choice but to release him.
"No. I'm glad that you're finally confident enough to say what you want and act on your desires."
He wrapped one arm around my waist and leaned closer as his other hand slipped under my skirt and began stroking me. I was already wet and aching for him. I looked towards the house, wondering how much of this would be visible from the windows. This part of the pool area wasn't as hidden as the pool itself. I didn't see anyone, but the risk remained. Most of it would be shielded by Nino's broad back, though. Nino followed my gaze.
"Should I stop and continue inside?"
I shook my head quickly. "No." His mouth twitched, and he slowly pushed 2 fingers into me. I gasped at the delicious stretch as he thrust into me. "Fina told me that she and Remo listened in on us having sex once," I said between moans, curious about Nino's reaction, and surprised when he only nodded.
"I know. Remo told me, and I heard them through the open window."
My eyes widened. "You knew they were listening and you didn't stop?"
"I didn't care, but I knew you would, so I didn't tell you."
"Oh God, please kick Remo's ass next time he tries something like that." Nino thrust into me again.
"I'll let him know your feelings on the matter."
I moaned, then shook my head. No, don't. I'd rather he forget it ever happened." Nino nodded, his eyes focused on his fingers, and my toes began to curl at his hungry look. My release hit me and my arms gave out. I fell back on the chair, moaning and giggling, completely overwhelmed and also increasingly dizzy. Nino's head appeared above me.
"I think that's it for now."
"What about you?"
"Tomorrow,"
he murmured and picked me up gently. I nodded groggily against his chest. Then my vision turned black. Chapter 18. Kiara. I had the headache of my life. Every time light met my eyes, a sharp pain slashed through my brain. Holding my temple, I stumbled out of the bedroom. Nino was already gone. I guessed for his morning swim because it was already 10. When I stepped into the kitchen, Serafina was hunched over the table, looking like a zombie. She barely glanced up and gave me a weak smile. I tried to return the gesture, but only managed a grimace. Ramo's mouth pulled into his twisted grin. Nevio and Greta were busy picking at the food cubes on the plates in front of them. I trudged toward the coffee maker and poured myself a long black. For once, no milk or sugar. Making my way over to the table, I clung to my cup as if it was my lifeline. I'd never felt like this, and I definitely would never drink as much again. It had felt good to let loose yesterday, but the morning after... Nevio let out a happy screech when I sat down, and I whimpered at the twinge the sound caused in my brain. "Shh," Serafina murmured, half pleading. Ramo chuckled.
You two look like death warmed over.
Neither of us reacted.
I hope you don't expect me to make breakfast. I can't cook, and I have no intention of learning it.
I glanced up. Maybe you should.
Nope. That's the perk of being capo,
he said, then smiled dangerously.
Serafina mentioned she finally told you about us listening in.
Ramo, Serafina hissed, then groaned and touched her head. I told you not to mention it. I shouldn't have. My cheeks heated and I grimaced. Don't talk about it. Ramo leaned forward.
Next time I'll give you a signal so you know what's going on.
I raised a warning finger. Don't you dare. Keep your nose out of my bedroom. Ramo would have said something else to embarrass me further. Luckily, Savio, Nino, and Adamo were drawn into the kitchen by the scent of coffee, and they all settled around the table. Nino regarded me closely.
How do you feel?
Horrible. Nino watched me a moment longer.
Cause and effect.
I really love you, but that's making me want to hit you with a spoon. Surprise flashed in Nino's eyes.
Keep your kinky dominatrix shit in your bedroom, all right?
Savio said, a bit too loudly. Can you tone it down? Serafina muttered. Savio grinned.
What? Don't tell me you've got a headache.
This time he spoke even louder.
Don't we get any breakfast?
Adamo asked after a moment.
Our resident cook is nursing a hangover,
Ramo said.
I'll make omelet,
Nino said and got up. I sent him a grateful smile. Ramo was trying to feed Greta pureed carrots while Nevio fed himself. He hated it when someone tried to feed him with a spoon, so eventually we'd just given up and put a selection of cubed veggies, meat, and fruit down in front of him so he could choose what to eat. Sipping at my coffee, I watched Ramo with Nevio and Greta. How patient he was, even when Nevio acted like a little monster. Ramo noticed my gaze and raised his eyebrows, and I just smiled. He didn't like it when people saw his softer side. A few minutes later, Nino came over with a huge pan filled with scrambled eggs.
I thought we'd get omelet,
said Savio.
If you're not satisfied with the provided food, you're free to cook for yourself,
Nino drawled. Savio held out his plate.
I see we're all in a bad mood this morning.
I stifled a laugh, then winced. Despite my protest, Nino put some eggs on my plate as well.
You need to eat.
I sighed, then picked up the spoon and pushed a bite into my mouth. Everything tasted stale this morning. After returning the empty pan to the stove, Nino set down Tylenol and a big glass of apple juice in front of me.
This might help.
He sank down beside me. Nino squeezed my thigh gently, and I forced the painkillers and a large gulp of juice down my throat.
When did you come home last night?
Nino asked Adamo. Dark shadows spread under his eyes, and he smelled faintly of smoke and beer.
Around 4. Tomorrow's school. I don't want you out all night again. It's almost the end of the school year. Holidays will start soon. It's not like anything exciting is happening.
Adamo mumbled, clinging to his coffee cup.
Savio's partying all the time. Savio's not in school and never gets shit-faced,
Ramo said sharply. Greta peered up at him, her mouth smeared with puree, ignoring the spoon Serafina now held out to her.
Savio's also of age,
Savio said, rolling his eyes.
Man, you look like shit. Even worse than our two beauties over there. I just had some fun,
Adamo said defensively. Nino frowned.
You can have fun, but you need to know your limits and not constantly cross them.
Serafina and I exchanged a look. We hadn't set the best example last night, but it was only the second time we'd gotten drunk.
All right,
Adamo grumbled, raising my suspicions. Usually he was more confrontational with these matters. Remo narrowed his eyes. Greta leaned forward and made grabby hands for one of Nevio's avocado pieces. Nevio picked it up and held it up so Greta could grab it. The piece was smashed between their hands, but Greta brought the green mash to her face and stuffed her fingers into her mouth. I can't stand the cuteness, I whispered. Savio's lips curled.
I guess table manners don't matter anymore.
Serafina rolled her eyes, then kissed Greta's head. You'd rather eat what Nevio has? Greta didn't reply, and when Remo held out a piece of steamed carrot to her, she took it and shoved it into her mouth, then grinned. By the end of breakfast, both Nevio and Greta had food all over their faces and hair, but looked sated and happy. After that, Nino and Remo left for a meeting with Stefano, who was in town, while Serafina and I tried to clean the mess the kids had caused while they played on their blanket on the floor. I leaned against the counter and watched the two, how they interacted, peacefully sharing their toys, how Nevio quieted when it was only him and Greta. The constant longing became more prominent, and I squashed it. Some things took time. It was mid-June when I was on my way to take a swim. I'd come to love getting in a workout in the pool early in the morning like Nino, and it helped me relax. Spotting Adamo leaning against the wall all by himself, I went over to him. Adamo's eyes were almost feverish as I settled beside him. I guessed he'd only just returned from wherever he'd spent the night. He'd been even more withdrawn since the wedding. Maybe seeing Samuel had done something to him after all. He took another drag from his cigarette before he glanced at me. It took his gaze several seconds to fully focus on me. He had taken something. The look in his eyes could only be from drugs, and I didn't think it was only weed. Adamo?
Yeah,
he croaked. What's wrong? You can tell me. You know you can trust me. He nodded toward the burn scars on his forearm. It was the first I'd seen him with short sleeves in a while, and my stomach tightened when I saw the many small cigarette burns that hadn't been there before.
I can't forget it. I dream about it every single night. About the helplessness, the agony, and worst, the unrestrained hatred in their eyes. They wanted to destroy me in the most brutal way possible, only because I was a Falcone.
My throat became dry. This was probably the first time he admitted it aloud. Because they knew it would break Remo. Adamo nodded.
Sometimes I catch myself staring into Fina's eyes just to summon the memories of that day. They are like Samuel's, and close enough to Dante's.
Oh, God. What was I supposed to say to that? Adamo avoided Serafina, but for this reason I hadn't expected. Why do you try to remember?
Because I can't forget. It gives me a sense of control when I choose the moment the memories arise.
I understand, I whispered. He tossed away the cigarette.
I thought I was different. I tried to tell myself that I was, but I'm not.
What do you mean?
I want revenge. I want to make them bleed, even if I know it's not going to change a thing, only lead to more violence, to more misery.
He ran a shaking hand through his hair. What did you take?
What?
You were high, I said quietly. I could see his defenses coming up. Adamo had learned to keep secrets, and I worried how many he hid behind his mask. Adamo stood.
Nobody in the Camorra would sell me drugs, Kiara. How could I be high?
I saw you buy something from those guys at the club.
He shook his head. That was a one-time thing. When they found out who I was, they refused to sell me anything.
That was likely the truth, but he was lying now anyway. He had taken something. Adamo, your brothers love you. I rose and touched his arm. Don't let what happened break you. Don't let it change you. You are the kindest man I know.
I'm not kind.
He grasped my upper arms in a tight grip, his eyes flashing with despair even as they went out of focus. If he didn't get drugs from the Camorra, the only other options were the Bratva, the cartel, or a local MC, and that was utter insanity. Las Vegas was firmly in Camorra hands. It meant he had to get his supplies when he was allowed to race in other states.
I'm not kind,
he repeated, his fingers tightening further. You're hurting me. Adamo's gaze darted to his hands and he jerked away from me, shaking his head over and over again.
I'm sorry. I'm messing everything up.
He backed away slowly, a look of plain guilt on his face, and then he turned, ran away, and disappeared around the corner of the house. I'd sworn to Adamo that our conversations would stay confidential. It was why he'd opened up to me at all. Could I keep this from his brothers and everyone else? Should I? I closed my eyes. I'd wait a few days before I made a decision. The next day, I was on my way to my swim, but froze in the threshold to the communal space, surprised to find Nino in the gaming room with the twins. I thought he was already swimming his laps. Maybe Serafina had asked him to watch the twins while she got ready. I paused in the doorway. He sat on the sofa with Nevio beside him. Greta stumbled closer, her dark eyes fixing on the book in Nino's lap. She held onto his knee, still not as steady on her legs as her twin. Nevio had already lost interest in the pages and was palming Nino's tattoos again, babbling in obvious delight. Nino watched Greta closely. She tried to catch a glimpse at the book, but was too small until Nino lifted the book in her direction, which in turn made Nevio unhappy, resulting in a warning cry that could very well lead to a full-blown screaming session.
If I pick you up, you and Nevio can both see the book,
Nino explained calmly. Greta peered at him with those huge eyes, melting my heart with her adorableness. Nino lowered his arms, moving slowly to give her time before he slid one hand under her nappy-clad bum, while the other steadied her back. He lifted her off the floor, eyes focused on her face as if he worried she'd start bawling any moment. For a long time, Remo had been the only one she accepted. Now that Savio had been allowed to hold her, it seemed that she'd grown to trust the men in this family. She remained quiet, and her expression made it clear that she wasn't too enthused about the situation yet. Nino cradled her in his arm and pointed at the book. Of course, Nevio immediately climbed on top of him as well, and as I watched, eventually both Greta and Nevio settled on Nino's lap, while he quietly explained the images to them. My heart felt so full, I wasn't sure how it didn't burst, and soon traitorous tears gathered in my eyes. Serafina appeared beside me and hugged me. You'll have this soon, too. You and Nino deserve to be parents. I nodded and didn't dare to say anything from fear of bawling. Maybe it was time to stop pretending everything would be fine and make a doctor's appointment. For some reason, I was scared of finding out what was wrong, if something was wrong. The idea that it had something to do with my past terrified me. I came out of the bathroom, ready for bed, where Nino was already waiting for me.
Kiara.
Nino's voice was off and made me turn around to him. He sat up slowly in bed, his eyes flickering with something fierce and harsh, something terrifying. I followed his keen eyes to my upper arms and felt the color drain from my face. Adamo must have gripped me even harder than I thought, considering the bluish fingerprints blooming on my skin. Nino got out of bed, his body tense and predatory as he stalked toward me. He traced my bruises with his fingertips, making me wonder how his touch could be this gentle when there was murder in his eyes.
Who did this?
Nino, I began, unsure what to tell him, how to tell him anything without breaking Adamo's trust, and wondering if maybe there was no other way to save the youngest Falcone brother.
Who hurt you?
Nino rasped, and the fury in his eyes, albeit not directed at me, sent a stab of fear through me. It's nothing, I smiled, even as my face felt stiff with the forced emotion. I reached for my bathrobe, desperate to cover up the bruises and banish the brutality from Nino's expression, but he wouldn't have it. He curled his fingers around my hand, stopping me.
Who hurt you?
His eyes beckoned me to reveal the truth, but to what outcome? He didn't mean to hurt me. It was an accident. I swallowed because Nino's mouth pulled into a scary smile.
An accident?
He cupped my face, kissing my mouth sweetly, lovingly.
Who did it? Don't you trust me?
I trusted Nino with my life, knowing I was safe with him. But with the same certainty, I knew no one else was. He didn't mean it. He's hurting.
Adamo.
Nino breathed, closing his eyes, and the gentleness slipped off his face. He released my cheeks and stormed out of the room. Nino! I stumbled after him, but he was running too fast. Nino, don't! Adamo wasn't in his room, which was even messier than in the past. Without stopping, Nino whirled around and stormed downstairs. I managed to catch up to him when he halted for a moment in the doorway to the gaming room. Savio was on the couch, and so was Adamo for once, a fight running on the big screen. Remo looked over from where he was pummeling the boxing sack.
What the fuck?
He didn't get further. Nino advanced toward Adamo, who was stretched out on the sofa, gripped him by the throat, and thrust him to the floor. Nino, don't! Please! I rushed toward him, trying to stop him. Nino was kneeling over Adamo, fingers digging into his throat, a look of stark brutality on his face. The muscles in his naked back flexed, making the phoenix and the flames come alive.
You hurt Kiara?
Nino grated at Adamo. Remo saw my bruises. He asked harshly,
Nino?
Adamo's head turned red under Nino's choking hold. He made no move to defend himself, only stared up at his brother with eyes full of misery, looking almost desperate for Nino to end what he'd begun. Maybe Remo saw it too, because for an instant his expression flickered with a look he only ever showed when their mother was mentioned. Then he grabbed Nino's shoulder and pulled.
Nino, stop this shit.
Nino didn't unfasten his hold until Savio grabbed his second arm and both he and Remo tore at him. Nino released Adamo and let Remo drag him to his feet while Savio checked his younger brother.
You okay?
Adamo didn't react. He stayed on the floor, massaging his throat. His eyes came to rest on me, taking in my upper arms, and once more his expression twisted with guilt.
I'm sorry, Kiara.
I know, I said softly. I made my way over to Nino, whose shoulder Remo was still gripping hard, and touched his chest. After several moments, Nino tore his gaze away from Adamo and faced me, and as always the anger disappeared in favor of something gentle. I'm okay, all right? Adamo didn't mean to hurt me.
What happened?
Remo asked his brother and me. Adamo sat up slowly, and keeping a close eye on Nino, he dared to stand.
It was an accident.
Nino took a step in his direction.
That's an excuse someone who hasn't fought most of his life could use. Someone who wasn't familiar with violence and pain. But you, like me, don't cause pain by accident, Adamo. Not everyone is as good at giving pain as you, at controlling how you dish it out,
Adamo muttered.
I want to know what happened.
Remo snapped, forcing me to meet his harsh gaze. Nino moved between us, pushing Remo away. "That's enough," I said, sidestepping Nino to face Remo. "Nino, you know Remo won't hurt me." Remo smiled without humor.
"Why did Adamo leave bruises on your arm?"
Adamo regarded me with trepidation, fearing what I'd reveal. What would be the consequences? Remo had made it clear that he wouldn't tolerate Adamo taking drugs. But Adamo did. And not just that, he was getting them from our enemies. It couldn't be any other way.
"That look you're sharing? I don't like it one fucking bit,"
Remo growled, touching my arm to bring my attention back to him. "It was an accident." Nino made a small sound in the back of his throat, looking at me as if I was betraying him.
"Bullshit,"
Remo said.
"One of you is going to spill the fucking beans or I'll seriously lose my shit."
Steps rang out and Serafina appeared with the twins on her arm. She frowned at the scene in front of her.
"You better leave. We have something to discuss,"
Nino said, and Remo nodded. Serafina's eyes darted from me to Adamo, who gave her a small smile, and all I could think about was that he looked at her to remind himself of the torture he'd suffered. She turned with a last questioning look at Remo and left.
"The fucking truth. Now,"
Remo said to me. "I told you everything." Remo's mouth thinned, and he exchanged a look with Nino, who stood completely still.
"Kiara,"
Remo said in warning.
"I'm still capo, and I want the truth from you."
"I won't say more than I did. If you want to get more information out of me, you'll have to use your fancy torturing skills."
"Yeah, right. With those fucking doe eyes of yours looking at me like a broken puppy. You know as well as I do that Nino and I can't hurt a single of your unruly hairs."
I knew Nino couldn't hurt me, and I'd always suspected that Remo would at least hesitate before hurting me. But hearing him admit he was incapable of inflicting me pain filled me with warmth. To think that I'd been terrified of becoming a Falcone, of my marriage to Nino, when it had given me a man who loved me, and brothers that meant more to me than my blood relatives. And right now, those brothers were on the verge of attacking each other. Savio looked taken aback by everything. Remo walked up to Adamo.
"Then you'll have to open your fucking mouth instead." "I told you. It was an accident. If you don't believe me, why don't you finish what Danilo began and burn off the rest of my tattoo?"
Adamo shoved his forearm toward Remo. The upper part of the tattoo with the knife handle and part of the eye was gone, replaced by gnarly burn scars. It gave the rest of the eye that remained a sad, droopy look. Remo stiffened.
"You made an oath to me. You owe me the truth." "Remo saved you twice, Adamo. Maybe you should be grateful,"
Nino said coldly. It hurt to see the brothers like this, to see them hurting. I wasn't sure if the truth would help them. I couldn't imagine how it could. Adamo's drug use would put Remo in an impossible position, especially if my suspicions were true.
"Maybe he shouldn't have saved me,"
Adamo said angrily, then shoved past Savio, grabbed car keys from the sideboard, and rushed outside.
"What the fuck?"
Savio exclaimed. Remo and Nino both looked at me, and my stomach sank.
"Does it have something to do with the cigarette burns?"
Nino asked me. Remo and Savio stared at him.
"What burns?"
Remo snarled. Savio sank down on the armrest of the sofa. Nino touched my arms.
"Kiara."
I closed my eyes. He's not over what happened with the outfit. He's dreaming about it and looking for an outlet. I didn't mention Serafina's eyes, not wanting to make her feel guilty.
"He's back to drugs,"
Remo said in a low voice. Of course, he'd figure it out. I looked at him and nodded. Nino shook his head, frustrated.
"I want answers,"
Remo said.
"What cigarette burns and where does Adamo get the fucking drugs?" "I caught Adamo putting out a cigarette on his forearm. He claims he doesn't feel it because of the scar tissue,"
Nino explained.
"Shit,"
Savio muttered. Ramo's face was terrifying, full of fury and cold determination.
Who's selling him drugs?
The intensity of his gaze caused me to shudder. I don't know. He told me no one in the Camorra would sell him any. Nino and Remo exchanged a look. Maybe the Bratva?
Do you really think he'd be that stupid to approach our enemies?
Savio asked.
Drugs make people do stupid things.
Remo growled.
Maybe he knows people at the races who help him.
What are you going to do?
We're going to find the people who sell him the drugs and kill them,
Nino said simply. And with Adamo?
We'll make sure he stays in his room and goes cold turkey. I won't have him ruin his life with drugs,
Remo said.
I'd rather lock him up until he's clean than have him die from this shit. I'll go looking for him. I know a few places where he likes to hang, but I'll start with CJ's place,
Savio said, getting to his feet and leaving. Serafina poked her head in again, looking concerned. She carried Greta. Can I come in? Remo nodded, still glaring at the floor. Greta's being fussy. She doesn't want to sleep. She seems to need closeness tonight. Serafina scanned Remo's face. Why don't you take her for a bit? Nevio's just fallen asleep and I'm worried she'll wake him. Remo nodded again, slowly, and moved over to his wife. He kissed her, then took Greta, who immediately clung to him. Serafina whispered something, but Remo shook his head. She touched his arm briefly, then headed back up.
Come on,
Nino murmured to me. Before we left, I saw Remo stretch out on the sofa with Greta sprawled out on his chest, beaming at him with her huge eyes. He smiled and stroked her back.
He'll be all right,
Nino said quietly as he led me away. I know. And you?
I will be too. Adamo will be all right. We'll help him. Once his dealers are dead and he's clean, we can do something about the memories.
We settled in our bed, me on my back and Nino leaning over me, his eyes tracing my upper arms. He leaned down and kissed my bruises.
I can't stand seeing you being hurt.
I'm fine, Nino. It hurts me more seeing you and your brothers argue with each other. So please don't be mad at Adamo.
I'm not. Not anymore. My brothers and I will always be there for each other. Nothing will change that. Remo won't allow it, nor will I.
Chapter 19. Nino. So, what? You're going to keep me locked in here forever? Adamo said. A captive in my own home? Since Savio had brought him home 2 nights ago, we'd kept a close eye on our youngest brother, and he was already showing withdrawal symptoms. Erratic movements, perspiration, shaking fingers. He must have been taking the shit longer than anyone expected. You'll stay here until we're sure you're clean, I said calmly. Adamo glared. Why can't I stay in my room at least? Because there aren't bars in front of your window and we don't want to have them installed. Adamo shook his head, looking around the room in Remo's wing. It was where Remo used to keep Serafina. This is ridiculous. You can't treat me like this. Remo staggered toward him and got in his face. You know what I'd do to any other soldier who takes drugs and doesn't tell me where he got them, so maybe you should shut the fuck up. If you tell us who gave you the drugs, it would make things easier. For whom? Adamo crossed his arms with a bitter smile. Remo released a harsh breath, and then his smile turned dangerous. All right, then don't tell us. We'll just talk to CJ and ask her. You spent a lot of time with her. I assume she knows quite a bit. Adamo turned pale. No, leave her out of it. Remo's smile widened further. I can't do that. Considering I'm her capo, she should have told me everything, but she didn't. That's betrayal. No! Adamo shouted and threw himself at Remo, aiming a punch at him. Remo blocked him, twisted his arm around, and threw him face first to the floor, then knelt on his back. Never raise your fist against me again. Fuck you, Adamo rasped, his face turning red. Adamo, I said in an imploring tone as I crouched before him. You need to stop this. The drugs are messing with you. Remo and I only want to help you. Don't hurt CJ. Hurt me. I have a feeling hurting you won't bring us any closer to the truth, right? I murmured. Pain won't make you talk anymore. You never tried. Just do it. Remo released him and got up with a snarl. Shut up. You know we won't torture you. Why can't you just let me make my own decisions? If I want to ruin my life with drugs, then let me. Remo glared. I won't give you up, not ever. I'll torture anyone to get the info on those fuckers who sold you the shit. I want you to return to who you were. I won't, Adamo said quietly, rolling onto his back. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm not him anymore. Maybe I never was. Remo swallowed hard, his mouth setting in a hard line. He bent over Adamo, gripping his forearm with the burns. Then become someone stronger. Those fuckers who tortured you, don't give them power even after they're done. Get angry. Get brutal. I don't give a fuck, but get the fucking torture out of your head. Move on. It's the past. Adamo smiled strangely. If it were that easy, you and Nino wouldn't still act like our mother wasn't alive. Remo jerked upright. He was on the verge. I gripped his shoulder. Adamo, there are two options. You tell us who sold you the drugs, or Remo and I will question CJ. Adamo glared, but worry flickered in his eyes. Maybe Adamo thought he was like us, had become like us, but he was still kinder than Remo and I would ever be. Don't give us that look, Remo said in a low voice. I won't have you deal with potentially dangerous dealers who could use you and your drug addiction to get back to us, to our family. Adamo scoffed. Remo took a step toward him again but stopped himself. You sure you wouldn't give them the safety codes if they didn't sell you the drugs you crave so desperately? Can you look into my fucking eyes and swear you wouldn't act recklessly for another high? Can you? Remo laughed darkly when Adamo remained silent. That's what I thought. I won't risk Greta and Nevio's lives, or Serafina's, or Savio's, or Kiara's, or Nino's. Or yours. Ever. If I have to torture a whore so you give me the info I need, I'll do it without a fucking flicker of remorse. Then he nodded toward me. And believe me, Nino wouldn't even blink dismembering anyone to guarantee Kiara's safety. Adamo pushed himself into a sitting position. I would never give away our codes, not even for drugs. Tell us who sold you the shit. Adamo lowered his eyes. There are these guys at the races. They're taking stuff themselves. I pay them double so they buy for me as well. They know who you are? Remo asked. Adamo nodded. Everyone knows who I am. Remo turned around and stalked out. Names, and if you know where to find them, I demanded. Kay and Josh. They're always staying with the main race crew in the camp. I held out my hand to Adamo and he took it. Back on his feet, he sighed. I really tried to stay away from drugs, but the weed, it made things better. And then one of these guys said the heroin would make it even easier. Nothing that's worth anything comes easy, Adamo. You are right. Remo and I, we sometimes still struggle with the past, but we still move on because we have people who rely on us. And you have too. We rely on you. We need you as part of our family, so face your fears without drugs. Adamo didn't say anything. I'm going to lock you in for now. Later, when someone's here to keep an eye on you, you can move around the house. He sank down on the bed, and I left. Remo was still in the hallway when I stepped out, leaning against the wall and looking murderous. We'll have to set an example. Get it into people's head that they need to stop selling the shit to him. Let me and Fabiano handle it. You stay here with your kids. Keep an eye on things. You still think Samuel might use the info he gathered while being here for the wedding? For an attack? I shook my head. I think he won't risk anything with his sister being around, but I think you should stay here. I know you believe you have to protect us all, but Fabiano and I can handle this. Remo didn't like it, but he had his twins to think about, and throwing himself into every conflict had to stop. I could see how hard he took Adamo's drug addiction. All right, he said slowly, but you'll make sure everyone gets the message. I gave him a look, and he bared his teeth in a harsh laugh. Yeah, you'll do that. I'll go and search for Fabiano and tell Kiara that I'm leaving, then we'll head out. I crossed the gardens to Fabiano's house. Leona was stretched out on one of the sun chairs and reading. She sat up when she saw me approach.
Something happen?
I need Fabiano for a mission.
He's in the gym, working out.
I nodded, but before I went inside, I said, Serafina, Savio, and the twins are at the pool. Why don't you join them? Surprise crossed her face.
I will. Thank you.
I nodded, then headed into the living room. Fabiano's house was smaller than ours and didn't have any wings, but was still a huge building. The gym was down the corridor, and when I stepped in, Fabiano was doing bench presses. Shouldn't you be more vigilant? Recognized your steps. He put the barbell bar into the safety rack above his head, then sat up and wiped the sweat from his face and chest. Adamo? I nodded. He gave us names. When do you want to leave? Fabiano asked as he stood. As soon as possible. Will Remo be coming? No. He should stay here and keep an eye on things. How long will we be gone? Always efficient when it was about a mission. That what I appreciated about Fabiano. Overnight, maybe 2. The camp's currently stationed near Sacramento. All right. Give me 15 minutes to grab a quick shower and pack a few things. With a short nod, I went back to our mansion to look for Kiara. I found her at her piano, but she wasn't playing anything, only frowning at her fingers on the keys. I sat down beside her. What's the matter? Nothing, she said slowly, then gave me a small smile. I caressed her upper arm with the bruises. She wasn't telling the truth. Given her cycle, she was supposed to get her period 2 days ago. We'd slept together this morning, and she definitely hadn't bled. I have to leave for Sacramento to handle a few things.
Did Adamo tell you who sold him the drugs?
He did. I didn't say more, and Kiara didn't ask, merely nodded. She knew what needed to happen.
How is he?
We locked him into the secure room. He'll only be allowed outside if Savio or Remo are around to keep watch.
Is that really necessary?
I brought her wrist to my mouth and kissed it. We don't know how long Adamo's been taking heroin, or what else he's taken. We might find out in Sacramento. But if his addiction is serious, which I fear it is, he might do something stupid trying to get them.
I really hope he can get past this.
He will. I searched her eyes for a hint that Kiara needed me. Will you be okay?
Of course. You need to handle this. I'll be fine. I am.
I kissed her slowly, trying to decide if I should ask Savio to go in my stead.
I am fine,
she said firmer.
Go. Handle things.
Kiara. I watched Nino and Fabiano drive off, then returned into the house. Serafina was on the terrace with the twins and Leona, and Remo and Savio were in the gaming room, discussing Adamo. For a moment, I considered going outside, distracting myself from the nagging thought that wouldn't leave me for 2 days. Only 2 days. My period was overdue for only 2 days, and yet I couldn't stop thinking about it, even if it had never meant anything in the past. I wanted it to mean something, to mean that I was finally pregnant. At some point, it just had to work. It had to. I touched my belly and shook my head. Crossing the entrance hall, I locked myself in the guest bathroom with one of my pregnancy tests from my stash. 10 minutes later, I stared down at this small window as disappointment shattered my heart into tiny splinters. Not pregnant. Again. I felt sick and desperate, Trying to hold back tears, I stumbled out of the guest bathroom and toward the gaming room to fix myself a drink at the bar. I hardly ever drank hard liquor, but right then I wanted to numb my sadness. Luckily, Savio and Remo were no longer in there. They'd likely joined the rest on the terrace. Reaching for the first bottle I could get my hands on, I poured myself a generous glass and managed to down half of it before I started to cough. Tears finally burst forth, and I wasn't sure if they were because of the alcohol or because of the hollowness in my chest. This crushing feeling that the one thing I wanted most wouldn't come easy for me, or at all. Remo came into view, coming in from the garden. I quickly wiped my eyes and rushed away, wanting to drown in my misery, but his steps sounded behind me, and eventually I gave up escaping because it was futile anyway. Remo never gave up, and I was tired of running. Sniffling, I leaned against the wall and slowly slid to the floor. His legs came into view, but he didn't say anything. I could imagine him watching me. "Since you hate extensive displays of emotions, you should leave. It'll only get worse from here." Even to my own ears, I sounded bitter. Remo sank down across from me, holding my half-full glass. He scanned my face and looked at the pregnancy test in my hand. I hadn't even realized that I was still clutching it like a memorial of my failure to conceive. I held it out to him so he could see the result. "You'd think it would get easier. The disappointment after getting your hopes too high once more." Remo took a sip from my drink, then swirled it in the glass. "That was mine."
You left it standing there. It's a limited edition Don Papa rum that costs a fortune. I'm not leaving it there so Adamo can desecrate it into a fucking Cuba Libre."
I choked out a laugh and held out my hand. "I need another sip." Remo handed the glass to me, and I took a large gulp, shuddering at the strength of the alcohol.
Fucking waste of good rum. You hate hard liquor.
"I do," I said, and returned the drink to Remo. "I thought it would help." Remo smiled.
When has alcohol ever helped with anything?
"It can help you forget."
For a few hours, but it lets you crash all the harder when you remember again.
I bit my lip, knowing he was right. Adamo had been trying to cope the same way, and I could see where it had gotten him. "We've been trying for so long." Remo tilted his head in consideration. There was no pity in his eyes, which was good, and why I loved talking to Remo.
Is Nino shooting blanks?
I blinked, still, after all this time, stunned by Remo's directness. "I don't know, but I don't think it's him. It's my fault. I just know it deep down. Something is wrong with me. Maybe I don't deserve to be happy. First my parents, then Durant, and now this." I started gasping in air as despair and sadness crowded in my chest. I couldn't believe I'd said those words aloud. They'd been haunting me for a long time now.
Kiara, stop it.
I couldn't. Remo grabbed my ankle, startling me. My head jerked up. He rarely touched me. I swallowed as I focused on his face.
It's no one's fault, and nothing's fucking wrong with you. Got it?
"It's unfair," I whispered desperately. Remo downed the remaining rum.
Life's fucking unfair. It wants to crush you, but you can't let the bitch win. You've got to force her to play by your rules.
You make it sound so easy, but for me, it's not. You are strong. Nobody could ever force you to do anything. Remo leaned forward, squeezing my ankle.
Do you know how many people dare to tell me the truth to my face? How many don't shit their pants when they're alone with me?
I shook my head. I guess there weren't many. Serafina, his brothers, and Fabiano. Even Leona was still wary around the Camorra Capo.
You are strong in your own way, Kiara. And you are Falcone. The world's yours. If you want a kid, you'll get one.
I laughed. I know you are powerful, but some things are out of your control. You can't kidnap one.
If Nino's shooting blanks, you can have my sperm to get you pregnant.
I choked. Are you being serious? He cocked an eyebrow. I shook my head. You're really being serious? You think Fina would be okay with you being a sperm donor?
We're all family. I want you and Nino to get your wish, and Serafina would understand.
That won't work if it's me.
There's all kind of shit doctors can do nowadays. You and Nino should have a checkup. Once you know what's the problem, you can find a solution.
Maybe there's no solution.
There always is. You can adopt. Might not be the worst idea anyway, considering how messed up Nino and I are.
That's because of your childhood.
Trust me, part of it is inherited.
His mouth curled as if he remembered all the things they'd done over the years. I've been thinking about adoption. I looked at Ramo. But I don't want the kids to be less because they aren't blood relatives.
The only blood I give a fuck about is that of the fuckers who'll treat your kids less for some shitty DNA bullshit, and only because I'll bathe in it after I slit their throats.
I crossed the small space between us and hugged Ramo for the first time in my life. Thank you, I whispered. You are how I wish my brothers could have been. I don't care what people say about you. I love you like a brother. Ramo froze. Then he lightly touched my back, but didn't say anything in return. Not that I had expected him to. I pulled away, clearing my throat and wiping my eyes. Ramo got to his feet and held out his hand.
Come on. Let's join the others at the pool.
I took his hand and allowed him to pull me up. I'm not wearing a bikini.
Then go change. I'll go see if Adamo's in the mood to stop his sulk.
He regarded me a moment longer, then picked up the discarded pregnancy test and walked away. I released a long breath, feeling slightly better. Ramo was right. There was no use pitying myself. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the pool, dressed in my red bikini and a summer dress over it. Serafina and Leona were in the water, each of them pushing the twins around in the pool in small unicorn floats that Serafina had ordered for them. Savio was stretched out lazily on one of the sun chairs, his swim trunks pulled down dangerously low, showing off the upper half of that obnoxious bull tattoo. Savio inched his sunglasses up with a smirk.
Can't take your eyes off my Minotaur, can you?
I grimaced. I still can't believe you let Nino ink that thing into your skin. Savio looked down his six-pack, then lifted his waistband, peering beneath it.
You should see the rest. I think you'd change your mind.
My cheeks flushed. A wet ball flew toward Savio's head and he blocked it with his forearm.
Hey!
Behave, Serafina warned. Savio crossed his arms behind his head, looking entirely too pleased with himself. You love to rile us up, right? I said with a small laugh.
It's more fun than I expected.
I got out of my dress and quickly lowered myself into the pool, uncomfortable in my tiny bikini around men other than Nino. Savio pushed his sunglasses back down.
How about you bake us some of those delicious white chocolate macadamia cookies? I thought you'd get rid of that sweet tooth at some point. How can you stuff your face with all that sugary shit?
Ramo said as he strode toward the pool in swim trunks. There was no sign of Adamo. Savio shrugged.
I need it so I can give the ladies some sugar.
I snorted as I made my way over to Leona, Serafina, and the twins. You are absolutely impossible. Do those pickup lines actually work?
No,
Ramo said at the same time as Savio said,
yes.
Ramo waved him off.
Whatever. I'm surprised you didn't get a fucking lollipop instead of that bull inked above your dick. Would send a clear message. The girls I'm with know what to do with my cock. They don't need a lollipop to remind them. And if they're brain dead, I'll give them pointers. But you need a bull to remind yourself to be an animal in bed or what?
Ramo lowered himself into the pool as well. Leona and Serafina had noticed my red eyes, but I gave them a bright smile, not wanting them to worry.
"Don't worry, I don't need reminding,"
Savio said. His phone beeped, and he took it from the small table beside his sun chair. When I took over from Leona, pushing Greta's floaty around, Remo joined me. "He didn't want to come out?" I asked.
"He's moody. Withdrawal is a shitty thing."
Leona perked up. "If you need me to talk to him, I will. I've gone through so much with my mother, so I get it." Remo's eyes darted to her. She flushed but held his gaze for once.
"Why not?"
he said eventually.
"Tell him a few horror stories. I'm sure you've had plenty."
"Yeah, definitely." Greta beamed at Remo. "Dad," she said in that cute, high voice. Remo took her out of the floaty and she smiled.
"Want to be close to me,
He pressed her to his chest and waded through the water. She looked much more content than in the floaty. Nevio, on the other hand, was kicking up a storm with his tiny feet and squeezing the life out of the unicorn's neck. Serafina pushed him back and forth with a grin. I swam over to her and Nevio as he gurgled with delight. I tipped my wet finger against his nose, causing him to screech with laughter. Leona sat on the edge of the pool, looking relaxed, maybe for the first time without Fabiano being around.
"With those lungs, the kid could be the lead singer of 9 Inch Nails,"
Savio said as he walked over to the edge of the pool, dragging his flamingo float after him. "That thing stays out of the pool," Serafina said. Savio thrust the float into the pool.
"Make me."
He dove in, emerged from the water, and hoisted himself on top of the pink atrocity. With his legs straddling the long neck of the flamingo, he stretched out and sighed. "I feel the irresistible urge to use one of Remo's knives to give that flamingo a cruel end," Serafina whispered in my ear. I stifled laughter. Savio threw us a suspicious look as Serafina made an innocent face. We spent the next couple of hours at the pool, and I felt much better after. When I returned into the bedroom after dinner that night, and curled up alone in our bed, the disappointment caught up with me once more. I missed Nino horribly right then. I had half fallen asleep when my phone beeped. It was close to midnight, and when I checked the message, I smiled despite my burning eyes.
"Good night, Kiara. I'll be back soon. I love you."
Nino wasn't big on messages, especially not to convey his feelings. It was the first time he'd sent me a text saying he loved me. I quickly replied, "I love you too, and I wish I could fall asleep in your arms." I wasn't sure why Nino had sent me those words, or if maybe someone had mentioned my teary breakdown, and it didn't matter. I was just glad for the gesture, knowing he was focused on something else at the moment, something that required him to shut down all his emotions. Holding the phone in my hand, I closed my eyes again. Chapter 20. Kiara. The next evening, I was baking banana bread when Nino entered the kitchen. My stomach burst with relief seeing him, and then my mood fell, realizing I'd have to tell him that it hadn't worked again. Nino came straight toward me and hugged me from behind, kissing my cheek and, when I twisted my head around, my lips.
"It'll work out. We've got time."
"How do you know?" I doubted Remo had run off to tell him the second Nino stepped into the mansion.
"Your expression, and I know it's around the time of your cycle, and you usually do the test."
I sighed. It's impossible to keep secrets from you.
"You don't need to."
"Are you mad?" Nino frowned.
"Why would I be mad? Like I said, we have time. Eventually we'll have a baby. And it's not like either of us is to blame. This isn't something we can affect."
I pressed my face into his shirt, soaking in his comforting scent. "I'm mad. I'm so mad." Nino stilled.
"At who?"
"Not at anyone, never at you, not even really at me. I'm just so damn angry, and it doesn't even make sense. Nino's brows had risen at my swearing.
Maybe you need to vent.
I had half a glass of Don Papa rum. That didn't help.
Let me guess. Ramo told you to drink.
I smiled. No, actually, he told me not to drink. At least, not the expensive alcohol. Nino shook his head with a chuckle, but then he became serious again and pressed our foreheads together.
Maybe you just need to let your anger out. We could do some fight training. I always feel better afterward.
Why not? It can't hurt, can it?
It should hurt,
Nino said. I shook my head. Right. Nino kissed me again, then pulled back.
Can we go now, or do you have to stay for the bread?
I checked it. It was done and only needed to cool. I quickly took the pan out of the oven before I followed Nino out of the kitchen. "Banana bread is done," I called as we passed the gaming room where Savio was working at the laptop. Maybe he'd enjoy a bite tonight. Greta sat beside him on the sofa like a gorgeous little doll and staring curiously at the screen, not the picture book on her lap. Nevio's delighted screeching sounded outside, followed by Ramo's deeper voice. He seemed to be chasing his son around the garden.
I hope whatever you're doing is meant for a child's eyes,
Nino said to Savio. Savio glanced up, then to Greta.
Or betting stats. And it's not like Greta can read anything. Right, Dollface?
Greta looked at him with a crooked smile, and my heart just melted. "You've really grown on her," I said softly. Savio flashed Greta a grin.
I have a way with girls, don't I?
She only smiled. Nino stroked my back, and I finally dragged my gaze away from them. Savio put away his laptop and asked Greta,
"Why don't we check on that banana bread? Maybe I can sneak a piece into your mouth before your mom gets all bitchy because of a bit of sugar."
"I heard that," Serafina muttered as she came inside, dressed in a bikini, glaring at Savio. He shrugged.
"Sorry, Dollface. I did the best I could."
With a wave, he walked off as Serafina picked up her daughter and kissed her rosy cheek. She gave me an encouraging smile, and I knew Ramo had told her already. Not that it would have stayed a secret long anyway.
"We're off to the gym,"
Nino said. Then he pulled me along, for which I was glad. I didn't want to talk about the negative test again.
Nino. Did you handle things in Sacramento? Kiara asked as I steered the Tesla down the driveway. We found the men who gave Adamo the drugs, yes, I said. Kiara nodded, regarding me with that quiet concern. She often worried how these acts of brutality affected me. And maybe it was good that she thought they could. I ran my thumb over her knuckles.
He hasn't left the room. Ramo didn't let me visit him either.
You shouldn't see him without one of us. In this stage of withdrawal, he might very well become violent to reach his goal. She shook her head.
Adamo wouldn't hurt me.
I looked pointedly at her upper arms and the fading bruises, and when Kiara followed my gaze, she sighed.
He didn't mean to.
And he wouldn't mean to again, either. He'd be single-mindedly focused on getting another fix. That's dangerous. You won't go near him without one of us, Kiara. That's my last word on the matter. She nodded slowly.
How long will it take for him to become clean?
It's hard to say. It depends on the person, on the severity of the addiction, on their understanding of the problem and determination to fight it. Willpower is the key.
Adamo's got that. He's a Falcone.
I smiled, but it wasn't associated with any uplifting emotions. Willpower won't be the problem, but I'm not sure Adamo understands the magnitude of his problem, and that results in a lack of determination to fight it.
You'll help him.
I will. We will. But it's a fight we can't fight for him. Only he can win it. We arrived in the gym 10 minutes later, and after changing into our workout clothes, Kiara and I entered the boxing ring. She'd gained strength in the time of our marriage, not just mentally but also physically. I wasn't sure she realized just how much. I helped her put on boxing gloves. She gave me a curious look. We'll both wear them to do some sparring. I think you need a more active training today. I put on gloves as well. They would soften my blows further. "Ready?" I asked. She nodded and took a deep breath. It didn't loosen the tension in her body. Kiara had been bottling up her frustration over her inability to conceive and tried to distract herself, but at some point it was going to be too much. I raised my hands. Left, right, quick." Kiara landed the instructed blows against my gloved palms, her brows drawing together.
"I want to really spar."
"All right," I said with a nod and got in position, fists up. I feigned an attack, which Kiara avoided, then she aimed a punch toward my ribs. Not bothering to block her blow, I allowed her the hit. She needed to release her emotions, and I wasn't sensitive to pain, at least not to the amount Kiara could summon. She landed another hit against my stomach.
"Stop it,"
she gasped. I looked at her.
"Stop letting me win. I want you to fight me. Stop holding back."
She tried to punch me again. This time I blocked her with my fist, not my elbow, which would have hurt her. "If I don't hold back, I'd seriously injure you." Anger flickered in her eyes. It didn't make sense.
"I'm not helpless. Not helpless."
Her punches were unfocused, fueled by her overflowing emotions, and I blocked each of them. "I didn't say you were," I said calmly, but that only seemed to enrage her further.
"But you treat me like I am. Stop it. Just stop it."
She was screaming now. I wasn't sure what to do about her unreasonable behavior. She began pummeling my raised fists again.
"Hit me back so I can fight."
"Kiara," I tried again. She didn't stop.
"Not helpless. Not helpless."
I couldn't hit her, so I allowed her to hammer against my chest until she only leaned against my skin, letting out a sob. She sank to the floor, and I knelt down as well, and quickly took off the gloves, then pulled her on my lap, holding her tightly.
"I am feeling so powerless, helpless. I just want a baby."
"I know," I murmured against her hair.
"I hate feeling helpless again, like everything is out of my control. I thought it would never be like that again. I hate it. I hate it so much. And you know what's the worst? That I wonder if the rape did something to my body, something that stops me from getting pregnant."
She sucked in a choked breath.
"Durant would have loved that. I can practically see his triumphant smile, knowing that even in death he still ruins my life."
I pulled back and nudged her chin up until her teary eyes met mine. "Kiara, stop. Durant suffered. He suffered for what he did. He paid for what he did. And even if it'll never be enough in comparison to what he did to you, in the end he was a broken man. But you, Kiara, you aren't broken. You'll have a wonderful life and you'll get your wish. Trust me, one day you'll have your baby. Don't pressure yourself. You're still young. We have time." She gave me a wet kiss.
"But I don't want to wait."
I stroked her cheek, wiping away a few tears. "We'll make a doctor's appointment, okay? We'll figure it out, and then we find a solution."
"Okay,"
she whispered. Chapter 21. Nino. 1 week had passed since we found out that one of Kiara's fallopian tubes was blocked. It could be a result of the rape, of an untreated sexually transmitted disease. I had always only used condoms with the women I'd been with in the past and done a test before I'd started having sex with Kiara. After the initial shock, Kiara seemed to be doing well, having returned to being the caretaker of the household. I leaned in the doorway and watched her cooking up a batch of toddler banana cookies without sugar that Serafina had approved. She froze with a cookie against her mouth when she spotted me. With a smile, she took a bite, then headed over to me and held up the cookie. I took a bite despite my dislike of all things sweet.
"What do you think?"
"Not bad." Kiara pursed her lips.
"They aren't very sweet. Bananas are the only sweetener I used."
"I'm sure Serafina will appreciate the effort." Kiara took another bite, then shrugged.
"I like them."
I gently grabbed her wrist, causing her to give me an exasperated look.
Nino, I'm fine, honestly. It was hard at first, knowing that it's my fault.
It's not your fault, I growled.
That the cause lies in my body, she corrected. But it could have been worse. It's only one blocked tube. It could have been both, or something else that would have made conceiving naturally impossible. But as it is, it still might work out without any additional help.
If we give it time, I told her.
Yes, and I'm trying to be patient. I'm on a good way, and maybe it'll work out in a few months or years, and if not...
It will work out.
She nodded. I'm just relieved that we finally know what it is. The not knowing was worse than the diagnosis.
I brought her wrist up to my mouth and pressed a kiss to her pulse point.
You know, I was thinking of getting a tattoo there. Your name.
I froze with my lips against her soft skin, my gaze meeting her kind eyes. It's a very tender place, very painful.
It's okay. I know you'll be careful.
I don't want to cause you pain. I won't.
Then let your tattoo artist do it, the one who did parts of your back.
No, I said firmly. I won't allow anyone to lay a hand on you, to cause you pain. I would have to kill him. Kiara's brows crinkled.
That's a bit extreme.
I won't have anyone cause you pain. She stared at me.
I want that tattoo. It's my choice. I'll gladly take the pain.
Let me think of a design, something beautiful, I said quietly. She stood on her tiptoes.
As long as it's not a bull.
My lips twitched. That wasn't my idea. Kiara sat down across from me and stretched out her arm. I disinfected the skin of her forearm, still reluctant to ink her. I knew the tattoo would look beautiful on her, but the process would be more than a little unpleasant. Are you sure?
I am, she said.
I took out the prepared design of the tattoo. Kiara's eyes widened, seeing it as I pressed the stencil to her skin to transfer it. With delicate tattoos, it was always best not to tattoo without a stencil as guidance.
A rose?
A red rose with thorns.
Why?
A rose representing your beauty. Red because I love the color on you, and thorns because even the prettiest rose should have them. You didn't in the beginning, but they grew back. Kiara bit her lower lip, then broke into a smile.
That's beautiful. But what about your name?
I frowned. For some reason it felt sacrilegious to put my name on Kiara's perfect skin, even if a possessive part of me was immensely pleased at the thought. I could add it in one of the petals, or very small along the stem.
No,
Kiara said firmly.
Let your name flow out of the stem, because it was you who helped me grow those thorns to bloom at all. You were the soil.
I nodded, not saying anything, my tongue suddenly heavy in my mouth. Focusing on the task at hand, I transferred the design from the stencil to Kiara's skin, then carefully added my name in cursive. Once I was done, I reached for the machine. Because it's intricate and multicolored, it'll take longer. I can't rush or it won't be as beautiful as it needs to be.
I understand. Take your time.
I'd never been nervous before doing a tattoo. This time I was. Taking a deep breath, I put the needle to Kiara's skin. She sucked in a quick breath and tensed. I briefly glanced up, gauging her face.
Do it.
I continued, checking Kiara occasionally. Her eyes watered and my chest tightened at the sight.
It's okay,
she whispered. Never before had causing someone pain bothered me. I focused on the tattoo, on the task. The pain would have to be worth it. This had to be my best work. Kiara deserved nothing less. When I was done, I put down the machine and allowed myself to admire my work for a second. The rose was delicately beautiful. Every petal, every thorn spoke of elegance.
Oh, Nino,
Kiara said in wonder.
It's so beautiful. I can't believe how real it looks, how vivid the colors are. Thank you.
Thank you for bearing my name on your skin for the world to see. I had enough self-awareness to know how most people perceived me. They were scared of me, not just because of the Kimura or because I was a Falcone, but because of what I was. Kiara managed to see more in me, parts of me I hadn't been aware of before she came into my life. Kiara leaned forward and kissed me. "How's the pain?" I murmured, even when there were so many other things I wanted to say right then. "Worth it," she said. In early August, we allowed Adamo more freedom, but still kept an eye on him. He didn't show signs of withdrawal anymore, but things could fall apart quickly, so one of us always stayed in his proximity, even if it annoyed him. "When will you stop hovering?" he asked during our sparring in the gym one day. "My birthday is soon. I don't want babysitters around when I go over to CJ. "We'll see," I said, and landed a kick against his side, exploiting his bad defense. He grunted and jumped back. "I did everything you asked of me." "I know. That's why we've gone easy on you recently." Adamo gave me a doubtful look. I landed another hit, this time a fist to the ribs. He stumbled back, rubbing the spot. "You need to improve. Doing drugs shredded your focus and your stamina." Ramo walked in, not in fighting shorts, but dressed in his usual black jeans and t-shirt. I paused. Adamo tried to use my distraction, but he really needed to get quicker to succeed. I kicked his legs out from under him and shoved him to the floor. He landed hard and cursed. "What's the matter?" I asked, when Ramo stepped in front of the boxing ring. "Jerry called. One of the Johns thought he could beat the shit out of one of our girls." Usually our bouncers, Fabiano or one of the lower enforcers, handled these kinds of things. "Who?" Ramo's eyes darted to Adamo. "CJ." Adamo shot to his feet. "How is she?" "Our doctor's taking a look at her in the sugar trap. I'm heading over there now to discuss the matter with the abusive asshole." Ramo's mouth twisted. "I thought you might want to join me." Adamo climbed out of the ring immediately, and I followed after him. "Let's change first. A few minutes more don't matter," I said. Adamo looked like he was going to protest, then he nodded. 20 minutes later we pulled up in front of our establishment. Adamo was the first out of the car and hurried into the whorehouse. Ramo and I followed a couple of steps after him. In the bar area, a few whores had gathered, discussing the events. It was still early, and the majority of clients would arrive later in the day when the strip shows began. Still, it wouldn't do to have the whores gossiping at the bar. That was bad for business. "Go to your changing rooms or talk in your back rooms," I ordered. The women quickly left, not before giving Adamo small smiles. Jerry came out from behind the bar. "Where is she?" Adamo demanded. "In her usual room," Jerry said, but Adamo was already hurrying in that direction. Ramo shook his head. "Where's the asshole?" "I had Snake taken down to the basement." "Was he drunk?" I asked. Jerry shook his head. "He'd only had a couple of beers. I don't know what happened." "Let's talk to CJ," I told Ramo. We headed down the corridor. The door to CJ's room was ajar, and she sat on the edge of the bed. Adamo touched her shoulder. A doctor was waiting. The hint of cigarette smoke hung in the air, and an ashtray with a few lipstick-rimmed stubs sat on the nightstand. We had a strict no-smoking policy in our establishment, but I decided to cut CJ slack today. CJ turned around when she heard me and Ramo enter. One of her eyes was starting to swell, so was the upper left side of her forehead, and her lip was busted. She was also rubbing her neck. "Concussion and bruises," the doctor said. I nodded. "What happened?" Ramo demanded, prompting Adamo to step closer to CJ. I raised my eyebrows at him. CJ released a low breath. "He's not one of my clients. Lee usually handles him. He pays her extra so he can beat her and humiliate her in other ways." CJ's mouth curled with disgust. "That's not part of the services you're supposed to offer," I told her. "I didn't. Lee did. She needed the extra cash, but she wasn't there when he showed up, so I decided to take him on. I told him in advance that I didn't do those things, and he agreed to book me for the standard." "I assume he changed his mind." Ramos said in a low voice. CJ briefly glanced at him, then down at her hands.
Yeah, once we got started,
she said, avoiding Adamo's intent gaze.
He started making demands. I told him I didn't do backdoor, but he didn't care.
Adamo tensed. Did he force himself on you? CJ shook her head.
He tried. He shoved me against the wall. That's where I got the bruise on my forehead. He held my mouth so I couldn't scream. I bit him. He got even angrier and punched me twice. I fell to my knees and bit his dick. That ended everything.
CJ regarded me and Ramo.
You told me I could decide what I did, and I don't do anal,
she said defensively. Your choice, I don't give a fuck, Ramos said. Where's Lee? CJ shrugged.
I haven't seen her yet. She's been strange since she returned to work.
Lee had worked for us in the past, but when she got pregnant, we forbade her from working as a whore, and she disappeared without a word, only to show up again a couple of weeks ago, asking if she could start working for us again.
What happens now?
CJ asked. Adamo crouched in front of CJ with a bitter smile. The asshole will pay, I promise. Ramos smiled darkly. Oh, he will.
I want to do it,
Adamo said at once.
You don't have to,
CJ said immediately, touching his arm. He stood and stepped back. But I will. All right, then let's get this going, Ramos said, already the familiar eagerness ringing in his voice. I wondered why he'd involved Adamo in this. Did he hope this would help Adamo deal with his own torture? I wasn't sure it would work for him like it had worked for us. Adamo wasn't the good boy he wished he was, but he definitely wasn't like Ramo and I either. I studied CJ's beaten face, the way she gnawed on her lip. Why don't you go home? Take a taxi and let Jerry pay it from the cash register. I left, following my brothers to the basement. The second we entered the room with the John, Adamo jumped him and punched his face hard. Ramo grabbed Adamo and pulled him back, but the eagerness in Ramo's eyes made it clear he fully approved. Whoa, not so fast. We need to talk to the gentleman first. Adamo whirled on Ramo with an incredulous look, but then he saw Ramos smile and nodded. The man kept his feet, standing and holding his bleeding nose. What the fuck? Is this how you treat customers? Your cock-sucking whore bit my dick. We looked down at his crotch. He wasn't wearing pants. She must have a good aim to bite something that small, Ramo commented. The man's face turned even redder. How dare you? This was the last time I fuck one of your disgusting whores. He wasn't one of our gamblers and had never dealt with us in any other way than using the services of our girls. He obviously didn't understand what we were, who we were. That's absolutely right, Ramos said, wearing the madman's smile that had made his claim to power easier than it should have been for someone his age. The man stilled like a rabbit that realized he'd taunted the wolf. I'll talk to the police, Adamo snorted. How stupid are you? He obviously doesn't realize just in how much trouble he is, Ramos said pleasantly. How about we show him? Adamo nodded with a grim smile. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it up, then took a drag. Ramos' eyes flashed with anger, then Adamo pulled the stub out of his mouth. You like to humiliate girls? I watched as Adamo advanced on the man who let out an uncertain laugh. How old are you, boy? Adamo took another pull from his cigarette and stopped right in front of the man, then chuckled. He fell silent and regarded the glowing tip with a small frown. What the hell is this? What's wrong with you? The man shouted. Ramo and I exchanged a look. Adamo had never tortured anyone, and we hadn't forced his hand. Everything, Adamo murmured. Then he gripped the man by the neck and pressed the cigarette to his dick. Ramo's eyebrows shot up, and I took a step closer because the man was thrashing wildly, screaming shrilly. He had at least 50 pounds on Adamo. But Adamo stumbled back before the guy could hit him and let the asshole drop to the ground, clutching his cock. Adamo frowned, and his chest heaved. I could tell that he wouldn't do more today. and so did Ramo. "How about we'll all have some fun now?" Ramo said. He grabbed the man by the throat, too, and smashed his face against the wall. The sound of his nose breaking was followed by muffled screams. Adamo raised a shaking hand, pushed the cigarette into his mouth, and lighted it up again, then took a deep drag. I let Ramo handle the guy for now and went over to Adamo. "You okay? You didn't have to do it. Ramo and I can handle these things." "I know," Adamo said past the cigarette. "But I wanted to." He met my gaze, and I wasn't sure what kind of reaction he expected. "You did well for your first time." Adamo laughed. "I want to do more." Ramo glanced up from the guy on the floor. "Feel free to get it off your chest." Adamo quickly shook his head and took another drag, then snatched the stub from his mouth. And for a moment I was sure he'd press it to his own skin again. Instead, he dropped it on the stone floor and ground it out. "Can I go to CJ?" I glanced at Ramo, who shrugged, but I could see worry in his eyes. "Don't break our trust," I told him. "I won't," Adamo said. Then without another look at the John, he left the basement. "Will you stand there all day or will you help me?" I moved toward the John. 15 minutes later, a knock sounded. Ramo snarled, looking up from the fucker on the floor. He'd pissed himself. I wasn't sure if Ramo wanted to kill him or keep him alive. Maybe he didn't know himself. I reached for a towel and wiped my hands clean before I headed for the door to open it. Jerry waited there. His eyes briefly flickered to my blood-spattered shirt, then quickly up to my face, trying not to look at Ramo and the man on the floor. "I took out some trash and heard mewling in the dumpster. Can you check? I think a cat might have left her kittens in there, or maybe someone dumped their unwanted puppies. I'm worried passers-by will get nosy if we don't take care of it." "You realize that asking your bosses to rummage in the trash won't give you any bonus points," Ramo muttered, already moving away from the asshole. Grabbing another towel, he began cleaning himself, but his shirt, like mine, was a mess. Considering that we were about to root through garbage, that wasn't a problem, though. Jerry's eyes flitted between Ramo and me. I need to tend the bar. I don't have a change of clothes, but I'm sure I can figure something out." Ramo opened the door all the way, moving past me and giving Jerry a good view of the bloody mess inside the room. Jerry quickly backed away, turning pale, despite years of working for us. "Don't piss your pants," Ramo muttered. "We'll handle it." Jerry headed back into the bar, while Ramo and I made our way toward the back door. "If we find kittens or puppies, don't mention anything to Kiara. She'll insist we keep them. I don't want our house to be turned into a fucking zoo." We stopped in front of the dumpsters and listened. "I don't hear anything," I said. Ramo narrowed his eyes at the dumpsters. "I wouldn't be surprised if they suffocated in there by now. It's warm and stuffy." With a sigh, he stepped up to one dumpster and I climbed the steps of the other. Most of the trash was in black plastic bags, but for some bottles and food scraps had been just dumped inside. "Fuck," Ramo gritted out as he shifted a garbage bag to the side. "How come I rule over the fucking West and still have to get rotten tomatoes all over my hands?" I opened my mouth for a reply, shoving a bag away, when a small human foot caught my attention. For a moment I froze, not sure if my mind was playing tricks on me. Then I sprang into action. I tore away another bag, throwing it behind myself. Ramo. I grabbed the baby, which lay unmoving amongst the trash. It was only dressed in dirty underpants. Pressing the little body against my chest, I jumped down the steps and knelt down on the ground. Ramo was already there. "Fuck! Is it breathing?" I shook my head as I pushed my finger into the baby's mouth, cleaning it from possible objects that could get in its airways once I started CPR. Ramo was snarling into the phone. "We need you to come over right this fucking second. We found a baby in the trash. It's not breathing." I cradled the baby in my hands and carefully blew air into the small body. Luckily, the baby responded quickly. If it had still been making sounds not too long ago, it hadn't been without air for very long. When its small chest began moving, and it started breathing on its own, I turned to Ramo, who was staring down at me with a mix of murderous fury and blatant worry. "I need cold towels, and someone needs to get formula ASAP." Ramo turned and headed back inside. I got the baby out of the dirty pants, seeing it was a little boy, then straightened with him in my arm. I was on my way into our office when Ramo came hurrying back holding towels. I took one from him, then headed inside the room, put the little boy down on the sofa, and began wiping him with the cold fabric. "He's overheated, dehydrated, and malnourished. We need to take him to the hospital. Our own doctors don't have the necessary expertise." Ramo gave a terse nod. "All right, I'll take him and make sure the doctors and nurses do their job and keep their noses out of our fucking business. And after that, I'll have a talk with the boy's mother." Only one whore had been pregnant in the last year, Lee. When she'd returned, Lee told us she'd given her child up for adoption. She'd started working again to pay for her heroin addiction. I said, "I can take him to the hospital." Ramo touched my shoulder, looking from the baby up to my face. "You are going home and talking to Kiara." I stared down at the little boy in my arms, realizing what Ramo was saying without actually saying it. I nodded slowly and handed him to Ramo, who held him carefully against his chest. "I'll wait for you in the hospital and make sure he's protected." With the last glance at the dirty baby in Ramo's arm, I turned and hurried back home.
Chapter 22. Kiara. I hummed as I cooked a batch of vegetarian sweet potato chili for tomorrow and didn't turn when the door swung open behind me. To think that in the past I would have tensed, fearing the worst. It made me smile at how far I'd come. Arms came around me, and Nino kissed my throat, then my cheek. I turned in his embrace to peer up at him. Something in his expression, a flicker of hesitance, made me put the spoon down and turn to him fully. Had something happened to Adamo? He'd been doing better, right? Or had it just been pretense? What's wrong?
One of the whores got pregnant, and when Ramo found out, he forbade her from working. She returned a couple of weeks ago, telling everyone she'd given the baby up for adoption. Today, Jerry heard mewling coming from the trash. He thought a cat had given birth to kittens in the dumpsters.
My heart was already squeezing tightly with realization.
Jerry told Ramo and me because he still needed to work the bar. We found a baby, a few weeks old, malnourished, dehydrated.
I swallowed. She threw her baby in the trash.
She didn't take good care of him even before. Ramo's taken him to the hospital. He's waiting for us.
I blinked at Nino, understanding what he was suggesting. I sucked in a sharp breath, tears springing into my eyes, and I began to tremble. Nino frowned, worry flickering across his face.
"I know you want to get pregnant, give birth to our child, but..."
I interrupted him with a desperate kiss, cupping his face, crying, "I'll love this baby with all my heart. Thank you so much."
It was Ramo's idea.
Nino pressed his forehead to mine for a moment.
"Let's go."
I nodded slowly, but couldn't move, too overwhelmed. Was this really happening? And should I even feel as happy as I did? After all, something horrible had happened. I turned off the stove, taking another deep breath.
"Kiara?"
Nino asked softly. "Let's go," I said, squeezing his hand. 30 minutes later, we stepped into the hospital room. Ramo stood over a small baby lying in its bed and attached to beeping machines and a tube going into its nose. He was speaking in a hushed voice to the boy while stroking his arm. The baby's eyes were open and watching Ramo.
"Finally,"
he said as he straightened and with a last look at the baby came toward us. His gaze flickered over my teary cheeks, and a hint of softness crossed his face that he so rarely showed to the outside world.
He's about 5 weeks old. They say we can take him home tomorrow, if we insist.
They won't alert the authorities? I asked as I approached the bed and bent over the little boy. His hair was soft and honey brown, and his eyes were bluish. I knew that often changed within a child's first year.
We are the fucking authorities in this city,
Remo said. My eyes landed on the name tag on the crib. Boy, Falcone. I traced the name, feeling my throat clog up once more as I glanced over my shoulder. Both Nino and Remo were watching me.
I didn't know what name you wanted for him, but his last name was easy,
Remo said. I rushed toward him and threw my arms around his middle. He touched the back of my head briefly. I don't care if the world hates you. I'll defend you against all of them.
I don't give a fuck if the world hates me, as long as the people who matter don't,
Remo said, untangling my arms from his waist.
Now take care of your son.
I gave him and Nino a teary smile, then paused. What if the mother asks for him? Any gentleness disappeared from both Nino's and Remo's faces, a shared past that carried into the present. Remo's eyes shone with hatred and anguish, and once again I wished someone had protected those Falcone boys when they needed it most.
She threw him into the dumpster like garbage. She left him for dead when she should have protected him, when she should have kept him safe till her last fucking breath. She isn't his mother. You are, because in the few seconds you know him, you already love him more than she ever did.
Nino closed his eyes for a moment, and when he met my gaze, they were controlled and calm, but I'd caught the blaze of emotion. When is his birthday?
I'll find out. I'm heading over to the sugar trap now to talk to her. Jerry told me she was in her room with a John when he checked.
I grabbed Remo's forearm. Don't kill her. Remo's expression reflected stark cruelty and utter hatred.
She threw her own child into the dumpster while she fucked a John, and you think she deserves to live?
I ran my thumb along the crisscross scars on his wrist, and his face became even scarier, if that was even possible. Nino put his hands on my shoulders.
Kiara, let Remo handle this.
Maybe she doesn't deserve to live, but maybe she doesn't deserve death either. Hear her out, then judge her. There must be other options than killing her. Her death won't change anything, not for the baby or for you. Remo ripped free from my hold.
I respect you, but sometimes your kindness blinds you to the fucking truth. Go over to him and look at his stomach, then repeat what you just said.
Dread settled in my bones, immobilized me. Not Nino, who walked over to the crib, pulled up the tiny gown, then became very still, very dangerous, and when his eyes settled on me, I knew the woman would die.
He's got 2 cigarette burns on his stomach.
Remo regarded me, his mouth twisting cruelly, and cocked one eyebrow. Please find out as much as possible about him.
Choose a name for him, because he sure as fuck won't carry the name the whore who tried to kill him gave him.
Remo stepped out and thrust the door shut, making me jump. I joined Nino beside the bed and peered down at the boy. Nobody will ever hurt you again. Nobody will come close, I promised, stroking his tiny head, then his cheek, wondering if anyone had ever shown him love so far. My heart broke, and at the same time something fiercer, darker, rose in my chest. Nino kissed the side of my head.
I told you the same shortly after we married.
I know, and you kept your promise ever since. Will you protect our son like you protect me?
I'd lay my life down for you and him.
My heart was already full with love for the little baby I barely knew, but I wondered what Nino felt. For him, it was difficult to form emotional bonds, and I figured it would take time for him to come to love our son, like it had taken time for him to love me.
What should we name him?
Nino asked eventually. I always wanted to name my son Alessio, but what do you want? Nino shook his head.
I never considered having kids, not like you did. I think Alessio is a strong name that fits into our family.
Alessio, then? He nodded, and I bent over our son and kissed his forehead. Alessio Falcone, welcome to your family. Nino gently rubbed my back as I peered down at the tiny baby. A small scratch marred his left cheek, and I gently brushed over it.
Maybe he was cut by something in the trash,
Nino said neutrally.
He's lucky the bags didn't cover up his head and choke him.
I swallowed. You're safe now. A nurse came in for a check-in 15 minutes later and relaxed when she spotted me, probably relieved that Remo was gone, but her relaxation only lasted until she noticed Nino leaning against the wall, watching everything with vigilant eyes. "Hello," she said hesitantly. I smiled. "You are—" Nino pushed away from the wall.
"We're the boy's parents."
The nurse blinked, confusion flickering on her face. "But—" Nino raised an eyebrow with an expression that sent a small shiver down my back. The nurse nodded quickly. "Of course, right." She moved toward the crib, and Nino stepped up to it as well, causing her to stiffen. "I'm just going to remove the tube so you can try to feed him with a bottle. If that's okay?" Nino gave a sharp nod.
"Go on."
The nurse was careful and gentle with Alessio, but he began to cry when she pulled out the feeding tubes from his nose, and my heart broke hearing his wails, even if it was necessary. I couldn't stop imagining how often he'd cried in the past, how often those cries had gone unanswered or even been punished. The nurse said, "I'll get a bottle for you." The moment she was outside, I rested my palm very gently on top of Alessio's chest, trying to show him that I was here. "Shh, you're safe. Your dad and I will protect you." I could see the surprise on Nino's face as he was mulling over his new role. A father. "Maybe you can try to be less scary toward the nurse," I said softly. Nino took my hand and pressed a kiss to my wrist.
"I don't care if she's scared. She needs to know her place and understand the consequences if something happens to Alessio."
The nurse stepped back in, robbing me of a chance to give a comeback. With a small shake of my head, I rolled my eyes. Nino was already focused on the woman. Like Remo, he saw almost everyone as an intruder. I took the bottle from her. "Thanks." Alessio looked smaller than the babies I'd seen so far. The nurse hovered beside me.
"We can handle this,"
Nino drawled.
"We'll call you if we need anything."
She turned and left without another word. "I can't hurt him because of his wounds?" I asked. Nino shook his head.
"The burns aren't very fresh."
Taking a deep breath, I carefully picked up Alessio and pressed him to my chest, and it felt perfect, as if it was meant to be, he and I and Nino becoming a family. "Maybe it's fate," I whispered thickly. "All of us have experienced horrors in our past, but we'll create a beautiful future together." Nino stroked my hair, not saying anything, only smiling. He didn't believe in fate or anything like it.
"Try giving him the bottle. See if he's hungry."
I brushed the dummy over his tiny mouth, and he opened it, starting to suck eagerly. My eyes drank in his beautiful face. He sucked so quickly he barely breathed in between. I pulled back the bottle a few inches. "Shh, you'll get the bottle. Not so fast."
"It's probably because he had to go hungry in the past. We need to show him that he'll always get what he needs from now on."
I nodded, unable to say anything. Alessio moved his lips, wanting the bottle again, and I slowly slid it back in, making sure he didn't choke. Nino and I both stayed in the hospital with Alessio overnight, making sure he got everything he needed and was well protected. After initial protests, 2 nurses rolled in a bed for us to spend the night on. After Nino had a talk with them, I pushed it right next to the crib so I could watch Alessio while I lay in bed. Nino slid in beside me, but he didn't stretch out. With his back against the bars of the headrest, he kept vigil. Alessio fidgeted a lot and cried a few times, but always quieted when he felt our touch or got the bottle. I often caught myself lying awake, listening for Alessio's soft breathing, trying to reassure myself that he was still there, still Nino's and mine. Nino didn't sleep at all. Whenever I woke, his eyes were open, keeping watch, protecting us.
"Sleep, Kiara,"
he murmured eventually.
"I'll make sure you 2 are safe."
I knew he would. Chapter 23. Kiara. The next morning, Alessio was released from hospital. Like Remo had said, nobody tried to stop us from taking him home. He was really our son. Nobody would ever know him as anything else. Nino had arranged a baby seat for the SUV so we could transport Alessio safely, and I sat on the back seat beside it to calm our baby. He started crying the moment Nino started the car, and eventually I managed to soothe him by singing for him and pressing my palm reassuringly against his chest. Nino's phone beeped once more. He'd been getting several messages since yesterday, and I wondered if some of them were from Remo, informing him about Alessio's birth mother. Maybe it was selfish and cowardly, but I wasn't sure I wanted to know what Remo had done to her. Leona and Serafina had sent me several texts, congratulating me, and I couldn't wait to show them our son. Our son. I still couldn't get over how wonderful it felt to think that, to say that. It didn't matter that he wasn't our blood, and it never would. He was ours. Nino opened the gates with a press of the button and drove up the driveway toward the mansion.
"This is your home, Alessio."
Nino and I got out of the car, then he carefully lifted Alessio out of his seat. Our baby looked so tiny in comparison to Nino, breakable. My heart felt impossibly full watching Nino holding Alessio, being careful and gentle with him.
"Do you want to carry him inside?"
he asked quietly. I nodded, because even if the sight of Alessio in Nino's arm made my heart sing, I just wanted him close, wanted to smell his sweet baby scent, feel his warmth, and stroke his soft cheek. Nino handed him to me, and I pressed him to my chest. His small fingers flattened against my skin, and it was the best feeling in the world. Nino touched my back.
"Come on. Let's go inside so we can meet the rest of his family."
I nodded, but I couldn't stop peering down at Alessio's honey-colored crown. He loved being close to me, and always quieted down when he felt my warmth, and I relished in the feel of his small body against mine. I beamed at Nino, deliriously happy. Nino smiled at me.
"You haven't been this happy in a long time."
"I've always been happy with you, but this makes it even more perfect." When we stepped inside the gaming room, everyone was already waiting. Fabiano and Leona, Serafina and Remo with the twins, and even Savio and Adamo. Serafina stood and walked over to me. "Oh, he's cute." "He is," I agreed. Nevio stumbled over to me, curious as always, and grabbed my knees. He pointed one tiny finger up at Alessio. "You want to see him?" A jerky nod. Nino picked him up and held him close to me. Nevio tilted his head, watching everything with his dark eyes. "Alessio's going to be Greta's and your best friend, Nevio."
"They'll get in trouble together, that's for sure,"
Remo said as he came over with Greta, who was as curious about the new arrival as her brother, but not as bold.
"See, Greta?"
Remo murmured.
"Now you aren't the smallest person in this house. We need to teach you how to kick ass so you and Nevio can protect Alessio." Savio snorted. Good luck. That kid doesn't have a single aggressive bone in her body. No way will she ever kick anyone's ass.
Remo glowered at his brother.
I'll teach her.
I had to agree with Savio, which didn't happen very often. Greta was soft-spoken, gentle and cautious, and I doubted that would change with time. Not everyone wanted to fight, and that was okay, even if Remo disagreed. If she doesn't want to fight, Alessio and Nevio are going to protect her, I said, pressing a kiss to Alessio's soft hair. The others gathered around Alessio and me as well, and I showed him to everyone.
Hey, Alessio, Fabiano said with a small smile. Finally another blue-eyed boy in this family. You could just start working on blue-eyed kids yourself,
Remo suggested with a twisted grin. Fabiano's eyes widened in alarm, and Leona shook her head quickly. Not yet, she said. They exchanged a look and laughed.
I think there are enough babies in this house now,
Savio said. Remo's mouth twitched.
We'll see. Oh, man,
Adamo said. I rolled my eyes at him, and he gave me a small smile, one that reminded me of the ones from the past.
He is cute, though.
I know he is, I said. Nevio and Greta were still curiously considering the newcomer. I couldn't wait for them to be older and play together in the garden. Alessio began to squirm and mewl softly, smacking his lips. You're hungry, aren't you? Do you want me to prepare a bottle for him? Serafina asked at once. Smiling, I nodded. That would be great. She handed Nevio over to Nino, then hurried away. I can't believe someone would throw a baby into the trash, Leona said in disbelief, coming closer. Remo and Nino exchanged a dark look.
He's too thin, and he's got cigarette burns on his stomach,
Nino said.
And the whore didn't even remember his birthday. She gave birth to him in the apartment of a shitty dealer she fucked in return for drugs, and didn't take him to a doctor until a few days later.
My throat tightened as I regarded Alessio. Nino had briefly mentioned that we'd have to choose the birthday of our son, but it seemed like such a monumental thing to decide that we hadn't made up our minds yet. Leona shook her head with glassy eyes.
Fuck,
Savio muttered.
We've done some crazy shit, but dumping a baby? Burning it? That's just fucked up. He's safe now,
Remo said.
And in a few years, he'll be strong enough to defend himself,
Fabiano added. You'll be as strong as your dad and your uncles, I told my boy. I settled on the sofa with Leona and Serafina while the twins played with each other on the floor. I couldn't stop looking at Alessio as he drank from his bottle, resting peacefully in the crook of my arm. He was a small baby, with thin arms and an almost elfish face, too thin. We'll work on those chubby cheeks, won't we? I murmured as I stroked his soft cheek, then trailed up to his hair. He watched me quietly. Even if his fussy moments would be a lot of work, I preferred them to his very quiet moments, because I always worried that they were a sign of the things he'd already had to endure at such a young age. Serafina cooed softly and tugged at his small feet. Makes me want to have another one. Nevio threw a wooden block away, then another, grinning like that was an achievement. But I'll give it a few more years, she added. Nevio continued throwing things around. Or maybe even longer. Leona laughed. I can't believe you want more after giving birth to twins. Well, I'm not too excited about labor. You didn't miss anything, Serafina told me, then grimaced. I shouldn't have said that. I shook my head. No, it's okay. I'd love to give birth, even if it's painful, but I'm perfectly happy with Alessio. It doesn't matter how he came to us. He's our son. He is, Serafina murmured, and pressed a kiss to my cheek. And you'll be an amazing mom. Considering that I never had a good or even decent mother, I wonder how I'll ever be a good mom, Leona said, touching Alessio's head gently. I don't have a role model either. My mother was weak, and then she died. And my aunt always only saw me as a burden. I'll raise Alessio like I would have wanted to be raised, with love and care.
Nino. The other men and I moved to the room adjoining the gaming room, which used to be our father's office, but now harbored only our boxing ring and the pool table, as well as part of our liquor cabinet. With our family expanding, we needed more room in the gaming room, which was slowly turning into a general common room for all of us. Ramo raised a glass. To the new dad. We all downed our drink, and Adamo hissed at the strength of the alcohol. "I'm surprised you killed her," Adamo said with a frown as we all sank down on the armchairs arranged in a half circle. "I would have been surprised if he didn't," Fabiano said, exchanging a look with Ramo. "She deserved death." Savio shook his head. "What was he supposed to do to her? Let her go? Hand her over to the police? Not really an option." Adamo shrugged. "She could have worked in one of our other establishments," I said. "For one, it would cause discord among the whores if one of them was known as a child murderer. Second, I don't want her to cause any kind of trouble for Alessio in the future." "I get it," Adamo mumbled. "But you are still pissed at our half-brother for killing our father, yet you took from Alessio the chance to kill his mother, or meet her." Mentioning growl around Ramo was never a good idea. My personal feelings toward our half-brother bordered on indifferent, but I didn't want another fight between Ramo and Adamo. Our mother had caused enough discord between them. I leaned forward, narrowing my eyes. "She isn't his mother. Kiara is. Alessio won't ever find out he isn't our blood." Ramo downed his drink. "From this day on, this kid is a Falcone. Anyone who dares telling him differently will have to deal with the consequences." I gave Ramo a grateful smile. Lying to family wasn't something Ramo or I liked to do, but this was for Alessio's benefit. Finding out about his real mother would do nothing good, only bring pain. "You'll have to decide his birthday," Ramo reminded me. If it was up to me, I'd have simply chosen a random date at the beginning of July. Alessio would never know that it might not be the day he was born, and in the long run of a life, a few days more or less really weren't of importance. Kiara, however, needed time to consider the possible dates. "Do you know who his sperm donor is?" Savio asked. Ramo's lips curled. "She went bareback with several customers in the past. There's no telling who got her knocked up, and like I said, it doesn't matter." "Could be important for genetic diseases," Savio said. "The whore who gave birth to him was a junkie. She consumed drugs when she was pregnant. The doctors warned us that it could have long-term effects, lead to Alessio having deficits concentrating, or have a penchant for drugs himself." Adamo sank deeper into his chair. He had returned from CJ like promised, and hadn't taken any drugs despite not being under supervision. Maybe he was on the right track. I hoped Kiara and I wouldn't have to see Alessio through something similar in the future. But this was a good reminder that we still have business to attend to as well, Ramo said in a low voice, holding my gaze with the familiar look of hatred in his eyes. "We do? Maybe it's time." Adamo asked, worried. "You want to kill our mother?" "She deserves death," I said, trying to sound poised and calm despite the chaos in my chest. "That's not your decision alone," Adamo said. "She's mine and Savio's mother as well. I don't care if they kill her. She's dead to me anyway. But I don't want to be involved in it. I don't want to see her ever again, not dead or alive," Savio muttered, filling his glass again. Ramo began pacing the room. Silence fell over us as we watched him, knowing he was close to an outburst. "She tried to kill us all, Adamo. She would still kill us if she got the chance. Sick or not, she's dangerous. You weren't there. Not really. She isn't the same woman as she was. You have no right to kill her without all of our consent," Adamo insisted. Ramo leaned down, bringing his face close to Adamo's. "Do you really think you know her? Don't be naive. You keep trusting the wrong people." Adamo jutted out his chin. I raised a hand before this could get out of control. "We don't have to decide it today. Right now, I have to help Kiara with Alessio, and your birthday is soon, Adamo. After that, we'll have another discussion and find a solution." "We won't decide today," Remo conceded, straightening. "But there is only one solution." Kiara rocked Alessio gently against her chest as we made our way to our bedroom. It was earlier than our usual bedtime, but Kiara hadn't slept much, and I not at all last night. Surprise filled her face when she spotted the rollaway crib beside our bed. Remo and Serafina went out shopping for Alessio this morning. They got this and a few other things for the nursery.
"I'll have to thank them tomorrow,"
Kiara said as she ran her fingers along the white crib. The inside was a soft blue with white clouds.
"Where are we going to have his nursery?"
"I thought the room next door would make sense as long while he's still young, and I reckon you want to have him sleep in our bedroom the first couple of weeks." Kiara gave me an apologetic smile.
"I really do. Is it okay for you?"
I moved over to her, stroking her throat and peering down at the small baby sleeping against her chest. Why wouldn't it be? He needs us now. After what he's experienced, he needs to learn trust, and I know having him here will make you happy. She nodded, her eyes filled with so much love, sometimes it still caught me off guard. Sighing, she turned to the crib and carefully laid Alessio down, then stayed bent over him and just watched him. I pressed a kiss to the crown of her head. "I'll grab a quick shower."
"Okay,"
she whispered. When I emerged 10 minutes later, Kiara had changed into a nightgown and was lying on her side watching Alessio. She'd removed the bars on the side of the crib facing the bed and was stroking his belly gently. I climbed into bed behind her and pressed against her back. She released a small breath.
"Sometimes I'm scared he'll disappear if I close my eyes, and that this will turn out to be a dream."
"It's not," I murmured against her neck. "And nothing will take him away from us. He's ours. Have you chosen his birthday?" Kiara released a small sigh.
"I've been thinking about it all day. It seems wrong to decide something like that for a small person."
"We have no way of finding out his birth date."
"I know. And I think we should just say he was born July 1st. It's the beginning of a new month, a new start, the possibility of new adventures."
She trailed off.
"I know I'm putting too much meaning into a simple date, but I feel like he needs a special day."
"That sounds good. 1st of July it is then." She nodded.
"I'll always be grateful to Remo and you for bringing him into this family. Many men in our circles wouldn't want a child that wasn't their blood, especially not a child from a prostitute. They'd insist to have an heir."
I trailed my fingers up and down her slender arm. "Alessio is my heir, Kiara, blood or not. Remo and I don't care about that. We took Fabiano in, and he's become our family, and I can't see how it would matter that his birth mother was a whore. It's got nothing to do with him. He'll grow up to be a Falcone."
"Look at everyone in this house. All of our pasts hold horrors in some shape or form, but somehow we've come together. Sometimes I'm scared it'll catch up with us. It's too perfect, too good."
I shook my head. The past is just that. It can only catch up if we allow it to, and we won't. Kiara smiled, and with that beautiful image, I extinguished the lights. I believed in the words I'd just said, even if Remo and I were still tethered to our past through our mother. That was our weakness, and wouldn't taint our family. Chapter 24. Nino. Despite a lack of sleep a newborn entailed, Kiara seemed to glow with energy and happiness as she took care of Alessio. He hardly slept more than 2 hours in a row, a fussy and nervous baby who needed lots of attention. That was probably why his birth mother had burnt him. Some people should never consider having children, so very unlike Kiara, who had an endless supply of patience, not just for Alessio but for everyone. While Kiara prepared a bottle for him, I cradled him on my thighs. He was already mewling, desperate for food. "It's okay, Alessio. Your mom's bringing you your milk soon." I gently pushed up his shirt, checking the 2 burn marks on his belly. They were still red, but healing. "Can you give me the salve?" I asked Remo, who'd been kicking the boxing sack, which he refused to have removed from the living area despite Kiara's and Serafina's not-so-subtle hints. Stopping his assault, he grabbed the tube from the table, sank down beside me, and handed me the salve. I put a bit of it on my fingers and rubbed it between them so it wouldn't be too cold, then spread it on Alessio's wounds. He stopped the mewling, only moving his mouth as if he was already suckling the bottle. "I can't believe how fucking small he is," Remo said, touching his finger to Alessio's palm. "Nevio and Greta were already 5 months older when I first saw them, and I already thought they were tiny." When I was done with his burns, I pulled back, and immediately Alessio mewled again, so I kept rubbing his belly with my thumb. Kiara showed up with the bottle, and I was about to hand Alessio to her, because she'd handled the feeding and almost everything else so far, eager to finally be a mother. But she shook her head. "Your turn." I took the bottle from her, and she settled on the armrest. The moment I touched the dummy to Alessio's lips, he eagerly began to suck, but I kept stroking his belly, since it seemed to calm him. Remo got to his feet and squeezed my shoulder, then walked out into the garden. "What do you see when you look at him?" Kiara asked, raking her fingers through my hair the way I always enjoyed. I regarded the small child in my lap, the way he clung to the bottle as if it could be taken from him at any point, the red marks on his belly, the way he responded to gentle touch. I see you." Kiara tilted her head with a curious expression. "Me? He doesn't look like me." "That's not what I meant," I said, trying to put into words what I felt, because that was what Kiara had actually been asking. "I see you because he needs protection and care like you did when you were given to me. I see you because he means you're happy. I see your love. That's why I'll come to love him like I came to love you. You know it takes time for me." "I know, and your words are already more than I expected." She leaned forward and kissed my cheek. When we brought him to bed around 7 that evening, I wrapped my arms around Kiara from behind, nuzzling her neck. We hadn't been intimate since Alessio had joined our family. Kiara couldn't relax with him in the same room, and she didn't want to leave him alone yet. I pressed my erection against her lower back, and she released a small sigh and looked at me over her shoulder. "I can't with him in the same room." "I know," I murmured, and held up the baby phone. "We can leave him here and still make sure he's fine." She bit her lip, torn between her need to protect him and her need for physical closeness. I stroked her side. "Put on your new red dress, but no panties, and come down to the piano. Bring your red silk shawl. I'll be waiting for you." Kiara nodded. I turned and headed downstairs. After putting the baby phone on a side table on loud, I sank down on the bench in front of the piano. My cock was straining against my pants. I desired Kiara in a way I hadn't thought possible. Being with a woman for a couple of years, I'd have thought I'd grow tired of her body, her scent, her taste, but far from it. I started to play the song I'd created with Kiara until I heard the sound of heels. Kiara descended the stairs in her knee-length, elegant red dress and the matching sling pumps, clutching the red silk shawl in one hand. She looked curious and eager as she approached me. I didn't stop playing until she was beside me. "No," I said, when she was about to take a seat beside me on the bench. Kiara frowned. I slipped the shawl from her fingers and lifted it to her face. "Can I cover your eyes?" Surprise flashed in her dark eyes, then a flicker of excitement. "Okay." I carefully knotted the shawl at the back of her head. "I just want you to feel, and for that to work we need to limit your senses," I rasped. Kiara released a small breath, shivering. I closed the lid over the keys, then hoisted Kiara up on the piano. She gasped. I gripped one heel and set it to the elevated edge of the piano, then did the same with her other foot so she sat in front of me with spread legs. The flowy skirt gathered between her thighs, covering her up. "Keep your legs like this," I ordered. Kiara nodded, her breathing already deepening. Gripping the hem of her skirt, I pushed it up and bunched it around her waist, laying her pussy bare to my view. Desire raced through my veins, seeing her opened for me, her pink folds already glistening with her lust. I leaned forward and ran my nose along the small white scar on her inner thigh, then inhaled. Kiara quivered. "Nino?" Need and a hint of insecurity rang in her voice. I peered up, found her cheeks reddening. "Lie back," I murmured, and she did. "Relax. Feel. Listen." I pushed her skirt even higher, then pulled her closer, until her pussy hovered over the edge, tantalizing and teasing. I lifted the lid again and hit the A key. The low note reverberated in the piano, and seeing goosebumps rise on Kiara's skin, she could feel the hum everywhere, even in her pussy. I played the low note again, but this time I kissed her knee and trailed my tongue down her calf and circled her ankle with the tip before I moved back up and hit the next note on the piano. Kiara breathed faster, her breasts rising with every intake, nipples pebbling against the luxurious fabric, and her arousal increased. I kept on this little stimulation, hitting the two lowest notes over and over again, while kissing and licking her calves and ankle until she was panting. "You're going to drip on the piano," I said in a raw voice, leaning forward and licking up the droplet making its way down Kiara's perfect butt cheek. She arched with a small moan. "Nino, please." "Relax. Listen. Feel," I told her. I played a new higher note and licked along her inner thigh, right to the crook between her thigh and pussy, then inhaled again, and my own arousal almost made me give up my plan. Fuck. I wanted to dive in, devour her pussy, and then bury myself inside of her. "Nino, please, just..." "Just what? What do you want?" I licked over her scar, then sucked the skin into my mouth and hit the low note again. Kiara's thigh muscles twitched against my lips. "Nino." "Say what you want." "I want you to lick me," she admitted. "Good." I pressed my mouth to her pussy and licked, long and slow like the A note. As my fingers found the higher notes, hitting them faster and faster, I flooded my tongue over her clit. She tensed, and, hitting the A note once more, I sucked her clit between my lips and she came in my mouth, arching up on the piano. An apparition of red fabric and white skin against the black lacquer. Closing my eyes, I allowed myself to feel the music, to savor Kiara's taste. Perfection. Drawing back, I closed the lid again, then opened my fly and pulled out my cock. Grasping her hips, I pulled her down until her feet found the floor, and she was leaning back against the piano with her pussy hovering above my dick. "Bend your legs." She did, and my tip pressed against her folds. Moaning, she tried to lower herself further, but my hand on her hip held her fast. Not yet. I rubbed my thick tip along her pussy lips, nudging her clit every time. She panted, and my own breathing turned ragged. I couldn't resist any longer. "Ride me." She lowered herself, her fingers clinging to the piano lid behind her as she impaled herself on my length. She started moving her hips up and down, rotating at the same time, chasing pleasure while driving me to the brink of my own control as I watched her. Reaching for the shawl, I tugged it away. Kiara's eyes blazed with lust and need, and she rocked even faster against me. Our eyes held each other, her lips parting in a small cry, and she clenched around me, tipping me over the edge with her. She kept rocking against me even as I pulled her to my chest until finally she became slack on top of me.
Wow, she breathed. I didn't think music could be erotic.
When you are concerned, everything can be erotic, I drawled, as I trailed appreciative kisses along her chest and throat. Where in the ever-loving fuck is he? Ramos snarled. We'd gathered in the common area to discuss Adamo's disappearance. Not with CJ, that much is clear. She was the first person I checked. Diego said Gemma asked a few of her friends who know the people Adamo hangs with occasionally, but nothing, I said. Kiara walked back and forth on the terrace, listening, Alessio strapped to the sling in front of her chest, trying to get him to sleep, but she was listening, I could tell. I added, I think we must consider the very valid option that he found someone who'd sell him heroin, and now he's sleeping off his high. If he bought it from the wrong people, he could be dead. Either they kill him or they sell him low-quality drugs that are cut with rat poison or the hell what else. He could be lying in a ditch with an overdose right about now. Ramo ground out. He kept rubbing his thumb up and down the scars on his wrist. You did everything you could to protect him. Maybe he's just at the race. You know he wanted to race this weekend and was pissed when he wasn't allowed to, Savio said, one arm braced against the bar. One of the crew would have told us, I said. Not if Adamo managed to sneak in again like last time. Ramo went over to his punching bag and landed a hard kick. You mean the time he got himself captured by the fucking outfit? He exhaled, then gripped the bag hard. Savio gave me a look that made it clear he was done trying to talk to Ramo. Their camp is close by at the moment, northeast of L.A. We could head over there and check, I said. Ramo grunted. He would hide from us. We could try anyway. Ramo nodded slowly. But if he's shit-faced, if he really punched that shit into his veins again, you better hold me back or I might just beat him to within an inch of his life this time. Savio shoved away from the bar and plopped down on the sofa. I guess that means I'll have to stick around and play babysitter, figuratively and literally. You and Fabiano. We're lucky he got the house beside ours. As if luck had anything to do with it, that plastic surgeon almost shit his pants when Ramo talked to him. He was lucky I didn't just kill him, so there you go, Ramo muttered. I headed outside to tell Kiara. From the worried look on her face, she knew already.
You're leaving to search for Adamo?
Have to. This kid, he's... I shook my head and stroked Alessio's hair.
Find him. Help him,
Kiara said.
We'll be all right. Maybe you'll find him before his cake goes stale.
I think you should eat it today. His birthday will be over by the time we find him, and I suspect he won't deserve a reward. Kiara pursed her lip.
It's his birthday cake.
Serafina sat on the grass, and the twins were in the small baby pool she'd gotten them, but she looked toward us.
We can bake something fresh once he's back. Nino's right. The key lime pie won't last long.
When Ramo joined us outside, she looked at him, and her face reflected the same concern I'd seen on Kiara's. Ramo and I weren't only responsible for our brothers anymore. We had wives and children. He gave me a pissed look, thinking the same, and eager to kick Adamo's ass. I wasn't sure what to do with Adamo, how to handle him. If it wasn't him, the solution would have been clear. Torture, then death. I don't know what to do with him if he's drugged again, Ramos said when we sat in the car ready to head out. We'll figure it out. We can try again. Lock him in longer this time. Ramos started the car. What if it's not enough? I didn't say anything, because for once, I couldn't think of other options.
Kiara. I was stretched out on the sofa beside Alessio, trying to get some rest after a sleepless night. Alessio was sleeping soundly now. Despite my tiredness, I couldn't fall asleep. I loved watching his sweet face too much. Nino and Ramo had been gone for 1 day, and we hadn't heard from them yet, which wasn't unusual considering Nino despised unnecessary messages. My phone buzzed on the table beside me. Turning awkwardly, I reached for it, trying not to wake Alessio. Adamo's name flashed across the screen. I picked up at once, surprised he'd call me. "Where are you? I baked you a cake for your birthday yesterday, but you just disappeared. We're worried about you." I hoped he hadn't celebrated his 16th birthday alone. Maybe Savio was right, and he'd spent it at the races, maybe with friends he'd made there. But why hadn't Remo and Nino found him yet?
Kiara.
The word was slurred. "Adamo, what's wrong? Where are you?" I asked, sitting up carefully.
"With my mother. I was there to see her."
Shock washed over me. I'd thought Adamo had put her out of his mind, like his brothers seemed to have done. Why had he visited her? On his birthday, no less. "And now? Where are you now? Still in the hospital?"
"Nah,"
he said quietly, a hint of hesitation in his voice, as if he wasn't telling me everything.
"Didn't stay long. She's not right in the head. She's..."
"Adamo, why don't you come home? Take a cab, don't drive. You are drunk, right?" He couldn't be far. The mental institution was in the outer suburbs of Vegas. Adamo laughed. It was a soft, despondent sound.
"Drunk, drugged."
I began pacing the room, growing more and more nervous. "Do you want me to pick you up?"
"Don't tell my brothers,"
he said quickly. There was no way his brothers wouldn't find out. They'd suspected his relapse, after all. "I won't. I can pick you up by myself. I'll take a car. There are enough to choose from."
"When's the last time you've driven a car?"
I hadn't driven a car in years, only during driving lessons when I was still in school. "Adamo, tell me where you are. Let me help you." I glanced down at Alessio, who was moving his fingers in his sleep. If it was just me, I wouldn't have hesitated to drive the car, even if I was inexperienced. However, I wouldn't risk it with Alessio in the same car, and I couldn't leave him with Serafina. She had the twins to take care of, who were enough work, especially Nevio. Leona was on campus, and Savio and Fabiano couldn't take care of a newborn.
"You won't drive yourself. You'll send someone, right?"
he said miserably. "No," I lied, even as I felt bad, but I couldn't drive, no matter how much I wanted to, and maybe Adamo needed someone who could carry him if he passed out.
"She ran away,"
he said. "Who ran away?" The conversation was confusing me. With my lack of sleep, I just couldn't keep up.
"I thought it would be nice to see her on my birthday. She was nice. She told me it was okay if I needed to escape reality now and then. She stayed at my side while I got myself a fix."
Anger bubbled up. "Adamo, who ran away?" A horrible suspicion was taking root in my head. I didn't want to give it room to grow. It couldn't be.
"Her mother, she ran away. Today. Gone. I don't know where she went."
I frowned, trying to understand what he was saying and wondering how much of it was the result of his drug haze. "I thought you saw her in the hospital. She can't leave there. Remo's given clear orders." A feeling of dread was taking hold of me.
"He gave the orders that only one of us brothers could get her out."
I closed my eyes. "You helped her get out of the hospital?"
"Yeah. She was crying and apologizing. I thought we could... I don't know. I didn't want her to die."
He released a shuddering breath.
"But she used me. She ran off when I fueled up the car. I don't know where she went. She isn't right in the head. Fuck Kiara. I'm such an idiot."
Adamo was adrift and looking for an anchor, but he kept looking in the wrong places when a safe haven was always waiting for him in these walls. "Come home," I urged. "We're all worried about you."
"Remo and Nino will never forgive me for setting her free."
"Of course they will. They love you. They'll go through fire for you. Just come home. Everything will be fine." But I wasn't sure it was true. Remo and Nino hated and feared their mother equally. She was the thorn in their flesh, the tether to their cruel past, and the gasoline that could fuel the fire of their monstrosity. I said, "Let me help you. Let me pick you up."
No.
His voice was already fading, as if he was lowering his phone.
I'll have to find her. I'll have to... So Remo and Nino forgive me.
Adamo! The line went dead. I tried calling him back, but he rejected the call. Alessio woke from my shout and began crying. What was I supposed to do? Chapter 25. Kiara. Remo and Nino were the strongest men we knew, but there was one thing with the power to destroy them still after all these years. Their mother. Serafina knew it as well as I did. We had to protect them and our families at any price. But how? Serafina and I sat on the sofa in the living room, watching over Greta and Nevio as they played on the floor. I rocked Alessio gently in my arms, hoping to get him to sleep. "We have to find a way to get her before they find out what happened," she said fiercely. "The hospital will certainly alert them soon. Something will come up, or one of the other doctors will want confirmation, and Remo will get the call." Serafina shook her head, scrunching up her face in despair. What was he thinking? How could he believe a word she said after what she did to his brothers? He wasn't born when it happened. For him, it's an abstract scenario he can't comprehend. But she was there in front of him, crying and begging. She was real, and he wanted to help her. You know how much he struggles. Because of what my family did to him. I looked into her eyes, wondering if she noticed how Adamo used her to remind himself of the past. I didn't think she was aware about the extent of his struggles. Maybe none of us was. Adamo had become a master at hiding his addiction, his battles. "We have to protect them," I whispered. It was ridiculous, us trying to protect Remo and Nino, but in this case they needed protecting. "Fabiano is the only one who can help us." I traced Alessio's hairline gently as I held him in my arm. "He's loyal to Remo. It won't be easy to convince him to go behind Remo's back." Serafina huffed. "It isn't betrayal if he protects Remo from himself. I have a feeling he and Remo won't see it that way." "What about Nino? He bases his decision on logic. I bet he would agree with our plan to involve Fabiano." Maybe. Nino had come so far from the man I first met more than 2 years ago. He still had trouble with emotions, recognizing them, feeling them, showing them. But we were on a good path, or had been. The thought that this could set him back, it terrified me. When I hadn't known Nino any other way, his lack of emotions had been tolerable. Now I knew how he could be if he actually felt them. I didn't think I could survive faked emotions from him ever again. But it's different where their mother is concerned. Fabiano is our only chance. It's either that or telling Remo and Nino. Serafina and I stared into each other's eyes, and hers, like mine, filled with tears. "I'll call Fabiano. We've got at least 2 hours before our husbands will be back." They'd sent us a text that they hadn't found Adamo and would return soon. I dialed Fabiano's number. He picked up after the second ring.
"What's wrong, Kiara?"
"Can you come over? Serafina and I need to talk to you. Please don't tell Remo and Nino." There was a moment of silence on the other end.
"I'll be there in 5 minutes."
He stayed true to his promise and stalked into the living room exactly 5 minutes later, eyes tense with apprehension, one hand on his gun as if he expected an ambush. Alessio was asleep in my lap by now. Nevio and Greta still sat on their blanket on the floor and played with multicolored wooden blocks.
"What's the matter? Did something happen?"
Fabiano asked urgently. Serafina and I exchanged a look, and Fabiano grimaced.
"That look doesn't bode well. What's wrong?"
Serafina stepped up to him and touched his arm. They'd been friends as kids, and in the last few months, the tension between them after the kidnapping had finally lessened. You have to swear that you won't tell Nino or Remo what we're going to tell you. Not unless we tell you to. Fabiano stepped back, so Serafina had to drop her hand, his expression hardening.
I betrayed Remo once, and I won't ever do it again.
It's not betrayal if you're helping them.
I owe my capo the truth. I owe him loyalty.
Do you think Kiara or I'd ever do anything to betray our husbands? Serafina hissed, stepping close to Fabiano. Looking like an angel, she still managed to appear fierce. You are the only one who can help us save them.
From what?
Fabiano asked, becoming intent and tense, ready to go into war to protect his brothers by choice. From themselves, I whispered. Please, Fabiano, we need your help.
Then tell me what's the matter.
First, you've got to swear that you're not going to tell them, Serafina insisted.
That's not going to happen, Serafina.
Serafina glared, then turned and stalked over to Greta and Nevio, who'd stopped playing at Fabiano's arrival. Fabiano caught my gaze, his expression questioning.
Kiara.
I sighed and put Alessio down into his crib before I faced Fabiano. What choice did we have? We needed his help. Serafina gave a small nod, her lips pinched with worry. Their mother has escaped from the hospital. Fabiano's eyes went wide, then he shook his head.
Impossible. Remo gave the staff clear instructions. They'd never dare to go against him.
He gave them instructions to allow only a Falcone brother to release her. Fabiano frowned, then realization set in.
Fuck,
he snarled, causing Greta to drop her wooden block and began crying. He snapped his mouth shut and muttered under his breath.
What the fuck is wrong with the kid? First the fucking drugs, now this.
Serafina cradled her daughter in her arms, and as usual, Greta calmed quickly. Fabiano sighed, then glanced back toward me.
You realize Remo and Nino won't rest until they've caught her.
I bent over Alessio, who was deep asleep, such a quiet baby when he wasn't hungry. It hurt my heart to think he'd become that way because in his first weeks his cries had been ignored or been punished with pain. Not if you catch her before them. Fabiano froze.
You want me to hunt her?
Hunt her and kill her, Serafina said as she set Greta back down to Nevio, who had begun clanking the blocks together. Kill her? We hadn't spoken about that. Serafina gave me a pained look. Kiara, don't look at me like that. You know as well as I do that she'll always haunt them for as long as she lives. Even now, when they're finally happy, she manages to ruin everything again. I want her gone from their lives once and for all. I want the past to end so we can focus on the future, on our family. I want her dead. Serafina was Remo's wife through and through. She loved fiercely and brutally, and protected her children and Remo relentlessly. I gave a small nod, even as my stomach turned, thinking I was deciding about someone's life. But there was no limit to the length I would go to make sure Alessio and Nino were safe. I hadn't intervened when Remo had killed Alessio's birth mother, had I?
You want me to kill her?
Fabiano asked slowly, then laughed darkly.
Remo would never forgive me. Not in 1,000,000 years if I took that kill from him and Nino. His fucking half-brother killed their father before Remo could. I won't do that to Remo. If anyone ends that woman, it'll be the Falcone brothers, not me.
I closed my eyes. Fabiano wouldn't budge on the subject. Serafina stalked toward him. It's not just about them anymore. They have children. They have us. They have to be fathers and husbands.
Trust me, if they don't handle her themselves, they won't be men you'll want to live with.
Serafina shook her head, then whirled around, turning her back to us, and slowly sank down beside her kids. I didn't say anything, terrified of Nino's reaction when he found out. Fabiano stepped up to me, his hands curling over the edge of the crib.
How's Alessio?
Gaining weight, and the burns have healed. I met his gaze. Do you want children? Fabiano smiled, but his eyes were worried.
First, Leona and I need to marry next year. If that still works out.
Do you think Remo and Nino will still be chasing their mother then? I couldn't imagine being without Nino for that long. Even if he returned home now and then, their life would be dedicated to the chase and not our family.
I don't think so, but it might complicate the planning and everything else. I guess we'll have to wait for their reaction.
He ran a hand through his hair, mouth tightening. He was as concerned about their reaction to the news as we were. He knew them, had known them a long time before Serafina and I did. Fabiano strolled over to Serafina and the twins and knelt down beside them. Serafina didn't look his way, her shoulders stiff. Fabiano handed Greta one wooden block after the other, which she took after a moment of consideration, and piled them up. Nevio, of course, got up and staggered over to Fabiano, keen eyes on the gun in his holster. Fabiano caught Nevio's grabby hands.
No.
That was a word Nevio wasn't very fond of, and his face scrunched up in an indignant cry. Fabiano chuckled, grabbed him, and catapulted him up over his head.
One day you'll be capo, young man, but until then you'll hear many no's.
Serafina turned to them, smiling slightly despite the tears trailing down her cheeks. Greta crawled over to her and settled in her lap. Feeling sentimental, I picked up Alessio, waking him. He mewled softly, blinking up at me. I pressed a kiss to his cheek and cradled him against my chest. I'll feed him. I left, heading for the kitchen. There was no reason to panic yet. Maybe Nino and Remo would handle their mother's disappearance better than we hoped. They'd grown so much since I'd come to live with them. The past was just that. The past. Right? After Fabiano had sent Remo a text that he and Nino needed to come home as fast as possible, we waited. Fabiano and Serafina were still on the floor with the twins, and I was stretched out on the sofa with Alessio on my chest when Remo and Nino returned. The moment they saw us, they fell silent. Nino's brows drew together when he saw Fabiano, then his eyes moved on to me. My eyes were red, and so were Serafina's.
What's going on?
Remo asked Savio, who'd been sitting on the sofa for the last hour, mulling over what we'd told him. Before Savio could reply, Nino walked over to me as I carefully sat up so as not to wake Alessio.
Kiara? Has anything happened?
I stood, then linked my hand with Nino's. Serafina stayed on the floor with the twins, regarding Remo as if he was a ticking bomb. Fabiano rose to his feet, and I shivered, fearing what lay ahead. I said, "Your mother escaped from the hospital. We don't know where she is." Nino's fingers became slack, something haunted flickering in his eyes, and his gaze went to Remo, who was frozen except for the look on his face. He looked like the man I'd been scared of in the beginning.
What?
The word reverberated with the promise of punishment, with pure, unfiltered hatred. Adamo went to visit her, and she tricked him into getting her out. When he wasn't paying attention, she ran.
I still can't believe this shit,
Savio breathed. He wasn't as shaken as his brothers. Even though they'd told him about the events of that fateful day, he, at least, couldn't remember them. Remo curled his hands into fists and lowered his face to glare at the floor, shoulders shaking. Nino still hadn't moved. The look on his face wasn't any less unsettling than Remo's.
Where is he now?
I don't know, I said, not taking my eyes off Nino's beautifully cold face. He wanted to catch her so you'd forgive him. Nino let out a choked scoff.
What are you going to do now?
Savio asked.
Catch her. Kill her.
Remo said in a low voice as he watched Greta and Nevio on the floor. He knelt and touched their heads. "You're going to hunt her?" I touched Nino's chest.
"We have to. I could hunt her and bring her to you,"
Fabiano suggested, and I could have hugged him. My relief was short-lived seeing Nino's and Ramo's expressions.
"No, not this time, Fabiano,"
Nino said. Ramo leaned forward and kissed his twins, then staggered back to his feet. He pulled Serafina against him, who pressed her lips together.
"She needs to die."
"I know," she said. "When will you leave?" I asked. Nino glanced at his brother.
"Right away."
Ramo sighed.
"She could still be close. I don't want to give her time to leave our territory or refresh old contacts."
Serafina looked at Ramo. "Old contacts?"
"When we took over, we killed most of our father's men and the men who deemed themselves worthy of ruling over the Camorra. But we didn't get all of them. Some of those cowards ran off. We thought they were in Mexico or Europe, but they found refuge in outfit territory. We should head out to the mental hospital first, look through her things,"
Nino said. He sounded cold, effective, and his eyes were emotionless.
"Do you want me to come?"
Savio asked quietly.
"You and Fabiano stay here and keep watch,"
Ramo said. Serafina shook her head. "Ramo—"
"No,"
he growled.
"This ends now. We will end it once and for all." "I'll grab a few things,"
Nino said. Taking Alessio, I followed him up to the bedroom. He stuffed a few clothes into a backpack, then another knife and gun, in addition to the Bowie knife and gun strapped to his chest. I touched his arm and peered up at him. A battle was raging in his eyes, cold against pain, hatred with love, then nothing again.
"Don't worry,"
he said simply. "How can I not?" Serafina's eyes held the same trepidation I felt. It was a miracle that men like Ramo and Nino could love us in the first place, that they could control the demons that had a hold of them. Now I feared that this could be the tipping point for both of them, a catalyst that might snuff out their humanity. We'd all gathered in the driveway to see them off. "You'll return as often as possible, right?" Nino lowered his head.
"Yes. This will be over soon."
I wanted to find consolation in the gray calm of his eyes, but they were guarded and cold. "Don't lose yourself in the chase," I begged. "We need you." Nino regarded me, then Alessio sleeping against my chest in his sling.
"I lost myself many years ago, and am still finding myself every day."
I touched his chest, feeling his steady heartbeat against my palm, trying to find calm and solace in it. Today, it didn't work. "Will you return to me as the man you are now, or as the man you were when we first met?" I loved him, would always love him. Even if he returned to the emotionless man from the past, I couldn't not love him. Nino rubbed his thumb along my cheek.
"I will return to you."
I swallowed, grateful that he kept his promise not to lie to me, and at the same time wishing he had. "And we'll wait for you. Please return quickly. I love you so much."
"And I love you, no matter how I return."
Nino kissed my mouth, then pressed a kiss to Alessio's forehead before he turned and headed for the car. Serafina's expression was a mix of anger and despair as she talked to Ramo, but he shook his head once more, grabbed her face almost roughly, and kissed her. Then he got down to one knee and bowed down so he was on eye level with Nevio and kissed his forehead. He straightened, went over to Savio, who held Greta, and kissed her forehead as well. Then Ramo gave Savio a nod, which he returned with a determined expression. They drove off. I let out a choked gasp and closed my eyes. Someone touched my shoulder, and I found Fabiano beside me.
"Kiara, they will get through this. I've lived so many horrors with them, fought so many battles, Faced so many enemies, people who thought they could beat us. But Remo and Nino are still standing, and those people aren't.
I know they'll come out of this as the victors, I said firmly. But I'm worried what it'll take to get there.
Nothing worth having comes easy or without a fight,
Fabiano murmured. I nodded, then glanced at Serafina and saw the same determination. We were willing to fight because what we had was worth everything. Chapter 26. Kiara. In the first few days, Remo and Nino returned every night and left before sunrise again. As they extended their search radius, they stayed away longer. It seemed impossible that they would find their mother. She could be anywhere, maybe in Mexico, maybe in outfit territory, maybe somewhere else. She was a ghost, had been haunting them in one way or another for so long. They've been searching for 3 weeks. We should tell them to give up, Serafina said one night at the dining table.
They won't listen,
Savio said, looking up from his cell briefly. Fabiano nodded.
He's right. It's the one thing where Nino doesn't listen to logic. They both can't.
Remo and Nino weren't just looking for their mother. Adamo had disappeared as well. Nothing would make them give up their endeavor. Leona came in with a big bowl of spaghetti with tomato sauce. She'd cooked, for once. Fabiano and her spent most of the time in the mansion now that Remo and Nino were hunting. She said, I don't get it. Why do they have to catch her? They should be glad she's gone. What does it matter if she starts a new life somewhere else? I get crazy mother problems, but maybe they should let it drop. Salvio took the ladle from her and filled several plates.
Did your crazy-ass mother try to kill you? Burn you?
Leona gave a small shake of her head, a blush taking over her throat and cheeks, blotting out her freckles.
Then you don't know shit. Savio, don't talk to Leona like that,
Fabiano snapped. They held gazes, both not willing to back down. Men and their dominance battles were something I'd never comprehend. It didn't help that the tension had been mounting because of recent events. Leona held up her hand. No, it's okay. It's none of my business. I have no right to put my nose in your family matters. You are family too, Serafina said, trying to wrangle a bib around Nevio's neck. Savio sighed and nodded.
Fabiano is, so you are too.
Fabiano inclined his head, then touched his fiancée's hip. Leona blushed an even darker red and filled Fabiano's plate than her own. Greta and Nevio had already started stuffing their cute little faces with their food, the former wearing her bib without protest, the latter getting smashed avocado all over his clothes. I ate a bite of the pasta, but I couldn't really focus on food or anything but the thought that my period had been overdue for more than 2 weeks. Alessio was asleep in his crib upstairs. Pushing my chair back, I stood. What's the matter? Serafina asked worriedly. Nothing. I just need to go to the bathroom. Can you keep an eye on the baby monitor for me? All heads nodded, and I handed the monitor over to Serafina, who tried to catch my eyes, obviously concerned. Avoiding Fabiano's suspicious gaze, I quickly moved into the guest bathroom and locked myself in. I stared at the drawer with the pregnancy tests. Slowly, I sank down on the toilet lid, considering if it was worth it. Should I take the test and risk having my hopes crushed, or just wait it out? Taking a deep breath, I opened the drawer and took a test out. I wasn't even sure how many of them I had used since Nino and I had started trying to get me pregnant. But this time was different. I had Alessio, and in the few weeks since he'd become part of our family, I'd grown to love him so much. He was my son. Blood was completely irrelevant. Even if the test was negative, it wouldn't be like the last times, because I already had a child to love. 20 minutes later, I closed my eyes, dropping the second test to the floor, and began to laugh softly. The same result as the first. A knock sounded. "Kiara? Are you all right?" Leona asked. I took another deep breath, washed my hands, and opened the door. She scanned my face, then took in the 2 tests on the floor. "I'm pregnant," I whispered, and hearing those words, the reality of the situation really sank in. For the first time, a test was positive. 2 of them, even. After all this time, all the tears and obsessing, I was finally pregnant. As if having Alessio had set me free, had removed some sort of blockade. "Oh, Kiara," Leona said, and hugged me tightly. "Will you call Nino?" I shook my head. "I need to see a doctor first. Make sure it's really true. I don't want to crush his hopes if it's a false alarm. He and Remo have enough to carry because of their mother." Leona gave me an understanding smile. "I have courses tomorrow, but I could skip if you need support." I squeezed her hand. "Thank you, but you shouldn't skip. Savio's taking me and Alessio to a pediatrician for a checkup tomorrow. There's a gynecologist in the same building." Leona smiled. "Will you come back to the table? Can you keep it a secret for now, even from Fabiano?" "I'll try. I'm not the best at keeping secrets from him, though. He's just too attentive." "That's not a bad thing," I said with a laugh. We returned to the table. Serafina, Savio, and Fabiano gave me curious looks, but I only smiled. Under the table, I pressed my palm to my belly, wondering if it was really true. Serafina handed the baby monitor back to me. "Here." "Thanks." Alessio was still stretched out on his back, sleeping tight. Would he soon become a big brother? After Alessio's checkup, which went well, Savio wanted to head down to the underground garage. I pressed the button for the floor below ours. "I still need to go to another doctor."
"All right,"
he said slowly. His expression turned pained when he saw we were heading to the gynecologist.
"Seriously?"
I gave him a pointed look and set Alessio's carrier down on the reception desk of the practice. Savio looked around with a frown, as if he was worried one of his friends could catch him in a place like this, or maybe one of the girls he slept with. I told the receptionist, "I need to see the doctor." "Do you have an appointment?" she asked, barely glancing up from her computer screen.
"No, How long have you lived in Vegas?"
Savio asked coldly. The woman's head shot up with a frown. "What?" He leaned on the counter and stretched out his arm with the tattoo, a smile on his face that raised the little hairs on my neck.
"The name is Falcone. Cora Falcone. Now tell the doctor to hurry, we don't have all day."
She looked clueless. The other receptionist stood at once. "I'll ask her to see you right away." "Was that necessary?" I whispered. Savio shrugged.
"I didn't like the tone she used on you."
Savio waited outside the door while the doctor did her checkup, and afterward I couldn't get the smile off my face. I walked out, causing Savio to straighten at once from where he leaned against the wall. "Is he the father?" the doctor asked. Savio's eyes widened in alarm. "No," I said quickly, then smiled and we took our leave. Savio waited until we were in the elevator before he asked,
"You're pregnant?"
I nodded as I took Alessio from the carrier because he'd started crying. The moment I pressed him to my chest, he quieted as usual. Savio grabbed the carrier.
"Fuck, the mansion will be overrun with these little monsters soon."
"You're exaggerating."
"If one of them turns out to be like Nevio, we're doomed. That's all I'm saying."
I chuckled. Nevio was a very active, very loud child, the complete opposite from his sister.
"If you tell Nino, he'll return right away, and I don't think he'll leave again. If you tell him you don't want him to go, he won't. You know you've got him wrapped around your little finger."
The elevator came to a stop, and we headed toward the Porsche Panamera. Since we had 3 kids in the family, some of the sports cars had been exchanged for vehicles with a bit more room. I know he would have stayed if I'd asked him, but he needed to do this.
Maybe Leone is right, you know?
Savio murmured.
Maybe it's for the best that she just disappeared, so neither of us has to kill her. With a little luck, she ends her own life.
Savio's gaze darted away from me, searching the parked cars to our right, and he became tense.
Get in the car.
He was about to pull his gun when 5 men jumped out from behind the other cars. 2 of them gripped him from behind, stopping him from drawing the weapon. I stumbled back when Savio rammed the back of his head against the face of one of his attackers, who released him with a grunt. Savio did a high kick against the chin of another, causing his head to fly back with a sickening crunch. The man dropped to the ground, unmoving. I whirled around, pressing Alessio to my chest, and ran back to the elevator. The sounds of fighting followed me, and then steps. What was I supposed to do? Calling the police was out of the question, but I needed to get help for Savio. Fabiano was the only option, but he couldn't leave Fina and the twins alone. My mind stumbled over each thought, not able to hold on to one. I didn't dare look back, and suddenly I was doused in liquid. It dripped down my hair, my neck, onto Alessio's head and his romper. He began to wail. "Stop," a woman ordered. "Stop, or you'll burn." It was a melodic, soft voice, one meant for soothing words and lullabies. I sucked in a sharp breath, and then the stench of gasoline clogged my nose and I froze, staring down at Alessio in horror. He, too, was covered in gas. Slowly, I turned around to stare into gray eyes. Like Nino's, but unlike his, they didn't give me a sense of calm. Mrs. Falcone had a half-empty bottle in one hand and a lighter in the other.
"Stop the shit or the baby and the girl will burn,"
one of the attackers snarled. Savio was holding another man by the collar. His eyes darted to me, then his mother, and slowly he released the man, sliding his knife out of his chest. The man dropped to the ground, eyes wide and lifeless, and soon blood spread around him. Only 3 men were still standing, 2 of them bleeding, the third now pointing a gun at Savio. The man with the gun hit Savio over the head, causing him to fold into himself and fall to the ground. Alessio started crying once more, and my rocking did nothing to soothe him. Mrs. Falcone smiled at me. "You are Chiara Vitiello? And this must be your son?" I clutched Alessio protectively against me, taking a step back. Images of what she had done to her sons formed in my head, stirred terror in my insides. "What do you want?" She pointed toward a black limousine. "Head over there." Her mouth twisted into a too-wide smile. "Please." Quaking from fear, I moved toward the car and then got into the back seat. Savio was shoved into a second car. Mrs. Falcone got into the passenger seat of the car I was in, and one of the men took the steering wheel. Alessio's cry rang out harshly in this small space. I tried to wipe the gasoline from Alessio's head, but it clung to him. Rubbing his back, I began humming, yet Alessio kept wailing, his little face turning red. Mrs. Falcone pursed her mouth. "Get him to stop." "Shh," I cooed against my son's temple. "Stop him. I'm trying. Stop him, or I will," she screeched, whirling around in her seat and staring at us with a wide-eyed expression. I froze, my hold on Alessio tightening, but he too had become completely quiet, as if he could sense the danger we were in. I kissed his forehead despite the gasoline, never taking my eyes off Mrs. Falcone. She nodded once, then turned back to the windshield. "I've been waiting for a long time for this moment." "Please," I whispered, "don't do this. You can start a new life." She peered over her shoulder. "I don't want a new life. All I want is to finish what I've begun. Don't you understand? The feverish determination in her eyes made me shudder. I pressed my cheek against Alessio's head. You don't have to be scared. I won't hurt you or him if my sons do what I say. He's not Nino's, right? I swallowed. We adopted him. Good. Then you two can live. All I could think about was the baby in my belly, Nino's baby. What would she do if she found out I was pregnant with her son's child? I tried not to panic. It would only transfer to Alessio and make him cry again. Remo and Nino would figure out a way to save us.
Nino. We were on our way back home after 4 days on the road and without a trace of our mother. Our wives and children need us, I said again, because Remo was dangerously silent since I'd convinced him to return to the mansion for a few days. I added, we don't have a lead, Remo. I want her gone as much as you do, but we can't spend every second chasing her. Not anymore. Not like in the past. Every moment that she's out there is a moment where she can ruin everything. You know her. The ringing of my phone stopped me from saying more. It was Kiara's number. I picked up at once. Did something happen?
Hello, Nino,
a woman said, and it took my brain a moment to recognize the voice, and my insides froze over.
I know we haven't spoken in a while, but I'm only calling you to tell you we have your Kiara and her baby. I don't know if you care, but I think maybe you do. So if you want to see her alive, you and Remo, come home now.
Remo slowed the car, taking in my expression. Nino? My mother's voice went on calmly.
Tell Remo, Kiara and the baby are covered in gasoline, and if he doesn't behave, I'll have to let them burn. We'll be waiting for you.
She hung up, and I could only stare at my cell. Images from the past of hungry flames eating away at the drapes slithered through my mind, followed by the horrible realization that today it might not be I who burned, but worse, Kiara and Alessio. Nino, say something. Our mother has Kiara and Alessio. She's going to kill them if we don't come home. Remo's phone rang and he picked up, saying immediately, Fabiano, what the fuck is going on? My brother closed his eyes, his chest heaving. Take Fina and the twins into the panic room in your mansion if you've got time. Maybe our mother doesn't know about them. Remo nodded. Let them in. Don't risk that she hurts Kiara or Alessio. Remo opened his eyes and looked at me. I was still clutching my phone in my hand. We have to save them, I rasped. Help me save them. Remo gripped the back of my head and hugged me. You'll never have to ask me for something like that, never. We will save them, and if anyone burns today, it'll be us. He pulled back, his eyes harsh. I know it's fucking much to ask right now, but shove your emotions down as far as you can. If we want to save them, I need you to be the sociopathic killer, not the husband or father. Got it? I gave a nod. I will kill them all. You and I will. He hit the gas and took us back home. The gates swung open, and in the driveway we found 3 cars that didn't belong. 2 men stood guard in front of the entrance. I recognized them at once as Carmine, Cosimo's younger brother, and beside him another one of our father's former lapdogs. Remo and I got out, and Carmine with a wide grin pointed his gun at us. The wind's turned, hasn't it? Remo's mouth curled. Your brother begged and cried like a little girl before I killed him. To think that a pussy like him had dared to call himself capo for even a second makes me want to jab a knife into my brain so I can cut out the part remembering it. Carmine's face turned red. You are going to die today. So will you, I said calmly. He'd gained weight around the middle, and his hairline had receded. Inside, he ordered. But first you give us your weapons. Don't forget that woman and the baby will burn to coal in a blink if you try anything. Remo and I removed our holsters and gave them to Carmine, who glared at Remo. Inside, now! We made our way into the mansion, with them pointing their guns at our backs. I searched the adjoining corridors for more attackers, but didn't see any. Remo alone could have taken the men who held us at gunpoint, and together we wouldn't have had any trouble. But we couldn't risk it, as long as Kiara and Alessio were in our mother's hands. The torturous images from the past kept licking at my consciousness like hungry flames, waiting to banish the here and now. With sheer force of will, I shoved them down. My heart picked up when we arrived in the gaming room. Kiara sat on the sofa and cradled Alessio against her chest. Her hair was sticky, and the stench of gasoline hung in the air. My insides constricted. I only gave her a small nod, remembering Remo's words. Savio lay on the floor, bleeding from a head wound, and looking up at me dazedly. I didn't discover any other wounds. If things went down, he'd still manage to put up a decent fight despite his injury. Fabiano's hands were bound behind his back, and he was kneeling beside two other former Comarista. Remo shot him a look, and he gave a small nod. Serafina and the twins were in the panic room. And then I spotted her, the woman who'd destroyed what little innocence Remo and I had possessed as children. In a moment she moved to Kiara's side and held up the lighter. "You are going to put down all of your weapons, or they'll both burn." "We took their weapons," Carmine said, perspiration glistening on his receding hairline. His brother's screams all those years ago would be nothing in comparison to what Remo and I would do to him today for threatening the people we were meant to protect. Our mother shook her head with a benevolent smile. No, you didn't. I know Benedetto's sons." "We're your sons too," Savio ground out, rolling onto his back and touching the spot of dried blood on the side of his head with a grimace. She ignored him. "A gunshot could set Kiara and her boy on fire too. A little spark, and everything goes up in flames. Do you really want to risk it? Hear their agonized screams?" Remo looked at me, hoping I'd contradict her. But I couldn't. Not with absolute certainty, and the fire would spread too fast. I couldn't risk this. Couldn't risk Kiara and Alessio being consumed by flames. Remo and I bent down and reached for the guns strapped to our calves. "Careful now," Mother said. "You know how excruciating it is to burn alive. I can't imagine how it would feel to die that way." "Maybe you'll find out today," Remo said, his eyes full of hatred. Inside me, there was quiet, a terrifying stillness, only interrupted by bursts of what I could assume was fear. Fear of losing everything. Not my life. I didn't care about that. Carmine took the guns from us with a nasty smile, then backed up again to the other men. "What did you promise them to do your bidding?" I asked. Mother smiled. "Money, power, revenge." "Power," Remo scoffed. "Do you really think my men will follow either of you? They'll laugh in your pitiful faces and then smash them in. And even if you manage to seize power by some stroke of luck, you won't have it for long. Luca will wipe the floor with assholes like you and just claim the Camorra for himself." "We'll see," Carmine said. He was obviously the leader of the remaining traitors. That they'd chosen a man like him showed how weak they were. "Help him to his feet," Mother said, indicating Savio. An older man, one of my father's old captains, grabbed Savio's arm to pull him to his feet. Savio jerked his head forward, breaking the man's nose with his forehead. "Go fuck yourself, motherfucker!" The man staggered back, clutching his nose. Then he raised his gun and pointed it straight at Savio's head. My own body went into fight mode, but I forced myself to stay put. Our mother waved the lighter. "I told you they'll burn." I looked to Kiara and Alessio. She was stroking his back, her gaze on me. She wasn't crying, only looking at me with absolute certainty that I could save them, and no matter the price, I would. Those kind eyes had helped me tear down parts of the walls from the past and today. I'd smash the rest of them. Maybe I wouldn't survive. It didn't matter. as long as I took my mother and those traitors with me so Kiara and Alessio could live in peace. Savio staggered to his feet and moved toward us, limping slightly. There wasn't a bullet or knife wound in his leg, so I hoped he'd only twisted his ankle.
"Where's Adamo?"
Mother asked, flicking the lighter open, causing Kiara to flinch and me to take a step forward. Mother smiled at the orange flame before her gaze latched onto mine, then to Remo. Her expression full of manic excitement. It had haunted many nightmares of my past. "He disappeared after you tricked him into helping you."
"Poor boy," she crooned. "He's weak, lost. He isn't like you or Benedetto."
She regarded the flickering flame of the lighter again, and every fiber in my body tensed. I wouldn't reach Kiara in time if Mother touched the flame to her hair or clothes. Her eyes became eager again.
"What about those kids and wife of yours, Remo? Where are they?"
Remo's nostrils flared.
"Everyone knows about that kidnapped girl and those twins that look like you," she continued. "Especially that boy. Your spitting image, your tainted blood."
Remo gave her a wide grin full of maniac darkness. "You know me, don't you? You really think I could ever have a woman in my life without killing her?" Mother tilted her head and closed the lid of the lighter.
"You killed her."
"Her and those useless kids." Mother regarded him closely, but from the look on Remo's face, even I would have believed his words to be true if I didn't know what Serafina and his twins meant to him. "Why don't you douse us with gasoline? That way you can guarantee we don't act out of turn, and you can let Kiara and Alessia go," I said carefully. Mother's laugh was girlish, too high, too fake.
"Oh, no. I won't let the past repeat itself. She stays. You'll behave as long as she does. You don't want her to get hurt, do you?"
I swallowed hard, trying to suppress the need to attack, to dish out the pain she deserved. "We need to hurry up here," Carmine said, looking at Remo. My brother appeared to be imagining all the ways he could break the man before him. "We don't know if they didn't alert their soldiers. As long as they still live, every fucking made man in the city will follow their command." Mother gave him an indignant look, then sighed before smiling at us.
"Okay, this is how it goes, boys. I want you to cut your wrists, all right?"
Savio scoffed. Remo's face transformed into a mask of absolute fury. "I should have killed you right after they cut Adamo out of you. Father wouldn't have stopped me. He would have found a new woman to terrorize." I held Kiara's shocked gaze, and she shook her head, asking me not to act on my mother's demands. But that was a promise I couldn't give, because my life wouldn't matter without her in it. Mother smiled.
"And I should have killed you first in your sleep, but I didn't know how strong you were. I do now, my son."
"Don't call me that," he snarled. She glanced from Savio to me, then to Remo at last.
"This could have been over many years ago. It must end this way, don't you see?"
I could only stare at Kiara, who was clutching our son with tears in her eyes, and the love in her face grounded me, gave me peace and certainty. She'd live no matter the price. Mother opened the flap of the lighter and I took a step forward.
"No!" she screamed. "All three of you will cut your wrists now. I'll wait until you've passed out before I burn down the mansion and your bodies in it. If you don't, I'll burn her and the baby right in front of you and have my men shoot you anyway."
Carmine and the men exchanged looks, obviously not in on the plan until now. Hadn't they realized how crazy our mother was? "You'll burn them anyway. The moment we've passed out, you'll kill them," I said tonelessly. Our mother shook her head with a soft smile.
No. She's a victim like I was, and the boy isn't yours, so he can live as well. We have to go, but not them, boys. Don't you see?"
Savio stared at her in disgust. "Fuck. If I'd known how batshit crazy you are, I would have killed you myself."
"See?
she said.
It's in you like it is in them, like it was in your father.
She regarded us. She motioned at Carmine, who gave her an incredulous look. Then he handed me my knife back.
Either you'll cut your wrists now, or I'll burn them. I'll count to 3.
Kiara began crying softly, rocking Alessio. I brought the blade to my forearm, then slashed horizontally, never taking my eyes off Kiara.
No,
she gasped, but it was the only way, and she knew.
Good,
Mother crooned.
Now the other.
I slashed my other wrist, feeling the warm liquid slithering down my palms, then my fingers before it dripped to the floor. There was no pain, no fear, nothing. Only the determination to save my wife and son.
2,
Mother counted.
Savio, Remo.
I glanced at my brothers and held out my knife for them to take, feeling empty inside, and at the same time filled with a terror like never before. Not for myself, but for Kiara and Alessio. Remo grasped the knife with a growl, and holding my gaze he cut his wrists open, and my shoulders sagged. "Fuck," Savio breathed, closing his eyes. Fabiano's eyes glistened as he pressed his lips together. I could see him working on his bindings, but from his look of despair he wasn't making progress.
1,
Mother warned. Savio opened his eyes, snatched the knife from Remo, and slashed his wrists. I gave him a grateful look before he lowered his gaze to the blood running down his hands. I wished he didn't have to share this experience with us.
Chapter 27. Kiara. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be. I sucked in air, but it didn't reach my lungs. I took in the growing pool of blood on the floor, dripping from the veins of the men who'd become my family. All of them putting down their life so I and Alessio could live. But I couldn't let them, couldn't allow it. Remo had Serafina and the twins who needed a father and husband, and Savio was too young. He needed to get the chance to find what we had, someone he loved and who loved him back. I wouldn't take that from him. Mrs. Falcone pointed at one of the men. "Now get me that knife."
"We want the rest of our money. We aren't your soldiers. Remember that."
Mrs. Falcone only smiled. "There's plenty of money in the glove compartment of the car. It's yours. Now give me that knife." She'd closed the lighter, but it wouldn't take long to open it again. Remo laughed darkly and wiped sweat off his forehead, spreading blood all over his face.
"She tricked you. She doesn't have more money. Or did she show you?"
The men exchanged looks. "Not another word," Mrs. Falcone warned, raising the lighter once more. "I've had enough time to hide money before you arrived in Vegas." A shadow in the corner of my eye caught my attention, and from the brief flicker of recognition on Nino's face, he'd seen it too. Someone was crossing the garden from Fabiano's mansion.
"We want our money. We need it to establish control. You said you could hide several millions." "She's a lying bitch,"
Remo growled. "Don't call me that," she shrieked. Remo's mouth curled.
"Do my eyes remind you of father?"
He smiled.
"Oh, they do, don't they? He didn't turn out to be the prince you hoped for, right? Was it worth it, killing his fiancée to become the alpha bee yourself?"
You, she gasped, moving closer to Remo, panting. He was taunting her, drawing her away from me. And then everything happened too fast. Adamo stormed inside through the French windows and barreled into his mother's back, clamping his hand down on her fist with the lighter, and at the same time he drove a knife up into her stomach. Her eyes grew wide, and they both tumbled to the floor. For a moment, the whooshing in my ears was the only sound. Then the screams crashed through the blissful cacophony. Nino stormed toward me. One of the men stepped in his way with a raised gun. I jumped up and kicked his shin at the same time as he fired. The bullet tore through Nino's upper arm, but then he was upon the man, broke his leg with a kick to the knee before gripping him by the back of the head and jerking his face down on his knee. The man fell to his side, gurgling. Nino took the gun, feeling the man's chin.
I broke your jaw. I hope you can scream anyway.
He gripped the man's fingers and jerked them back, causing him to cry hoarsely.
Not the best screams I've heard, but they'll do. Later.
He straightened, stepping over the man. Remo and Savio had knocked out the other man and were freeing Fabiano.
Are you all right?
Nino asked, cupping my cheeks with his bloody hands and kissing my cheek, my forehead, my temple, then my lips, before he pressed a kiss to Alessio's head. I nodded dazedly. But you're not. You need a doctor. Nino's gaze wasn't as focused as usual. I grabbed his bloody hand and squeezed. Blood was still sliding out of the cuts. I pressed down on his wrist wound, but the red on his upper arm spread quickly. Nino, you need to treat this. Nino still stared at me as if he worried I'd vanish into thin air any moment.
It'll take a long time for me to bleed to death from a wrist laceration of this depth. Nino.
Remo rasped, kneeling beside their mother who was sprawled out on the ground in a pool of blood, Adamo's knife still stuck in her belly. She was gasping for air. Adamo sat in her blood, chest heaving. Savio hunched next to him. He was pale. The hit to his head and the blood loss were taking their toll. Go, I whispered to Nino. Go to Remo. Nino released my hand and slowly made his way over to his brothers. They were all covered in blood, still losing it from the cuts on their wrists. Fabiano staggered toward me, bleeding from a cut on his forehead that hadn't been there before.
We need to get you out of those clothes and wash the gasoline off.
I nodded, but couldn't take my eyes from the 4 brothers gathered around their mother. Remo curled his hand around the handle of the knife. Then Nino closed his own fingers around it. Remo looked at Adamo, who gave a shaky nod, then at Savio, who tilted his head in agreement. And then Remo and Nino changed the angle of the knife and jabbed it the rest of the way in. Their mother jerked. Then the tension left her body and relief flooded me. I clutched Alessio closer to me, breathing out. Remo gripped Nino's shoulder, said something, then jumped up and disappeared into the garden, storming toward Fabiano's mansion. Nino staggered to his feet and walked toward me. His expression was beautiful ice, shut off from his emotions, and maybe it was for the best right now. Adamo closed his mother's eyes and let his head fall back, staring up at the ceiling. Nino touched my arm.
Remo's on his way to the panic room to check on Serafina and the twins,
he said emotionlessly. My eyes took in the blood trail leading out onto the terrace. Nino squeezed my hand, and I glanced down toward his wrists, still dripping blood.
You need to shower. Get rid of the gasoline,
he urged. I motioned at Fabiano. Fabiano, Adamo, get bandages. We need to make pressure bandages to stop the bleeding until the doctors arrive. Fabiano lowered his phone that he'd been using to alert the Camorra doctors and ran off.
Kiara,
Nino murmured.
You need to shower.
I peered into his eyes, determined, worried. He wouldn't relax until I did, I could tell. If you let Fabiano and Adamo dress your and Savio's wound. After Savio had stumbled to his feet, he sank down on the armrest of the sofa and stared down at his hands, one of them clutching one wrist as the other kept bleeding. Fabiano returned with 2 first aid kits and thrust one against Adamo's chest.
Get up and help, now.
Adamo stumbled to his feet, and with a last glance at their mother, he walked over to Savio. Fabiano made Nino sit down, but his gray eyes were only on me. We're okay. You have to be okay too, I said, then quickly moved upstairs and into our master bathroom. Alessio had stopped crying as I rocked him. The moment I stepped into the shower with him and the warm water rained down on us, he started again. I began humming as I tried to wash the gasoline out of our hair and skin. Soon, my sobs broke through the melody and I had to stop. Shh, Alessio. Shh. Everything is okay now. It took 10 minutes to get clean, not just from the gasoline, but also the blood sticking to our skin. When I turned the shower off, I froze. Nino sat on the edge of the tub and was watching with a haunted expression. He was covered in blood from head to toe. He got up slowly, grabbed 2 towels and handed one to me so I could wrap Alessio in it. Once he was swaddled, I handed him over to Nino, then dried myself. Nino's eyes rested on mine. His bandages were already turning pink. You need to be stitched up. He sighed.
I almost lost you today. I'm sorry, Kiara.
Why are you sorry? It was your mother. You slit your wrists to save me and Alessio.
I promised to protect you, to keep you 2 safe. But today I failed. I won't ever again. I won't ever hesitate to kill someone I deem a threat.
I touched Nino's cheek, and he pulled Alessio and me against him. You couldn't know what would happen. It's not your fault, Nino. He nodded slowly and kissed the top of my head.
The doctors are here,
Fabiano shouted. I pulled away. Go downstairs. Get stitched up. Nino shook his head.
I won't leave your side.
Sighing, I moved to the bedroom and pulled on a dress, then dressed Alessio in a romper. I hope he didn't get any of the gasoline fumes into his lungs.
We let the doctor check him first.
Nino took my hand and led me back downstairs. Everyone had gathered in the gaming room once more, even Serafina. She had her arms wrapped around Ramo's waist while one of the doctors took care of his wound. Her eyes were red from crying. The second doctor was attending to Savio, who'd stretched out on the sofa only in his briefs, pressing a bag of frozen peas against his head. His blood-soaked clothes lay on the floor beside him. Fabiano was talking to the third doctor and sent him over to us the moment we arrived. After the doctor had taken a quick look at Alessio, Nino sank down on the other sofa, then held out his wrists so the doctor could tend to them. I cradled Alessio against me, then went over to Fabiano, touching his shoulder. Thank you, Fabiano. Fabiano gave a tense nod. Where are the bodies?
I dragged their mother outside. Carmine and the other men are still alive. We'll deal with them later to find out what they know.
I nodded and went over to Remo. Serafina hugged me tightly. I'm so glad you and Alessio were all right. I swallowed, realizing she had almost lost her husband because Remo would have laid his life down for me, for Nino, for our son, and the baby neither of them knew about yet. I asked her, are Greta and Nevio okay? They are upstairs in their room, playing. They thought Remo was covered in paint. They don't understand what happened. Good, I whispered, then pulled back and turned to Remo. Tears sprang into my eyes as I met his gaze, and words got stuck in my throat. He nodded before I'd uttered anything, his eyes dark and angry, but also soft, somehow. Remo, the constant enigma. Thank you, I got out.
You don't have to thank me. Not for that. I did it for you, for Nino, for all of us.
I know. I hugged him. You saved not just me and Alessio. Remo frowned down at me, and I touched my belly. He exhaled, looking to Nino, who watched me but couldn't see my hand.
He doesn't know yet?
I didn't have time to tell him yet, but I will tonight. Remo nodded, then released another harsh breath.
Are you done?
He asked the doctor.
I have someone to tear apart.
I stepped back and moved toward the sofa, sinking down on my knees beside Savio. The doctor was stitching him up, and Savio's eyes were closed. They opened when I touched his shoulder. Despite everything, he gave me a smirk, and though it didn't reach his eyes, I was glad to see it.
Have you come to grope me while I'm too weak to fight you off?
I choked on a teary laugh, shaking my head. Thank you. Thank you so much. Leaning forward, I kissed his cheek. Surprise, then anger crossed his face.
I was supposed to protect you and got us captured.
There were too many attackers. You did everything you could. You took out 2, Savio. I lightly touched his bandaged wrist. And this... I swallowed.
Now all the chicks will think I'm an emo kid who slashed his wrists. I guess I'll learn how good emo girls are in bed,
he said, and grinned. I shoved his shoulder lightly.
How's Alessio?
I looked down at my son. He had fallen asleep again. That was the beauty of newborns. They didn't see the world as we did yet. He wouldn't remember this day. Good.
And the bun in the oven?
I smiled softly. Safe. He motioned behind me.
You should go to him.
I glanced over my shoulder and found Nino staring at me. Nodding, I rose to my feet and went over to him. He pushed to his feet, shaking the doctor off who was trying to fasten the bandage on his second wrist. We're all safe, and she's finally dead. This is over, I told him. Nino touched my cheek.
Not quite. We'll question the survivors now and find out if there are others holding up somewhere. We need to find every last traitor, now more than ever.
I stroked his beard. Don't take too long. We need you.
Nino. I hesitated, torn between the need to destroy these men who'd dared to threaten my family, who'd broken into my home. They needed to die, and they needed to suffer before they did, but I wanted to be there for Kiara. She smiled, stroking Alessio's back absent-mindedly. It's okay. You need to do this so we're all safe. Just hurry. I bent low and kissed her slowly. Rest. She shook her head. I'll cook something. We're all in need of some comfort food today. She drew back and her fresh clothes were smeared with my blood again, and so were her cheeks and hands. Serafina came over and wrapped an arm around Kiara. I'll stay with her and Alessio. Help Remo end them. I turned and went down into the basement where the traitors had been taken. My body wasn't as strong as usual. Blood loss had left its mark, but not enough to stop me from doing this. Remo waited in the corridor of the basement. You joining me? Of course. Remo searched my face, but I wasn't sure what he was looking for. Fabiano's picking up Leona from campus in case there are others out there waiting for their chance to hit us again. And Savio needs to lie down because of his concussion, so it's only us. No. A raspy voice sounded from the stairs. Both Remo and I looked to see Adamo coming down the steps, still covered in blood like we were. Slowly he walked toward us, his eyes bloodshot and full of guilt. I want to help you. I want to make up for what I did. Somehow, He swallowed. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. Remo's mouth pulled into a tight line and he nodded. Can you ever forgive me? I regarded my little brother and grabbed his arm, shoving up his shirt, revealing punctures. Are you drugged? Adamo looked away. Not really. I had the last shot yesterday. Remo let out a low growl. Fuck it, Adamo. Fuck it all. I should kill you now. Adamo nodded, then met my gaze. If anything had happened to Kiara or Alessio, I would have never forgiven myself. I probably won't either way. Regret is wasted time, so is guilt, so stop wasting your time. Spend it on something useful, like getting clean and deciding who you want to be instead of wallowing in self-pity and wishing to be someone you're obviously not, I said sharply. Today I didn't have any patience to spare for him, not after what I almost had to witness. I'm trying, Adamo said. Let's get this started. I want to tear the fuckers apart, Remo snarled. We stepped into the soundproof room where the 4 surviving men had been locked in. One of them stared wide-eyed up at the ceiling. The other 3 huddled against the walls, legs and hands bound. I went over to the unmoving asshole and nudged him with my toe. "He got lucky," I said. "His end was moderately painless." "Must have kicked his throat too hard," Ramos said with a twisted smile. Then he faced the traitors. "Now who wants to go first? Any takers?" He grasped Carmine by the collar and dragged him to the center of the room. "How about you, Carmine? We want to tend to you when we're still pumped with adrenaline and anger, right?" "Please," Carmine said. I chuckled, shaking my head as I drew my knife. "You don't get to say please today. If you try again, I'll cut your tongue out." "Ready?" Ramo asked. I edged the tip of my knife under Carmine's thumbnail. "Always." "Ready," Adamo said. 2 hours later, we knew that the men in this room didn't know of any other surviving traitors, and that they'd indeed found a home on outfit territory in exchange for information. Most of it was outdated by now because we'd changed our delivery routes, and most of the labs after we'd taken over, but not all of them. Ramo, Adamo, and I leaned against the wall of the corridor for a moment after we were done, trying to get back down. Adamo had mostly watched, but I had seen the occasional excited flicker in his eyes. "You can't take drugs. Not just because it looks bad in front of our soldiers, but also because the shit messes with your head. It'll turn you into a danger for yourself and others. I won't allow that to happen," Ramos said. Adamo nodded. "I know. And I know what has to happen so I can beat this. I need to be away from you, somewhere nobody will protect me. Here, I always know that you'll come to save me, that I'm safe no matter what I do." "And where would that be? You're safe everywhere in our territory unless I declare you otherwise, and even then, nobody would touch you from fear of my wrath," Ramo growled. "I know. That's why I think you should send me to New York for a year to work under Luca's rule." Ramo shoved away from the wall and pushed Adamo against it. "Are you insane?" Adamo caught my eyes, hoping to reason with me if not Ramo. "Just for a year. If I have to work under Luca, I know I can't hope for mercy. He won't go lenient on me if you tell him not to be. He's as cruel as you, but he doesn't give a damn about me." "But he cares about peace, Adamo," I said, "and he knows Ramo will avenge you, even if he was the one who sent you to New York." "If he killed me, but he won't. But he'll punish me and force me into line. There, I'm just a soldier. There, I need to follow rules. Here, I'll always be your younger brother." "If Luca catches you taking drugs, he'll torture you," Ramos said with a harsh smile. "And this time Serafina won't be there to interfere. You'll be subject to his rule, and Luca doesn't tolerate objections." "I know, but here I won't change, because I don't have to." "I'm thinking that maybe I should just stop being so lenient on you." Ramo grasped Adamo's throat and brought his face very close to our brother's. "You could, but you won't. And you have your kids, and so does Nino. I'm 16. I'm old enough to decide. Send me to New York." "Adamo's right," I said firmly. "We can't punish him. We won't. Luca will. He'll treat him like any soldier. He'll be one made man among many. For 1 year at least. Maybe it's enough." Ramos stepped back slowly. "You don't know what you're agreeing to, being under Luca's rule. Not to mention that I doubt he'll agree." "Why not? There's peace between us, and I've been tortured by Dante. Luca hates Dante. Maybe he hopes for more info on him. If war breaks out, you'll be the first he'll kill." "I'll be the first to know if war breaks out. And you said it yourself. Luca's got too much to lose, right?" "He does," I said quietly. "Like we do. I needed to go to Kiara. This had taken too long already. Ask Luca, Ramo." Ramo stared at me for a long time, then grimaced. "Fuck. This is fucking batshit crazy, and I should know." He shoved a finger into Adamo's shoulder. "But I'll ask Luca, and let's hope you get your shit together while he's your capo. You'll always be my capo. I'll only work under him for a year." Remo laughed harshly. "Yeah, better not tell him that to his face either. Luke is going to beat the shit out of you." I turned around and left them to it. Adamo was right. He needed to be away from our protection, from Las Vegas. The name Falcone protected him here. And maybe that was the root of the problem. Chapter 28. Nino. Alessio was asleep in his crib when I entered the bedroom, his arms stretched out to both sides, little fingers curled into a loose fist. I bent over him, marveling at how peaceful he appeared, untouched by the events of the day. I stroked his cheek, then quickly pulled back, seeing the blood coating my fingers, hands, everything. I went into the bathroom where I found Kiara, soaking in the bathtub, looking exhausted and pale. Yet she smiled, seeing me. I started to get out of my bloody clothes and dropped them on the floor. "You have to be careful with your bandages," Kiara said. I searched the drawer for plastic wrap I kept handy for that occasion and wrapped it around my wrists. It wouldn't hold long, but it was better than nothing. The stitches would hold even if wet. A myriad of things to say crossed my mind, seeing my wife watching me in concern, but it seemed impossible to put them into words. "Can I join you?" Kiara shook her head with a laugh. "Please." I glanced down my blood-covered body, then stepped into the tub and sank into the warm water. It turned pink at once, but Kiara didn't seem bothered by it. She moved toward me with a sponge and started cleaning my face gently, then my throat and my shoulders. I regarded this woman, so full of kindness and love, cleaning me after my past almost killed her, after I came to her covered in the blood of men I'd tortured and killed to lay the past to rest. "What is it?" she whispered, as she ran the sponge along my abs. "I love you more than my life." Kiara touched my chest and kissed me. "The past is the past. We don't linger, right?" "Kiara," I murmured. "What happened today, you must tell me if you have trouble dealing with it. I'm used to the darkness. I can deal. But if you need additional help, let me know. Don't let this be your burden." Kiara smiled sadly. "It won't be. I know you can deal with darkness, but so can I. I've lived through darkness. I've lived through it without anyone there to save me. I was alone with my fear, with everything, but today I wasn't, because I have you, and you'll always save me, and because I have this family who protects each other till death. I can deal, Nino, because the good outweighs the dark. Today even more than yesterday." I released a breath. Kiara leaned close, her lips almost touching mine. "I want to focus on the future, not the past. That's what you taught me, and we have so many reasons to look forward to the future. I'm pregnant. I found out today before it happened." I froze, staring at Kiara, at the joy in her eyes. "You know for sure?" "I was at the doctor's today. I'm 6 weeks along. Alessio will be a big brother soon." I pulled her against me, not caring about my bandages, not caring about the burn in my arm where the bullet had grazed me. I kissed her fiercely and pressed my palm against her belly. "Are you happy?" she whispered. My heart sped up, trying to put a finger on the sensations in my body, but falling short. "I'm so many things right now, but seeing the joy in your eyes, yes, I'm happy." Kiara leaned her forehead against mine, and we stayed like that until our skin wrinkled. After we'd dried each other, we headed into the bedroom and laid down, wrapped in each other's arms. "Do you have a name?" I asked after a while. Kiara shook her head. "We don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but I'd like you to choose the name this time. I got to choose Alessio's name." "I'll find a beautiful name for our baby." I listened to Kiara's breathing, then gripped her wrist, needing to feel her pulse. "Are you okay with her being gone?" Kiara asked softly after a few minutes of silence. "You and Remo had hesitated so long to kill her, and now she's dead." I don't regret that she's dead, only that Ramo and I didn't do it sooner. As long as she was alive, she always remained that nagging ache at the back of our heads. Now she's gone, once and for all. The past can finally rest. When I entered the gaming room around 7 the next morning, any trace of yesterday's attack was gone. I took in the clean floors and sofas. The smell of leather cleaner and disinfectant hung in the air. Gone the blood and gasoline. The French windows were open. Adamo was sitting on the terrace, arms wrapped around his knees. I went over to him and sank down on the ground. Shadows spread out under his eyes, and his hands were red. "Did you clean everything?" He nodded, not looking my way. "I had to. It was the least I could do." "You should have slept. Yesterday was hard for all of us." He finally turned to me. I searched his eyes for a sign of drugs, but they were clear. I didn't need rest. I wasn't the one who had to cut his wrists. He looked at my bandages, then at the wound on my bicep where a bullet had grazed me. "Or got shot." "It'll heal," I said. These wounds were nothing I couldn't deal with. The memories would stay with me and haunt me, but they too would fade with time. "I'm so fucking sorry for everything," Adamo whispered. I touched his shoulder. "Learn from your mistakes, Adamo. That's all I ask." "I can't even look at Fina and Kiara. Because of me, they almost lost everything." "It's the past," Adamo sighed. "Will you be okay with what you did? Stabbing our mother?" I asked. "I would have killed her. Right then, I wanted to. I didn't because I knew you and Ramo needed to do it." He paused. "Right?" Killing our mother had always hung like a sword of Damocles over Ramo's and my head. Now that she was dead, I realized the deed itself had been easier than I thought. Maybe because of what our mother had almost done to Kiara and Alessio. It was the last straw. We needed to do it, and now she's gone. Ramo stepped outside and sat down beside us. "Finally gone?" Adamo watched him. I know," Ramo said. "I don't give a fuck how often you apologize. It doesn't change a goddamn thing. Prove yourself. Show us that you learn from your mistakes." "That's what Nino said. He's a fucking genius, so listen to him." Ramo smelled Adamo's clothes. "Now grab a shower." After a moment of hesitation, Adamo stood and left. Ramo watched me. "You look calm." "So do you," I said. That was the surprising part. "I am, and then I'm not," he said. He flexed his bandaged wrists. "One moment I feel so much rage, I can hardly stop myself from going on a rampage. And then I feel relief. She's gone, once and for all." "She is. We killed her. Now we can move on." Ramos smiled sardonically and nodded towards his wrist. "She left her mark. After all these years, she almost got what she wanted." It wasn't the only mark she'd left. She didn't, and she won't. We prevailed. "It's what we do," Ramos said. He searched my face. "How's Kiara?" "Good. Better than I thought she'd be." "Because she's got a future she's looking forward to." I nodded. "So do we."
Kiara. I hugged Adamo tightly. "I'll miss you. Behave in New York, all right? Luca's strict." Adamo nodded, then pulled back.
"I'll come to visit in summer for Fabiano's wedding. And when you give birth to him."
"Him?" I said curiously.
"You're a boy, Mom. I can't see you with a daughter. You whipped us into shape."
I laughed at his assessment. "Okay, we'll see. It's still too early to tell. Will you come home for Christmas?"
"I don't know. It's only 3 months from now. I feel like I should really try to make myself useful in New York to thank Luca for taking me in."
Ramos snorted.
"He isn't doing it out of the goodness of his heart, trust me. He'll want something in return and soon, and it's not like you're living in his house. You'll probably share a tiny apartment with millions of cockroaches,"
Savio said with a grin. Adamo gave him the finger, which Savio returned. Adamo got into a car with Remo, who would take him to the airport but not accompany him to New York. Adamo didn't want to arrive with a capo, and I got it. He wanted to prove himself. Nino wrapped his arm around my shoulders as we watched them drive off, and then we returned inside. "It'll be strange without him," I said. Nino sighed.
Remo still doesn't like it. It's hard for him to let go like this, but I think it's the best for Adamo.
We stopped at Alessio's crib.
Luca doesn't punish unjustly. We have to trust in that.
"I think Adamo will learn to handle himself," I said. Alessio opened his eyes, and I leaned down and took him out, pressing him to my chest. Maybe it's good for peace as well. It could tighten our bond with the familia. Nino nodded thoughtfully. I really hoped the truce would hold, not just because it allowed me to talk to Julia and occasionally visit her. It meant we were safer.
"I'm starving,"
Savio said as he sauntered over to the sofa and plopped down.
"How about an afternoon pizza?"
I scoffed. "Is there something like that?"
"There used to be,"
Savio said, cocking an eyebrow. Like Remo and Nino, he'd stopped wearing bandages over his wrists a couple of days ago. The slashes glared an angry red on his wrists. Nino would cover them with tattoos once the wounds were healed. Savio's eyes caught mine, and he gave me a sardonic smile. "Then order pizza. I'm sure Remo will be starving once he's back," Serafina said as she walked in carrying Greta. Nevio staggered toward Savio, who got up from the sofa and picked up the pizza menu. Nevio followed after him like a shadow. Savio glanced over his shoulder.
"He's a bit like those creepy little killer dolls from horror movies, the way he stalks me and grins his little maniac Remo grin."
Serafina looked indignant. "Don't say that!" Watching Nevio, who clung to his leg, Savio took out his phone and ordered pizzas. When he hung up, he shook his head at Nevio, then picked him up anyway.
"You peed on me. I haven't forgotten, and I won't forgive."
I went over to him. "And have you had any luck with emo girls yet?" Savio tried to stop Nevio from touching the scars.
"Nah, haven't tried yet. I need a few more days to recuperate to give it my all. I don't like to disappoint the ladies."
I wondered if what happened got to him more than he let on. He cast his eyes up and shook his head with a smirk.
"Don't give me that look, Kiara. Take care of Nino, Alessio, and the bun in your oven. I'm more resilient than bad weeds. I'll fuck the memories straight out of my brain. That always works."
"Fuck," Nevio said in delight. Savio's eyes grew wide, then he started laughing. Serafina came over and pinched his arm. "I can't believe one of his first words is fuck."
"It's not only Savio's fault,"
Nino reasoned with a smile.
"Remo has a penchant for the word, too."
Serafina nodded reluctantly, then released an exasperated sigh. Savio held Nevio out to Serafina.
"Here, take your little killer doll."
"Fuck!" Nevio screamed, causing Greta to grin where she sat on the floor. She opened her mouth. Savio went over to her and squatted down.
"Oh no, dollface, that word isn't for you."
I huffed and began rocking Alessio once more, then handed him to Nino. Fabiano and Leona joined us like they'd done almost every evening in the last 2 weeks since the attack. We'd grown closer than before, if that was possible, and I relished in the realization that a horrible day had brought something good for us. Alessio slept in his crib while the rest of us settled on the sofas in the gaming room. Despite what had happened in these walls, the good of many other evenings still outweighed everything. Nino wrapped his arm around me as we ate our pizza, listening to Fabiano and Leona as they deliberated if they wanted a big feast or a small affair in the garden. I smiled to myself, surrounded by family. I pressed my palm against my belly, and after a moment, Nino covered my hand with his. This was worth fighting for. Every day, every hour, every minute.
Epilogue. Nino. Greta and Nevio ran through the garden hand in hand. Nevio was in the lead as usual, tugging his sister along. Their laughter carried over to the pool where Kiara, Alessio, and I were enjoying a warm April afternoon. Kiara smiled and said to Alessio, "Soon you can run with them." Alessio was sitting in his shark floaty that looked as if the thing was going to swallow him whole. He gave Kiara a toothless grin. I pushed him through the water because 2 weeks from her due date, Kiara wasn't as mobile. She leaned against the edge and watched everything with a happy expression. Remo and Serafina lounged on the sun chairs, keeping an eye on their children. Sometimes I wondered how things would have been if my brothers and I were alone. Would we have moved on just as easily? With the children and Kiara's pregnancy, the future beckoned stronger than the past ever could. We still worked our asses off to guarantee the Camorra's success, but we tried to spend as much time as possible with our family. Savio had taken over more responsibilities, which allowed Remo and me additional free time. Kiara released a sharp breath and cradled her belly under the water's surface. "What is it?" She shook her head. "False labor." I pushed the floaty toward her and touched her shoulder. "Are you sure?" "Yes," she said with a small laugh. "The pain hasn't changed. It's still that strange pressure." "Water birth might be less painful, but you'll have to clean the pool when you're done," Remo said. Serafina slapped his shoulder. "You're impossible." Remo gave her a twisted smile. "Cleaning the pool will be my top priority after giving birth, trust me," Kiara said, rolling her eyes. "Come on, let's get you out of the water," I said, lifting Alessio out of his floaty and pressing him to my chest. Holding Kiara's hand, I led her out of the pool. She pressed a palm to her belly as she took one step after the other. "I'm being so slow. I love being pregnant, but now I'm counting the days until he's here." Fabiano and Leona came over from their house, already in swimwear. Their wedding was scheduled for the end of May. "Aria called me," Fabiano said, settling on a sun chair. "Adamo's doing well. He works hard and has finally learned to keep his mouth shut." Remo shook his head. "If people start to think that Adamo's more scared of Luca than of me, I'll have to make a fucking bloody statement to set things straight." "You are his brother. It would be horrible if he feared you," Kiara said, lowering herself slowly on a chair. Leona went to her and touched her belly. "You're still feared like a crazy madman in the Familia. Don't worry," Fabiano said. Serafina got up. "I'll go check on the kids. Nevio's been too quiet. I bet he's up to something." "The most important thing is that Adamo's clean," Kiara said. "I can't wait for him to come home." Remo and I exchanged a look. While we were glad that Adamo had found the structure he needed, we weren't sure if once back in Vegas he wouldn't revert to old habits. Leona came over to me and stroked Alessio's cheek. "Hi, little man." She looked over to Kiara. "I love his chubby cheeks." Kiara smiled proudly. It was mostly thanks to her patient care that our son had gained so much weight. She kept every member of this family fed. "Why don't you hold him?" I asked Leona, and handed her Alessio. She cradled him against her chest, looking worried. "What if I drop him?" "Why would you drop him? He's not that heavy," Remo muttered. Leona's cheeks turned red, and Fabiano threw one of the empty Coke cans littering the table at Remo's head. Remo raised his leg, blocking it with his foot. "Damn your quick reflexes," Fabiano said, shaking his head. "Quicker than yours?" "Right." Serafina returned carrying the twins. Her face was flushed. After she set them down, she held up a permanent marker. "That's what I found in Nevio's hand. He was painting Greta's nails with it." Remo sat up and turned to Nevio. "You did?" Nevio gave a sharp nod, trying to hold back a grin and failing. Greta stretched out her hands, showing off her black nails. Her fingers, too, were covered in marker. Serafina gave Remo a meaningful look. He lifted Nevio on his lap. "Don't paint your sister." Nevio pouted and pointed at Remo's Camorra tattoo, then at my inked skin. Greta got dead too." Kiara choked on a laugh and covered it with a cough. I went over to her and wrapped my arms around her from behind. My fingers splayed out on her bump. "Greta is too young for a tattoo, and so are you," Serafina said sternly. Nevio looked at Remo. "Your mother's right. I don't want you to touch that marker again." Nevio gave a small nod, mischief in his eyes. Cradling Alessio against her chest, Leona sat beside Fabiano on the sun chair. "If Alessio and Massimo turn out like Nevio, I'll fear for our sanity," I murmured against Chiara's head. She looked like she couldn't imagine anything better. "As long as they're happy, I'm happy," she said. Our eyes met, and I had to agree. As long as Kiara and our sons were happy, I would be too.
Kiara. Alessio rolled over on his stomach and pushed onto his knees, then braced himself on his hands, shoving his butt into the air. At only 10 months, he was already hell-bent on starting to walk. With his bum in the air, he peered up, unsure how to straighten. He grinned when he saw me watching, and my heart exploded with love. "Nino," I called. 2 days past my due date, I had trouble rising from the sofa without help, much less bending down to pick up Alessio. Nino hurried into the gaming room, alarm on his face.
Contractions?
I shook my head, stroking my belly. Massimo seems pretty content in there. I really hope he comes soon. I feel like I'm bursting any day now. Nino slowly came over and spotted Alessio still in his awkward position. He picked him up and raised him up over his head, much to Alessio's delight. He wasn't a very vocal baby, definitely not as loud or boisterous as Nevio. "He was trying to stand," I said. Nino came toward the sofa, sank down beside me and set Alessio down on his butt between his legs. He held out his fingers and Alessio latched onto them with his small hands. Nino pulled slightly, and eventually Alessio stood on shaky legs, then took a couple of unsteady steps. Holding onto Nino's legs, he gave another toothless smile. "That's good," I said. Nino stroked Alessio's hair, and our boy beamed up at him with those ocean blue eyes.
"Have you changed your mind about the home birth?"
Nino asked quietly. I leaned over and kissed his cheek. "No, and I won't. I want a natural birth."
"I just don't see why we shouldn't use the options modern medicine can offer us. We've evolved from the Middle Ages."
I laughed. "I know you don't like it, but I don't want to give birth in a hospital. I want to be at home, surrounded by people I trust. This is the safest place for me and the baby." Nino gave me a look that made it clear how unhappy he was about my decision.
"The safety aspect is really the only perk."
Since the incident with their mother, Remo had forced the owners of the other neighboring house to sell as well. The mansion was now the new Camorra gym and the security center in Las Vegas, meaning we always had a high number of Camorrista close by. The doctor said it's okay. I've had a healthy pregnancy, we have a healthy baby. Everything will be fine. I know I can handle it.
"I know,"
Nino murmured, then leaned over and kissed my temple before touching my belly. Nevio rushed into the gaming room, brandishing a permanent marker in his small fist, laughing like a little madman. I grinned. His dark hair was all over the place and he was dressed only in underpants. His entire upper body was covered with scribbles, probably in permanent marker. He stumbled to a stop in front of us, beaming first at Alessio, then Nino. Then he jabbed his finger against his own chest before pointing at Nino's tattooed arm with the permanent marker. "Tattoo!" he exclaimed. I covered my mouth with my hand. Oh, Savio's in so much trouble. Nino reached for the marker and gently pried it out of Nevio's hand, who glared and said, "No!"
"Nevio, behave,"
Nino said firmly, putting the marker down on the table. Nevio made a move toward it. Nino shook his head, and the little boy dropped his arm with a pout. Savio staggered in, breathing hard, carrying Greta, who was holding her white stuffed rabbit.
"Where's the little devil?"
One of Greta's arms was covered in permanent marker as well. Nino shook his head.
"I told you to stop staring at your phone."
Savio's eyes took in Nevio's upper body.
"Fuck."
He glanced at Greta, who was regarding her painted arm curiously.
"You should have snitched on him."
Greta looked at her uncle with those big eyes. "Serafina is going to kick your ass," I whispered, stifling laughter.
"Maybe next time she won't ask me to play babysitter so she and Ramo can get it on."
Savio stalked toward us, and Nevio's smile turned mischievous.
"Don't you dare run again."
Savio set Greta on her feet, and she tiptoed toward us and climbed on the sofa. Nevio backed away slowly, then whirled around, giggling. Savio jumped over the other sofa and caught up with Nevio in 2 large steps, wedging the kid under his arm like a potato sack. With a groan, he turned back to us.
"Will you watch Greta while I try to scrub this PIA clean?"
"No!" Nevio exclaimed, struggling. Savio grinned down at him.
"Yeah, you heard me right. Bath time. I know how much you love a good scrub."
Nevio began screaming. Savio looked at me.
"How about you say it was your fault?"
I raised my eyebrows. "I won't have you blame me for this."
"Come on, Kiara, nobody will be mad at the pregnant lady. If I were you, I'd start scrubbing soon. Ramo and Serafina will be back from their date in approximately 2 hours. I have a feeling this will take time."
Nino drawled, inspecting Greta's painted arm. Savio disappeared with Nevio under his arm. Nino lifted Alessio up and set him down between Greta and himself. She held out her stuffed toy to Alessio, who grabbed it and clutched it to his chest, then lifted it to his mouth and gnawed on the bunny's ear. Nino caressed Greta's head. "I can't believe there'll be 4 children in this house soon, that will have 2 boys. A year ago, I didn't think we'd have a baby anytime soon." Nino's eyes met mine.
"You deserve happiness, and that's what you'll get."
"So do you." 3 days later, I gave birth to Massimo in a guest room of our mansion with Serafina's and Nino's help, the home birth I'd always dreamed of. All pain was forgotten as I marveled at the little boy on my chest, at his crumpled face. He was a big baby with brown eyes and dark brown hair. Serafina kissed my cheek. "He's beautiful, Kiara." She was covered in sweat and blood, but was smiling. Nino stood beside the bed, watching the doula who'd supported us, only every so often glancing my and Massimo's way. "Why don't you try if he latches on?" Serafina asked. Massimo was already squirming toward my breast and making small sucking motions. Serafina helped me, and after a few tries, he finally latched on. The doula left 15 minutes later, and shortly after, Serafina did too. Nino bent over me, kissing my forehead.
"You are so strong, Kiara."
I raised my gaze from Massimo and smiled at Nino. He gently covered Massimo's back with his palm.
"I'd always condemned people who accepted their fear, who didn't fight it. I'd never understood the concept of fear, not its full potential. It had been an abstract concept for me for most of my life. And in the beginning, when I started to feel things because of you, I hoped fear wouldn't be among them. But then last year and today again, I felt it. Fear of losing you."
"You didn't and you won't," I said. "Alessio, Massimo, and I will never leave you." Nino stroked my hair away from my sweaty forehead.
"I know. I've come to appreciate the fear because it showed me what's at stake, what I won't lose, won't allow anyone to destroy."
His eyes were full of cold determination and the promise of violence.
"Ramo and I have more to lose now than in the past, and nothing worth having comes without a price, without a fight. And we're willing to fight, to give our blood and spill that of our enemies. For a while, we became content in what we've accomplished, and came to think we're invincible, but we're not. Not yet, but we will be. You and our sons will always be safe, no matter the price.
"Kiss me," I whispered, and he did, softly but full of intention.
"I'll get Alessio so he can meet his brother,"
Nino murmured after a moment. He straightened, and with a last lingering look at Massimo and me, he left. I caressed my son's back as he tried to drink. Nino returned with Alessio propped up in the crook of one arm and perched on the edge of the bed.
"This is your brother, Alessio,"
Nino said, pointing at Massimo as he lowered Alessio to the bed. Alessio watched with big, curious eyes. I lifted my arm and ran a finger over his cheek. "You're a big brother now." My eyes caught the rose tattoo on my wrist. "You'll have to add their names." I touched Nino's forearm, where our sons' names were already inked into his skin. "Your faith gave me strength." When I tried to talk him out of getting a tattoo of Massimo's name before I gave birth, he'd insisted that nothing would happen to either of us, that he wouldn't allow it. And I believed him. Nino shook his head as he wrapped an arm around my shoulder.
"Not faith. Brutal determination. I won't ever put your or their lives in fate's hands. I will bend fate to my will, like Remo and I have always done."
"I love you."
"And I love you."
Alessio reached for Massimo, and Nino showed him how to carefully pat his brother's back. I shook my head, still unable to believe this was reality. Considering that our marriage was only meant to bring temporary peace, this is incredible. Nino cupped my cheek and pointed at his heart.
"It brought peace here, and one that will outlast any truce between the Camorra and the Familia."
"You gave me peace, too," I whispered, then rested my head against his shoulder. "Me and my boys." Thank you for listening to Twisted Bonds, Book 4 in the Camorra Chronicles, written by Cora Reilly, narrated by Emma Wilder and Teddy Hamilton. Text copyright 2019 by Cora Reilly. Production copyright 2020 by Cora Reilly. All rights reserved.